organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued management and improvement of various research and innovation facilities located across 17 regions of Indonesia, dedicated towards the development of science and technology. BRIN continues to improve our contribution to research and innovation towards national development by developing and revitalizing 4 areas of science and technology, or KST. An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories, and industrial facilities for both startups and SMEs. Tenant office rooms, co-working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. BRIN is here to manifest the future of a golden Indonesia 2045 by consolidating science and technology resources and creating a resource ecosystem and research-based economical foundation. Transforming Indonesia as a global reference in the development and application of science and technology, practices, and the good of humankind. Nature is the source of inspiration. Knowledge is the foundation, and to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation. Research is our strength to overcome any limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, a magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare, BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with two main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. BRIN organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued management and improvement of various research and innovation facilities located across 17 regions of Indonesia, dedicated towards the development of science and technology. BRIN continues to improve our contribution to research and innovation towards national development by developing and revitalizing 4 areas of science and technology, or KST. An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories, and industrial facilities for both startups and SMEs, tenant office rooms, co-working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. BRIN is here to manifest the future of a golden Indonesia 2045 by consolidating science and technology resources and creating a resource ecosystem and research-based economical foundation. Transforming Indonesia as a global reference in the development and application of science and technology practices and the good of humankind. Nature is the source of inspiration. Knowledge is the foundation, and to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation. Research is our strength to overcome any limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, a magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare. BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with 2 main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. BRIN organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued management and improvement of various research and innovation facilities located across 17 regions of Indonesia, dedicated towards the development of science and technology. BRIN continues to improve our contribution to research and innovation towards national development by developing and revitalizing 4 areas of science and technology, or KST. An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories, and industrial facilities for both startups and SMEs, tenant office rooms, co-working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. The future of a golden Indonesia 2045 by consolidating science and technology resources and creating a resource ecosystem and research-based economical foundation. transforming Indonesia as a global reference in the development and application of science and technology, practices, and the good of humankind. Nature is the source of inspiration. Knowledge is the foundation, and to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation. Research is our strength to overcome any limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, a magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare. BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with 2 main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. BRIN organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued management and improvement of various research and innovation facilities located across 17 regions of Indonesia, dedicated towards the development of science and technology. BRIN continues to improve our contribution to research and innovation towards national development by developing and revitalizing 4 areas of science and technology, or KST. An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories, and industrial facilities for both startups and SMEs. Tenant office rooms, co-working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. BRIN is here to manifest the future of a golden Indonesia 2045 by consolidating science and technology resources and creating a resource ecosystem and research-based economical foundation. Transforming Indonesia as a global reference in the development and application of science and technology, practices, and the good of humankind. Nature is the source of inspiration. Knowledge is the foundation, and to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation. Research is our strength to overcome any limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, a magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare. BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with 2 main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology, creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. BRIN organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various institutions continue to be developed through active participation as research is our strength to overcome any limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, a magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare. BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with 2 main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. BRIN organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued management and improvement of various research and innovation facilities located across 17 regions of Indonesia, dedicated towards the development of science and technology. BRIN continues to improve our contribution to research and innovation towards national development by developing and revitalizing 4 areas of science and technology, or KST. An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories, and industrial facilities for both startups and SMEs, tenant office rooms, co-working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. BRIN is here to manifest the future of a golden Indonesia 2045 by consolidating science and technology resources and creating a resource ecosystem and research-based economical foundation. Transforming Indonesia as a global reference in the development and application of science and technology, practices, and the good of humankind. Nature is the source of inspiration. Knowledge is the foundation, and to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation. Research is our strength to overcome any limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, a magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare. BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with 2 main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums.
Good morning to all excellencies, honorable officials, and distinguished guests. It is our pleasure to welcome you all in the very prestigious Gedung B.J. Habibie of BRIN. Please make your way to your seat as Museum Forward, the International Best Practice Forum on Museums and Heritage, is about to begin.
From various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued management and improvement of various research and innovation facilities located across 17 regions of Indonesia, dedicated towards the development of science and technology. BRIN continues to improve our contribution to research and innovation towards national development by developing and revitalizing 4 areas of science and technology, or KST. An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories, and industrial facilities for both startups and SMEs. Tenant office rooms, co-working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. BRIN is here to manifest the future of a golden Indonesia 2045 by consolidating science and technology resources and creating a resource ecosystem and research-based economical foundation. Transforming Indonesia as a global reference in the development and application of science and technology practices and the good of humankind. Nature is the source of inspiration. Knowledge is the foundation, and to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation. Research is our strength to overcome any limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, a magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy and Community Welfare. BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with two main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. BRIN organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued management and improvement of various research and innovation facilities located across 17 regions of Indonesia, dedicated towards the development of science and technology. BRIN continues to improve our contribution to research and innovation towards national development by developing and revitalizing 4 areas of science and technology, or KST. An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories, and industrial facilities for both startups and SMEs, tenant office rooms, co-working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. The future of a golden Indonesia 2045 by consolidating science and technology resources and creating a resource ecosystem and research-based economical foundation. Transforming Indonesia as a global reference in the development and application of science and technology practices and the good of humankind. Nature is the source of inspiration. Knowledge is the foundation, and to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation.
Good morning to all excellencies, honorable officials, and distinguished guests. It is our pleasure to welcome you to the prestigious Gedung B.J. Habibie at BRIN. And please make your way to the seat as the Museum Forward, the international best practice firm and museum and heritage, is about to begin.
We cannot face this alone.
And we also would like to inform you that we have several exhibitions outside of the auditorium, so please have a visit and take a look at our prestigious exhibitions.
Place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare. BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with 2 main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. BRIN organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued management and improvement of various research and innovation facilities located across 17 regions of Indonesia, dedicated towards the development of science and technology. BRIN continues to improve our contribution to research and innovation towards national development by developing and revitalizing 4 areas of science and technology, or KST. An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories, and industrial facilities for both startups and SMEs, tenant office rooms, co-working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. BRIN is here to manifest the future of a golden Indonesia 2045. Consolidating science and technology resources and creating a resource ecosystem and research-based economical foundation. Transforming Indonesia as a global reference in the development and application of science and technology practices and the good of humankind. Nature is the source of inspiration. Knowledge is the foundation, and to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation. Research is our strength to overcome any limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, a magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to say good morning to all of the excellencies, the honorable officials, distinguished guests. Please make your way to your seat as Museum Forward, the international best practice forum on museums and heritage, is about to begin. We also would like to kindly ask for all of the guests to fill up the front seat first. And we also would like to inform that we have several exhibitions from our museums and heritage ecosystem of Indonesia, so please take a look at our exquisite exhibitions.
Catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with 2 main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued management and improvement of various research and innovation facilities located across 17 regions of Indonesia, dedicated towards the development of science and technology. BRIN continues to improve our contribution to research and innovation towards national development by developing and revitalizing 4 areas of science and technology, or KST. An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories, and industrial facilities for both startups and SMEs, tenant office rooms, co-working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. The future of a golden Indonesia 2045 by consolidating science and technology resources and creating a resource ecosystem and research-based economical foundation. Transforming Indonesia as a global reference in the development and application of science and technology practices and the good of humankind. Nature is the source of inspiration. Knowledge is the foundation, and to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation. Research is our strength to overcome any limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, a magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare, BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with two main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration.
To the Excellencies, honorable officials, distinguished guests, please make your way to your seats. Museum Forward, the international best practice forums on museum and heritage, is about to begin.
Welcome to the B.J. Habibie Building. According to the institution's regulations and rules, we would like to present this safety induction video as a guide to ensure your comfort, security and safety while being at the B.J. Habibie Building. Currently, we are in the Sumitra Doyo Hadikusumo Auditorium. This auditorium is smoke-free. There are restrooms located outside the auditorium. The auditorium is equipped with emergency facilities, including emergency exit and fire extinguishers. If you hear a continuous alarm sound, it indicates a real emergency situation. Please proceed immediately to the designated assembly point or safe gathering area upon hearing the alarm. We kindly ask you not to panic, remain calm, and wait at the assembly point for further instruction. If there is smoke, cover your nose with a wet cloth to breathe. Avoid using the elevator and use the stairs during emergencies to evacuate. If you are able, use the provided fire extinguisher in the auditorium. In the event of an earthquake, protect yourself under a table, chair, or any nearby objects and wait until the situation returns to normal. Lastly, we remind you to always maintain cleanliness while inside the B.J. Habibie Building. And to immediately inform the staff if you encounter any unsafe or potentially hazardous conditions. Thus concludes the safety induction for the Sumitra Doyo Hadikusumo Auditorium, B.J. Habibie Building. For your safety, please adhere to the regulations and have a productive day.
Excellencies, honorable officials, and distinguished guests, please be upstanding for the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please be seated. Excellencies, honorable officials, and distinguished guests, please give a round of applause for our opening dance, a Betawi creation dance, Tari Cupang Menor. for Tari Cupang Menor. To all excellencies, honorable officials, and distinguished guests, it is a pleasure to welcome you here today to Museum Forward, the International Best Practice Forum on Museums and Heritage, hosted by the European National Institutes for Culture, or UNIC Indonesia Cluster, and the International Council of Museums, or ICOM, International Committee for Museum Management. This event is supported by Indonesia Hidden Heritage Creative Hub and the Indonesian History and Culture Conservation Society, or Perkumpulan Pelestari Sejarah dan Budaya Indonesia, UNIC Cluster Global, and ICOM Sarek. Members of UNIC Indonesia Cluster co-hosting Museum Forward today comprise of Erasmus Hui, Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Indonesia, French Embassy to Indonesia, East Timor, and ASEAN, and Institut Français d'Intonasi, Goethe Institute Indonesia, Embassy of Ireland of Indonesia, Embassy of the Republic of Poland in Indonesia, Embassy of Spain in Indonesia, British Council, and the delegation of the European Union to Indonesia and Brunei Darussalam. Members of the ICOM committee co-hosting Museum Forward comprise of ICOM Intercom, International Committee for Museum Management, ICOM International Committee for Money and Banking Museums, ICOM ICTOP, International Committee for the Training of Personnel, ICOM AMPR, International Committee for Marketing and Public Relations, and ICOM Croatia. Excellencies, honorable officials, and distinguished guests, we are humbled and honored to welcome here today Dr. Laksana Trihandogo, the Chairman of National Research and Innovation Agency of the Republic of Indonesia, represented by Dr. Heri Yogaswara, Head of Research Organization, Archaeology of Language and Literature, National Research and Innovation Agency. His Excellency Fabian Tenon, French Ambassador to Indonesia, East Timor, and ASEAN. His Excellency Mr. Padraig Francis, Ireland Ambassador for Indonesia. Stefan Mechati, Deputy Head of Mission, Minister Consular, Head of Political Section, EU Delegation to Indonesia and Brunei. Dr. Hilmar Farid, Director General of Culture, Republic of Indonesia, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. Ahmad, Head of the Indonesian Heritage Agency. Andre Noto Hamijoyo, Deputy Assistant for Cultural Advancement, Republic of Indonesia, Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Cultural Affairs. Charlotte Esnu and Samar Shah, Co-Presidents of the UNIC Cluster Indonesia. Dr. Goran Kahorjan, Head of ICOM Intercom, and representatives from ICOM Intercom, ICOM ICTOP, ICOM MPR, ICOM ICOMON, and ICOM Croatia. Paramita Jaya, Jakarta Provincial Branch of the Indonesian Museums Association, IOP T. Herlambang. Head of ICOM Indonesia, Budi Trinovari. Program Chair, Farah Wardani. And all museum heads from all over Indonesia for their dedication and commitment to ensuring the smooth running of this event. Please join me in showing appreciation to our hosts, partners, and sponsors. Please give a round of applause. Excellencies, honorable officials, and distinguished guests, yesterday we kicked off the Museum Forward program by introducing our international experts to some of Jakarta's museum and heritage sites, where they engage in discussion with the museum management teams and we hope that what they saw and discussed has inspired and informed them, further enriching our discussions over the next 2 days. And on Thursday, we present a series of workshops for Indonesian staff and international experts sharing, and this is pre-registrations only. The Museum Forward Forum today and tomorrow focuses on key themes to ensure that we can remain relevant, take our place in creating a better world, and provide safe and welcoming public spaces that are diverse, inclusive, and promote tolerance and understanding. By claiming our place at the table, we also acknowledge our responsibility and our accountability now and in the future. We mark the opening of Museum Forward today by inviting representatives from our hosts and partners to share a few words of welcome. And representing our strategic partners, I would like to welcome to the stage Dr. Heri Yogaswara, Head of Research Organization, Archaeology of Language and Literature, National Research and Innovation Agency. To Dr. Heri Yogaswara, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, and Rahayu, Rahayu, Rahayu. Honorable Ambassador and Representative of Ambassador, Executive Director of Indonesia Hidden Heritage Creative Hub, Representative of European Union National Institute for Culture, UNIC, Indonesia, Chair of ICOM International Committees, Director General of Culture, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Pak Hilmar, selamat pagi, colleague from BRIN and other related ministries and institutions. Distinguished guests, honored speakers and delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In this moment, actually, I'm representing of Kepala BRIN. Yeah? Welcome to the Museum Forward International Best Practice Forum on Museum and Heritage. It is a great honor for me, on behalf of Chairman of the National Research and Innovation Agency of BRIN, to address you today here at our BRIN headquarters. This event gathers museum professionals, cultural practitioners, and heritage experts from Indonesia and around the world to share knowledge and strengthen global partnership. For BRIN, this forum holds special significance as a milestone in our effort to promote collaboration and drive innovation in the museum and cultural heritage sectors. It serves as a reflection of the ongoing partnership between the Indonesian Hidden Heritage Creative Hub and the Research Organization of Archaeology, Language and Literature of BRIN, actually my organization. Usually in our work, my organization is more working in the upstream sector of the museum because we are produce some archaeological remain and others artifacts. Through this partnership, we are committed to preserving and promoting Indonesia's vast cultural and historical treasures, ensuring they are passed on to future generations. Distinguished guests and esteemed participants, the Museum Forward Forum serves as a platform for dialogue and knowledge exchange, focusing on curatorial practice, public engagement, and sustainable approaches to museum and heritage management. This discussion aligns with our shared vision of museum as not only place of preservation, but also dynamic institution that contribute to education, social advancement, and cultural exchange. This event builds upon the success of last year Indonesia Young Museum Professional Forum 2023, which was met with great enthusiasm and engagement from participants. That forum laid the foundation for deeper collaboration and capacity building within Indonesia's museum community. The high level of interest and the positive outcome from last year have inspired us to expand the scope of this year's event, further emphasizing international cooperation and best practice sharing. I do hope the collaboration with the Indonesia Museum Hub will continue for the future. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, I believe Museum Forward is more than just an event. It represents our collective commitment to advancing museum and heritage practices in Indonesia, while also integrating these practices into the global landscape. The participation of international experts, combined with the contribution of local practitioners, reflects the importance of building a museum sector that is both innovative and inclusive. This forum also comes at a crucial time as Indonesia undertakes significant transformation in the heritage and museum sectors. The formation of the Indonesian Heritage Agency, led by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, marked a bold step toward creating a more integrated and professional museum sector. Through initiatives like this, we as the government of Indonesia aim to enhance curatorial strategies, improve conservation management, and develop sustainable operations that benefit both local communities and also global audience. I think this conference is really timely because we have new government, and for sure we need some contribution to our cultural heritage. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, I believe Museum Forward is more than Honorable and distinguished guests, by the opportunity, allow me to extend my deepest appreciation to Indonesia Hidden Heritage Creative Hub, Unique Indonesia, the European Union National Institute of Culture, and to the ICOM International Committee, as well as all other partners and supporting agencies who have made this forum possible. Your dedication to fostering international collaboration and innovation in the museum sector is commendable. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before I close my remark with immense pride and enthusiasm, I declare the event Museum Forward International Best Practice Forum on Museum Heritage is officially open. I hope this forum will continue to inspire new ideas, encourage collaboration, and pave the way to future initiatives that strengthen the role of museums and heritage in our society. Together, let us ensure that this forum serves as a testament to the power of collaboration, innovation, and shared purpose in the pursuit of cultural sustainability. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and successful forum. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om, and Rahayu, Rahayu, Rahayu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Heri, for those inspiring words. And with heartfelt thanks to your team here at BRIN for hosting us so warmly in the B.J. Habibie building today, very iconic venue for today's event. And ladies and gentlemen, we also would like to inform that we are now live at BRIN YouTube, so we kindly ask you to share it with your networks to help promote the message of Museum Forward, and your support in spreading the word is greatly appreciated. And now it gives me a great pleasure to introduce the co-president of Unique Cluster Indonesia, Cultural Attaché at the French Embassy, Institut Français d'Indonésie, Charlotte Esnu. Charlotte, the floor is yours.
Head of BRIN, and Dr. Ari Yogaswara, thank you so much for having us this morning and for the next 3 days. Par Hilma Farid, Par Hamad Mahendra, Dr. Goranka Arjan, dear ambassadors, distinguished speakers from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Selamat pagi semuanya. This is such a great pleasure to welcome you today to Museum Forward. My name is Charlotte Esnu. I am the cultural attaché at the French Embassy, but today I speak on behalf of Unique Cluster Indonesia as the co-chair. Unique Cluster Indonesia is the network of European Union National Institutes for Culture. It was created in November last year in Indonesia, involving 8 European countries: Austria, France, Germany, Ireland, Italy, the Netherlands, Poland, Spain, and the UK, and also the European delegation as a partner member. Today, we are especially happy to present Museum Forward as the first large-scale event we have collectively organized, among so many other events that we also organize, for example, in sustainable design. We have organized Museum Forward with many essential partners, and this gathering represents a significant milestone for us in serving our shared vision for cultural cooperation. This is so wonderful to be seeing so many of you today. We did a quick head count this morning with the team, and I'm delighted to share that over 700 participants have registered to this forum. And we're actually quite proud to say that we have reached far and wide. Among participants, we will be attending all throughout the next 3 days are museum directors, curators, conservators, policymakers, heritage experts, representing a wide range of public and private institutions from all corners of Indonesia. We are very honored to welcome about 250 professionals from 61 different museums and heritage institutions across 17 provinces, from Aceh in North Sumatra to South Sulawesi, West Nusa Tenggara, Bali, Maluku, Papua, and nearly every corner of Java, including representatives from Yogyakarta, Solo, Surabaya, and Bandung. As you know, we also intended for this forum to be a very inclusive dialogue, not only a platform for professional exchange, but also a space for public engagement. And this is why we are very, very pleased to have in the audience with us today university students, lecturers, associations, researchers, or just museum enthusiasts who are interested in this conversation. We welcome you. This event was created in response to the Indonesian government's ambitious plans for the transformation and expansion of its museum sector, spearheaded by Kemdikbud, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. And particularly in the recent months with the launch of the Indonesian Heritage Agency, which will be further developed by Pa Hilma and Pa Mahendra in the upcoming presentations. As Indonesia explores innovative ways to evolve its museum landscapes, we thought it timely and relevant to establish this international forum, where we could collectively reflect on an ideal museum of the future and share some of the best practices on innovative ways to face new expectations and challenges in our institutions. It was also very important for us to include capacity building workshops, and this is why we're very thrilled to partner with the International Council of Museums, ICOM, and the International Committee for Museum Management, Intercom, which was able to not only bring and support a network of seasoned experts, but also to contribute to a thorough capacity building workshop program. I would like to thank Goranka and Christina for their partnership. I would also like to extend a very special thank you to the Indonesia Hidden Heritage Creative Hub, who played a key role in the operational and partnership cooperation, as well as the community outreach of this program, which was very important. They are at the origin of the Indonesia Young Museum Professional Network, which really inspired us in the making of this event. A special thank you to Mbanova, Wulen, and Karina, and also to all the volunteers, because there are many who are making this event possible. I also would like to thank the 18 Indonesian and 17 international experts, speakers, who have accepted our invitation today. It is such a great honor to have all of you. And I would like to conclude by introducing someone very special who has been really instrumental in assuring the high quality and relevance of this program, our program chair, Farah Wardani. Ms. Farah, she has been just so you know, Farah has been coordinating everything remotely from London because she lives there, so it has been quite a challenge, but we're very happy.
Thank you, Charlotte, for having me joining you on this stage and be able to share also some of my really, like our happiness actually to finally arrive at this day after all our intense 5 months of preparing this program. Charlotte has already shared with you like a really like some meaningful background and the rationale of initiating this program. So I will just be quick, and as the program chair, I will just probably just giving you a bit of what will happen in the next 3 days that we are going to go through. So basically this program, I mean, like at least from our point of view, it's actually like a first of its kind to be held in Indonesia. It's an alignment. The program itself is a result of alignment. It's a result of collaborations of people from different parts of the world with the help of technology, of course, that we shared aspirations together, shared ideas, and also actually most importantly, we from the common ground of the belief that museums and heritage as part of as something that are essential in our lives, that it's something that is
To Dr. Horjan, the floor is yours.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, honorable representatives of the ministries, your excellencies, with collaborators from the ministries, dear colleagues, friends, experts. I'm sure we are all excited about the event that is starting, and indeed I'm impressed by the interest and participation. Therefore, I would like to express special thanks to our Indonesian partners who managed to motivate you to attend in such great numbers. Marvelous work done by Farah, Wulan, Karina, Charlotte, really good work of the team. Museum Forward International Best Practice Forum dealing with museums and heritage is a unique opportunity for us as professionals to benefit from the networking and collaboration. Being a member of the International Council of Museums, ICOM, which is a global museum professional organization working closely with UNESCO, I also advocate joining the professional networks since they empower our profession, build our confidence, and enrich the knowledge we need to manage our heritage institutions, including museums. On behalf of the project team consisting of ICOM's international committees, Intercom, MPR, ICTOP, and ICOMON, who have partnered in the event by implementing the project capacity building, branding, fundraising as key leadership stations towards successful training program for young professionals, I would like to thank the Indonesian authorities for the excellent organization and support. Such events help us to create new visions for the future of museums, and focusing on young professionals is a key step in that. I remain a strong believer that museums are essential for the concept of the social welfare in general. They shape the ways how we as a society and we as individuals should behave, and people therefore still trust museums. We should respect that and give them back relevant programs and activities. With a laborious team from the Indonesian Hidden Heritage Creative Club and Unique Indonesia, we have created an interesting program, I hope you will find that, focusing on main issues of basic concern about museum leaders today. In particular, the event will be a place to discuss transformative energy in museums in reimagining the future of our institutions. As the chairperson of Intercom, ICOM's Committee for Museum Management, I have to say that the concept of leadership of change has been the prime topic for our research in the recent years, and many exchanges with museum colleagues around the globe fueled us with a new energy how to build adaptive models. For Indonesia event, 3 areas of expertise were chosen for training: leadership and funding, capacity building of staff and stakeholders management, and how to brand museums in new eco-friendly environment. I hope you will find them interesting. Today, it is crucial for museum leaders to adapt and make the institution relevant in the constantly changing world. Capable museum leaders navigate a complex landscape of competing priorities, diverse audiences, and limited resources. Along the way, they have to develop skills to mitigate emerging threats and build resilience in their institutions. Museum leaders must be visionaries, strategists, and skilled communicators capable of inspiring their teams and stakeholders to accomplish their missions. Capacity building becomes essential in this process. Museums compete for attention with other institutions in the cultural sector in an arena full of a lot of challenges, from digital transformation and many distractions. Therefore, we need to create really interesting narratives for our collections and just find innovative and sustainable ways to handle resources and what management strategies they apply. Museums today are exposed to various pressures and issues, so they have to build institutional resilience in a more effective way. I do hope that our contribution will be useful in your future work, and I'm looking forward to hear more about your professional experiences in Indonesia, since together we do empower our profession. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Horjan. Please return to your seat. And now, ladies and gentlemen, ahead of the official opening of Museum Forward Best Practice Forum on Museums and Heritage, it is our pleasure to welcome the Director General for Culture at the Republic of Indonesia, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Dr. Hilmar Farid. To Dr. Hilmar, the floor is yours.
Good morning, selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Excellencies, ambassadors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Since I'm going to speak at the next session, the keynote, which is quite long, so I will keep this very, very short. First of all, in order is a warm welcome to all of you, especially who have traveled from afar to come to Indonesia. This is a great meeting of great minds. And I've seen the list of people who are going to speak, and this is really beyond the expectation. Ambassador Penon mentioned earlier that the idea for this conference originated in a conversation that happened like 2-3 years ago. And I was really delighted to see that actually the communities, ICOM, all the international organizations, took the measure to make this happen, and unfortunately we were caught in like different problems, including the establishment of the Indonesian Heritage Agency. So our role is more to support, to facilitate. But I thank you very much for organizing this, especially people from the Museum Forward, Farah Wardani, Charlotte, and also Ambassador Penon, who took the leadership in making this happen, and of course the Indonesian Hidden Heritage Community. Yeah, sorry, I got it wrong, but yeah. And I really hope that this discussion is the initial part of a long process, and I've been speaking to Ambassador Penon just now. The idea really is to bring more expertise and discussing different aspects of our museum and heritage sector with the hope that it would contribute to the building of a healthy, vibrant, and also sustainable museum and heritage sector. So thank you once again for all of you for coming, and I'm looking forward for a fruitful and productive discussion in December. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hilmar, but please remain at the stage. Dr. Hilmar, please remain at the stage as we are going to officially open the ceremony. And now we would like to invite honorable guests together in the stage for the opening ceremony. Please come to the stage, Dr. Heri Yogaswara, Head of Research Organization, Archaeology of Language and Literature, National Research and Innovation Agency. Unique Clusters Co-Presidents, Charlotte Esno and Samir Shah. Dr. Goranka Horjan, Head of ICOM Intercom. Nova Farida Lestari, Executive Director of Indonesia Hidden Heritage Creative Hub, as well as Farah Wardani, the Program Chair. This act signifies not only the opening of Museum Forward, but also a bold step towards the future as we celebrate history and innovation together.
Yes, otherwise we are caught.
And also we would like to humbly invite the Ambassador of France to Indonesia, East Timor, and ASEAN, Ambassador Fabian Penon. Okay, Dr. Hilmar, please do ring the gong as we are going to officially open Museum Forward International Best Practice Forum on Museums and Heritage. And now Museum Forward is officially open. We would like to ask for everybody to remain at the stage as we are going to continue with the photo session. Please remain at the stage as we are going to continue with the photo session. And we are going to continue with a photo session, a group photo session, so please remain at the stage. Okay. We would like to invite once again all of the experts to come to the stage so that we can take a picture together, as well as the unique clusters representative to join the photo session at the stage. Once again, we would like to invite all of the experts as well as the moderators to come forward at the front of the stage because we are going to take a group picture together. We also would like to humbly invite His Excellency Dr. Hilmar Farid, Dr. Heri Yogaswara, Unique Co-President and Executive Director. Please come to the stage as we are going to take a picture together. As well as all the unique clusters representative, please join forward as we are going to take a picture together. Okay, we'll take the picture in 3. Okay, we'll move on for the video. Thank you to all excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all the experts and representatives. Please return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, and all the distinguished guests, now we are moving forward for the keynote session, which will be delivered by Dr. Goran Kahorjan. And we welcome to the stage Dr. Goran Kahorjan to moderate this session and give a full introduction to our esteemed keynote speakers.
Dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to moderate the first session, Reimagining Museums and Heritage for the New Generation, and introduce our distinguished keynote speakers. They will share their expertise and bring forward different perspectives on museums and heritage as fundamental assets in building the social welfare in local, national, and global societies. The session will start with their presentations, and after that, we will have a chance to discuss and ask questions. So please get ready to participate. I'm sure you are curious about the topics we have picked up for you. First, it is my pleasure to announce a special presentation by Indonesian Heritage Agency, the new body under the Directorate General of Culture, which oversees a long-term major national museum and heritage sites revival project, which is one of the main reasons why this forum is initiated and intended to contribute towards. The keynote speaker is Honorable Dr. Hilmar Farid. Dr. Hilmar Farid is the Director General of Culture at the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, a position he has held since 2015. He was awarded his doctorate degree from the National University of Singapore Cultural Studies in Asia program with a dissertation titled Rewriting the Nations, Pramudia, and the Politics of Decolonization. He is a founding member of cultural collective Jaringan Karya Budaya and a co-founder of the Institute of Indonesian Social History. He has been a member of the editorial board of Asian Regional Exchange for New Alternatives, ARENA, and the Journal of the Inter-Asia Cultural Studies Society. He currently serves as the President Commissioner of the state-owned publishing company Balai Pustaka and also as adjunct professor in postgraduate programs at the Jakarta Arts Institute. Please welcome Dr. Hilmar Farid. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning again. So, So first of all, thank you for inviting me to speak on this very important and also timely topic. The title of the session is Reimagining Museums. So the theme of Reimagining Museum is very much in line with the work that we are currently doing at the Ministry, where we are in a process of comprehensively restructuring the museums and cultural heritage sites under one management. And all of these institutions, there are 18 museums and 34 heritage sites, have now been consolidated under one umbrella organization, which is the Indonesian Heritage Agency. And you have met before Pak Ahmad Mahendra, who is the head of this agency. So can you turn the next slide, please? Okay, so there are 18 museums and 34 heritage sites. That's the opening or the launching of the agency a few months ago. There was a drone that created as symbol of the organization. So it's fancy, it's new. No? And this is really a new entity established 3 years ago with the status of a public service agency. In Bahasa Indonesia, that would be Badan Layanan Umum. And you will hear more about this initiative from our colleagues, Pak Ahmad Mahendra here, who manages the Indonesian Heritage Agency later, in the next session, I suppose. However, I would like to mention here that this whole reform and transformation process is framed under the title of reimagining. So what we are discussing today is closely related to the transformation that is happening in Indonesia, and I certainly hope that our conversation will contribute to the work that we are doing right now. So the theme of reimagining suggests that something is fundamentally wrong, right, with the current state of museums. Indeed, it all comes back to a very basic question, a fundamental question. What is the role of museums in our lives today? For a long time, museums have been seen as custodians of history and culture, entrusted with preserving artifacts and cultural heritage for future generations. Now, that's the traditional definition of a museum. And many believe that this role has been carried out objectively for the greater good and humanity. And this is exactly where the problem arises. Yeah? Turn to the next slide, please. So the idea of museums as institutions representing the interests of humanity often ignores their roots in colonial history. The origins of museums in Europe are deeply intertwined with the development of knowledge, culture, and power during the Renaissance and Enlightenment periods. In the 16th and 17th centuries, European nobles and scholars began collecting rare and valuable objects from around the world. These collections became known as the cabinets of curiosity, or Wunderkammer, the forerunners of the modern museums. These collections often included archaeological artifacts, works of art, natural specimens, and ethnographic objects, many of which were taken from distant lands. This is the National Museum of Indonesia. You can see the building is really the same. Originated in the 18th century. It used to be the Batavian Society for Arts and Sciences, and then turned into a museum in the early 20th century, and in 1961 became the National Museum of Indonesia after the independence. So the National Museum of Indonesia was also born out of the same history. Colonial officials and businessmen with an interest in history and things that were considered unique gathered in the Batavian Society of the Arts and Sciences at the end of the 18th century. They collected artifacts such as statues from temples, ethnographic objects, and all things they considered strange and interesting. And it is those objects that form the core collection of the National Museum to this day. Yeah. So the relationship between European museums and colonial history is complex, as many of their collections were acquired through colonization, exploitation, and forced trade. In this context, museums often serve as tools to reinforce colonial narratives presenting the world through a dominant European lens while diminishing or manipulating the cultures from which these objects came. Many of these objects were collected without consent or stolen, and the voices of indigenous communities were almost completely absent in how their cultural heritage was represented. Can you move to the next slide? So this is the famous BRIN bronzes, yeah? And this is this excellent book that summarizes the painful experience of how these collections were brought to Europe, really detached from their original communities. Next slide. Yeah, this on the upper right is the collection of Singasari, which were brought back to Indonesia last year after quite long discussion and negotiation with our Dutch counterpart. A very good, I should say, and also productive one. So today, many museums in Europe are under pressure to critically reflect on the origins of their collections and consider their role in educating the public. Ignoring their colonial origins will only prolong the silencing that has been going on for centuries. A healthy, just, and a sustainable world would require a diversity of voices to thrive. And this is what brings us to the process of reimagining. What is the role of museums today, and what should their role be in the future? In Indonesia, as in many former colonies such as India, Sri Lanka, and Malaysia, museums are colonial legacy. Since independence, in many cases, there has been no fundamental transformation in the way these institutions work. In Indonesia, many museum practitioners continue the colonial tradition in the way they manage collection, structure narratives, and view their relationship with the public. In short, the process of decolonization has not really begun. Next slide, please. So this is a display from the colonial period, most probably in the 1930s on the right side, and this is just recently. Yeah. Precisely the same display, the way they are displayed and also narrated. And there hasn't been much change. Only, I think, in the last 2 years, we managed really to grapple with the idea, with the problem, have a thorough discussion about that. I'm not sure if Ibu Aprina is with us, she's here. Injecting all these new ideas and how to present a much more, say, inclusive way of thinking in presenting our collections. And that's very, very good. You can go to the next slide. This is the new look. Of course, you have Pak Mahendra at the center of everything, because he's really the guy who's behind the whole transformation, no? And as you can see, I mean, on the sides, they are now empty. Before, they were full, with statues, etc., not really organized, just put there with some captions that are derived from the 1930s or so. So, yeah. So back to the question, how can we reimagine these institutions, not only liberated from its colonial past, but also more relevant, inclusive, and representative of the diverse voices in the 21st century? And where should we start to begin a discussion about this? And next slide, please. I think a good starting point is to understand the world we live in more thoroughly. Today we live in a time of rapid change. Global challenges such as climate change, social inequality, and increasing conflicts are becoming increasingly urgent. In 2 consecutive reports, the UNDP highlighted these as critical global issues that must be addressed across all sectors. And it's crucial to raise public awareness of these challenges so that comprehensive solutions can be found that have widespread support. Cultural institutions, including museums, play an important role. Museums are uniquely positioned to reflect on these issues and help guide public understanding and action. Museum collections are records of long historical journeys, sometimes going back billions of years. The changes that have taken place on this planet and the life that exists on it are very well recorded in the world's museums. This means that if we want to talk about these issues like climate change, museums are in an excellent position to give a tangible face to an abstract idea, which helps the public visualize the changes that have occurred over time and why we have come to this situation. Can you, next slide, please? So these are different initiatives from all over the world, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, here on the left below is a group of students who were asked to paint in response to climate issues. So we often organize events like this, like bringing in students to respond to different problems that we see in the world and to come up with a creative articulation of ideas. So I'm not sure if people from Museum Basuki Abdullah are present here. No, they're not. Yeah, unfortunately. But this is at the Museum Basuki Abdullah, which is a museum of fine arts. And museums in many places also act as public spaces where people discuss ideas, whether they stem from the museum's collections or not. There seems to be no more appropriate place than a museum to discuss the past and the future of humanity. In museums, we are not expected to be marketable in the same way that talk shows on televisions are, nor are we expected to be fast and exciting like in social media. As public institutions, museums are social spaces where we can start conversations that are important to our lives. Can you move to the next slide, please? Yeah, here are events for children. There was a great theater group called Teater Koma who organized workshops for students, like young children, and getting them engaged with history through that theater experience. So it's really interesting, and it generates a lot of interest in communities here. So there are two important areas in the discussion about reimagining museums. The first concerns the museum collection itself. This involves fully understanding the origins of the collection, how it was collected, who collected it, for what purpose, and so on. After that, we can think about how to create the narrative. Here we see how narratives about collections are often controlled by those in power. In the Indonesian context, many of what are now called museum collections were objects of social, symbolic, and cultural significance. They were taken, sometimes by force, by colonial rulers and became part of cabinets of curiosity before becoming part of modern museum collections. So when these objects are taken out of context, the narrative changes. The record of their social, cultural, and spiritual, in many cases, are reduced, manipulated, or lost altogether. And you have a lot of these collections in Museum Nasional. Collection of artifacts, nobody knows where it's from. The records are not really well documented, and so on. And what remains, in many cases, is just a record of size, material, color, and if you're lucky, then perhaps origin. Yeah, they are completely detached from their social context. Move on to the next slide, please. And here are moko, the bronze drums from the Dongson period, like widespread use in East Nusa Tenggara, Bali, and so on, and they're part of like rituals in their daily function. But once they enter the museum, they're completely detached from that purpose, and people are not allowed to relate to these bronze drums as they would in rural areas. And this is one issue of accessibility of museums. What is the function of museum? Should it be closed to like different ways of interacting with the collections? Should there be limits to that or not? So these are all the questions that I think are very key in our discussion about how reimagining museums. Because like with this objectification, the relationship between objects and their people also changes. In Europe, these objects became objects of curiosity because they were unknown in European culture. It was through narratives about these objects that Europeans began to imagine a different culture. Ignorance, sometimes mixed with arrogance, resulted in narratives that were not only false but also misleading. Unfortunately, centuries later, people in the colonies, like Indonesia, disconnected from these objects and the knowledge associated with them, followed the colonial narrative of their own culture. So this is the cycle. You produce a certain type of knowledge, then detach people from their original knowledge, and they become to internalize that new knowledge that has origin in the colonial period. So, of course, the situation now is slowly changing. In former colonizing countries, there's a growing awareness of the historical injustices that have occurred over the years, especially in the colonial context. Since 2020, Indonesia has been involved in a repatriation process with the Dutch government, especially for museum collections in the Netherlands that are known to be the result of colonial looting. In Dutch, it's called roofkunst, yeah, or looted art. Hundreds of objects have already been returned through this process, and more collections will be returned in the future. I've just returned from Amsterdam after signing a technical repatriation document with the Dutch government. And so, once it's established, the next important step is to reconnect the museum collections with the communities of origin. And this is not an easy process because for decades, even hundreds of years, the objects were separated from their communities. So reviving the thoughts and practices of the past is not an easy task. It may not be the most appropriate way. What needs to be considered is understanding the social, cultural, and symbolic functions of these objects and then placing them in a contemporary context to address global challenges. You move to the next slide. This is the repatriation process, and we already organized an exhibition of the returned objects last year, and we are going to organize another exhibition in October. If you're still here in Indonesia, please mark your date. 11th of October is the reopening of the National Museum, and we will present, among other things, the collection that are repatriated from the Netherlands. So I'll give you an example to understand this much better. The ethnographic collection at the National Museum, many of these objects record the ways of life of people in the past who were very close to nature. At that time, people did not imagine themselves as separate from or above nature, as the doctrine of anthropocentrism suggests today. Instead, people saw themselves as part of nature, understanding their limitations. The simple tools used to sustain life reflect this mindset. In modern times, such ways of life have been abandoned and replaced with more effective and efficient tools that allow people to live more easily. But there is a price to pay. Modernity has distanced humans from nature, and we have sought to dominate it. And we can now see the results of this: environmental destruction, climate change, and so on. So ethnographic collections in this context can play an important role when combined with the right information to meet the challenges of the times. We need, in other words, to diversify our collections beyond just the tools used in the past and look how these tools evolve with the development of science and technology. Next slide, please. And here you can see this on the left is the traditional fishing device called bubu, where the fish enters the basket and it will not get out. On the other side, similar way of thinking is the giant cage for salmon. It's a fish farm, really, like thousands of fishes are, and then I'm sure we are all aware about the impact on health that kind of fishing system entails. Yeah, it's not healthy. Yes. While here you have the traditional method of doing things which are more sustainable, take what you need instead of like take whatever is available. And I think the Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, estimates that around 30% of fish caught today are never consumed. So you create all these devices for overfishing, and in the end, you don't really eat the fish. No, this is, I think, a way to remind where we have gone with all this technology, science, etc. It's a great reminder if you compare with like more traditional technology, the ways of thinking, etc., to understand our situation now better. I'm not saying that we should go back to the old days, which is not possible and probably also not desirable, but to implant the idea that this is an evolution of things. Yeah? And since it has a history, it can be changed. So that idea, I think, is a very important part of public education. So we are all aware that different narratives of the same collection will result in different responses. So it is really important for us to diversify our collections and provide a more solid narrative. There are many examples of museums around the world already moving in this direction. Can you go to the next slide, please? For example, in the Rijksmuseum, the exhibition about slavery in history, and I think this speaks to the idea of social justice very much. And I think social justice should also be the heart of modern museums' mission. And this kind of self-reflection is necessary not only for countries with a colonial past, but also for any country grappling with inequality and justice. Next slide, please. one slide is missing, sorry. So in the US, the National Museum of African American History and Culture, also known as the Smithsonian's Black History Museum, has become a symbol of how museums can confront historical trauma and offer a more complete narrative of the past. By focusing on African American history and acknowledging the legacy of slavery and systemic racism, the museum challenges the selective storytelling that often omits or minimizes the contributions and struggles of marginalized groups. Of course, all of this must be done in an engaging way because people's expectations of museums are also changing. People no longer view museums as static, sterile places where information is passively absorbed. Audiences now expect museums to be interactive, relevant, and responsive to contemporary issues. Museums are expected to be spaces of critical reflection, where visitors are encouraged to question their assumptions and engage in dialogue. In Indonesia, we have already begun fostering these critical conversations, for example, by displaying visual artworks of those marginalized in history and elevating the narratives of victims of violence. The use of technology can accelerate this transformation by bringing collections closer to the public through various channels. So we must place museums in a transmedia context, where every element is connected to achieve the desired impact. By overlaying digital content on physical spaces, museums can offer deeper insights and more immersive experiences without replacing the fundamental value of physical artifacts. In Indonesia, we are also beginning to use this method, and we will hear more about this from speakers in our seminars panel today. So all this will change in how we manage collections and shape new narratives. And this brings me to a second important point, the role and function of museums as cultural institutions. And here there is a change, like currently underway at the National Museum. We are not only simply reorganizing the physical side of it, but we also bring in scholars, experts to produce a much more inclusive and solid narrative about the collections. To give you an idea, like how museums are organized here in Indonesia, for a long time, if not too long, museums were an extension of the government. It was a unit pelaksana teknis, or technical implementation unit. That's the status of the museum until just recently. So this means that this institution does not make its own policies, but only technically implements what has been determined from above. So I'm the Director General, the museums are under me. So if I'm willing to, say, determine what should be represented, I have the right to do so. I have the authority to do so. And this is wrong. There should be people with expertise, curators, researchers, etc., behind that decision and placed inside the museum, not above the museum. So this institutional arrangement from the past certainly makes museum not agile in responding to public expectations, let alone answering the various challenges that I mentioned above. So the public service agency that we established some time ago provides flexibility in various ways. First, the possibility to recruit professionals to lead the museum. Originally, museums had to be led by civil servants. I'm not saying that these civil servants are not professional. You have many great people. We have Mbak Nusi among us here, and she's been a great museum person for many, many years, Pak Nahar, etc. You have civil servants that are really professional, but that rule itself limits the choices from a very limited talent pool. At the moment, right now, we are struggling to even find someone who can fill the position of the head of the BLU, of the Public Service Agency, because there are not many civil servants in the ministry who meet the rank requirements. So once you're in that structure, you have rank requirements. If you don't fulfill that requirement, you cannot be, even if you have the competence to do so. Yeah? So that's how it's limited. So as a public service agency, the museum, under the Indonesian Heritage Agency, is now allowed to recruit people outside the government, either on long-term contract basis or on an ad hoc basis to complete certain types of work. With that flexibility, we can envision a more diverse and inclusive leadership. Yeah? So this BLU system, this public service agency system, also allows us to recruit these professionals with commensurate remuneration. In the old system, we were not able to pay people at a certain salary level because of restrictions from the Ministry of Finance. You have a certain regulation that determines that this or that person would receive this much and that much salary. So there was a regulation about that. But under the current system, the rules are more flexible, as the museum can use the revenue it earns from the services it provides to pay its staff. So this was not possible before. So in other words, the transformation now into the public service agency enables us to have a more open, flexible system in terms of recruitment of staff, payment, etc., etc. So with the inclusion of professionals, we can also expect breakthrough in the services provided, both in terms of content and form. And we are already starting to see that. For those who live in Jakarta or not far from Jakarta, I encourage you to see the new National Museum after its reopening on October 11th. There are very significant changes, not only in terms of the layout of exhibitions and collections displayed, but also in the programs that will be run. So to conclude, yeah, reimagining museums is about much more than just how we display artifacts. It is about fundamentally rethinking how we interpret, engage with, and celebrate cultural memory for future generations. Museums must evolve into spaces where people learn, share, and actively participate in shaping a more inclusive and just future. By drawing on both international example and local successes, which are represented by you here today, we can ensure that museums in Indonesia remain relevant, inclusive, and also innovative. Through this process of reimagining, we can transform our museum into cultural hubs that not only preserve the past, but also engage with the present and help shape a better future. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Farid. This was really inspiring, and I'm looking forward to our panel when we will have a chance to tackle some of the points you have mentioned deeper and in discussion and in communication with the audience. The next keynote is our colleague Manuel Rabaté, the director of Louvre Abu Dhabi since 2016, overseeing all aspects of the museum's operations and activity. Dr. Rabaté has worked on the museum since its inception, joining Agence France Museums a year after the signing of the intergovernmental agreement between France and Abu Dhabi, first as chief financial officer, then as Secretary General and Chief Executive Officer. His museum career is impressive. After being at the Louvre, Paris, he was Deputy Director of the Cultural Development of the Musée de Quai Branly Jacques Chirac, managing the launch of the museum's first touring exhibitions, as well as the initial opening of the museum. He has received high national recognition for his work, becoming the Knight of France's National Order of Merit. Please welcome Dr. Rabaté. Manuel, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Selamat pagi, sabah al-khair, good morning, bonjour. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, and I insist on that because I think this is a professional gathering. I'm very proud and very honored to be with you. I want to thank PAC Ilmar Farid for hosting us with the Ministry of Culture. I want to thank the organization committee, the UNIC, ICOM, ICOMOS, Intercom, the French Embassy, His Excellency Fabien Pennon, Mrs. Charlotte and Mr. Jules, especially for organizing all of this. I will try to guide you in a quarter, 20 minutes through the experience of Louvre Abu Dhabi. Initially, I wanted to answer this question, what is a universal museum? Because this is our DNA. But Goranka knows that the definitions of museum can be a very long discussion, so I will move from the what to the how can it help you. As you mentioned, you are about to reopen the National Museum of Indonesia, and I think the experience of Louvre Abu Dhabi can be of help, not as things that you should do, but as a series of key takeaways, lessons learned, good and bad. Museum forward means also connecting and knowing what we do. So the Universal Museum, if we need to tackle quickly the definition, is a type of museum which was indeed, as you say, Ilmar Farid, following the cabinet curiosity and the transformation. I would say in a moment where the encyclopedia was born, it's a systematic approach, an encyclopedic approach. And these museums, like encyclopedia, like dictionaries, are organizing knowledge and trying to grasp the full world in an attempt of curiosity, gathering objects in different ways. So what does it mean to create a universal museum in Abu Dhabi in the first beginning of the 21st century? In our case, I think the answer comes from the name. We are merging the Louvre and Abu Dhabi. Louvre means the biggest museum of the world, the museum of museums. And Abu Dhabi, as you may know, is the capital city of the United Arab Emirates. And we are in the core of the Arab world. We are in the core of the Islamic civilization. So when we are reinventing, reimagining a new museum in this very place, we are writing a new chapter of what the Universal Museum can be. And it's all about connection. So we move away from the systematic encyclopedic approach to insist on the narrative, on the connection. The first element was a very strong relationship between France and Abu Dhabi, which started with a treaty in 2007, and the organization of working together on the name, Louvre Abu Dhabi, that's really the meaning of both, loans from the French museums, exhibitions, expertise, and so on. The idea, and I just, this is a too long slide, but just to say that the project itself took 10 years, from the inception to the opening in 2017. The museum has a long maturing cycle. And I was just mentioning, we had the challenge of opening it twice. Because of COVID, we closed, like all of us in 2020. We managed to reopen quickly after 100 days, but it was a new challenge. So reopening, and I feel for you because I know it's as difficult, even more difficult than opening. A museum is where you have to get back to your public, to get back to your collection. Today, we have welcomed more than 5.5 million visitors, 1.2 million last year, and we are receiving people from all over the world. After the time, let's talk about space. Where are we? You may know Dubai. You should know that Abu Dhabi is the capital of the country, and it's only 45 minutes from there. And in Abu Dhabi, which is an archipelago, which is actually very close to the sea, which is a common point with Jakarta, we have a series of islands. And the island of Saadiyat is the host of an incredible energetic momentum in the world of museums. Louvre Abu Dhabi is already open. Very soon, we will open the TeamLab Phenomena Abu Dhabi, when I say very soon, before the end of the year. The Natural History Museum is going to open very quickly after. The Zayed National Museum by Norman Foster is also on the way. And the Guggenheim Abu Dhabi is the last one of the family, which is incredibly dense and ambitious. So we will tell the story of the world at Louvre Abu Dhabi, the story of the nation at the ZNM, story of life and science, and of course story of the connected world and contemporary at Guggenheim Abu Dhabi. And of course in TeamLab you will have the capacity to connect all this by the curiosity, which is the essence of what we do. One of the key pillars of what Louvre Abu Dhabi is, and I think it's very important that you show the architecture of the building, it's the showcase. Where do you exhibit this content? In our case, we are a new museum, so a new building. So it's not a repurpose, it's a museum that was created for Abu Dhabi. Jean Nouvel, Pritzker Prize, French architect, contextualized architect, imagined a museum for us. He has a long relationship with the Arab world and with the Islamic culture, so he knew exactly how to contextualize his museum. So we were talking about relevance. A museum has to be relevant to its territory. In our case, we are inspired by the oasis and, you know, this sort of ray of light that you get in between the palm trees. In our case, we are like a Medina, an Arabic city. Instead of rooms, we have houses, bays, which are connected and which are creating this feeling of serendipity in these little streets or plaza. We are, you can see some element of contemporary art, Jenny Ozer on Rodin, old art as well. You see this incredible rain of light, so it's like a kinetic sculpture which is moving by the minute with the sun. We have this incredible dome, which is also a testament to the Islamic culture, the cupola, the dome. And fun fact, it is the weight of the Eiffel Tower in the other sense. Another challenge, and maybe things that we share with you in Jakarta and in other islands of Indonesia, the fact that we are on the sea from all sides, which is beautiful and also a challenge for professionals. The invention is not only the building, the invention is this new narrative, this new content. Because we started completely afresh, and because we wanted to push the boundaries of the Universal Museum, we have built a very interesting model of shared collection, which means that the collection in Louvre Abu Dhabi are partially the collection owned by the government of Abu Dhabi. I'm French, you can hear that, but I'm working for the Department of Culture and Tourism of Abu Dhabi. My boss is the chairman, so the Minister of Culture and Tourism of Abu Dhabi. And this ownership of the collection was one of the development during the 10 years of the project, and we're still acquiring to develop a collection. But acquiring is difficult, so we had the chance from the beginning to have access to the French collections. The Louvre, of course, but all the other museums in the French system. You know, after the Louvre, you have Orsay, after Orsay, you have Pompidou. Asia cannot be represented without Guimet, without Branly. If you want the royal collection, you need Versailles. If you want the prints, the photography, the books, you need the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, and so on and so on. More than 17 French museums are actually gathered. And we also have invented a model of ambassador objects, working with countries of origin in the Arab world, in the UAE to start with, but also in the world. And I will show you some examples. So this shared collection implies a rotation. To fulfill this rotation, we need a semi-permanent museography, which is a museography which can adapt and move easily. You will see the showcases, the way we do. So we're always changing the museography. And finally, we are heavily connected to a global network of museums. A strong approach with the French, but very strong connection in the Arab world and in the Middle East, and many development in Asia, in Mesoamerica, and in Africa. We're closer to 6,000 artworks if we count the multiples. We have the loans from the French, and we have this ambassador object, and all of them are organized not by speciality, not by typology of artworks, but by a chronological thematic plan. I will show you. This is a completely new. This is a fantastic collaboration that we just opened to the public and celebrated with the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, Olmeca head, an incredible 6 tons, very complex to get in, beautiful artworks, which is a fantastic gift, loan. So it will go back to Mexico after a few years. But that. No, it's coming back. It's going back to Mexico after, but that was a way for us to give the opportunity of people living in the Middle East to be closer to the Mexican culture and to the very fundamental Olmec and Teotihuacan, etc. So we're still pushing the boundaries, we're still reinventing our museography and our collections. This is the opposite of the family photo moment. These are the photos that you will take when you visit us. So I will just lure you and tempt you with what we have. So you can see that we are organized. First room is the universal questions. So we put trilogies of objects together to go back to questions. You have a Peruvian mask, you have on the right a Phoenician mask, a golden mask, and in the middle, beautiful lawns from our friends in Indonesia. In Philippines. Apologies. Maybe we could do something together. Slip of the tongue. But this is from the Philippines, from Ayala Museum. So in 3 different cultures which are not connected geographically, you have this golden mask that you put on the deceased. This is an anthropological starting point, the raison d'être of the museum. And then we move through times. Another very important loan that we got from Jordan, our friends in Amman, and you walk through time. It's like a time machine. Each section will get you through time. So the culture, even if they are separated in space or in identity, can be brought together in the same room and sometimes in the same showcases. On the right, important, you see some axes. So it's a Bronze Age, and we have at the same time bronze weapon from France, but also a bronze weapon coming from Dubai and from Align in the UAE. So we always tell these stories of the world from the territory we are in. Now we accelerated, we were in the First Kingdom, we're moving to the First Empire, then the very important room dedicated to your religions, very respectful play where we present all religions of the world in discussion with objects of beauty. This room is dedicated to the holy books. So we have a Torah, a Holy Quran, and a Bible all together in an atmosphere of respect, and we choose the object also for their beauty. We keep on accelerating. The time is passing through. The connection 1500. The world is connected. We're going to the moment where we can see also the influence Japan on Gauguin. We are accelerating to now, and beautiful artist from Saudi, Matt Malou, and we're finishing. We started by question, we finished by question, and we are in the modern time, and we have these glyphs which are from Saudi a few thousand years ago, and Cy Twombly as a gesture, an invitation to think of the museum. This is just a glimpse and a few images to understand that we are moving away from the systematic encyclopedic approach, and we are insisting on the narrative, the storytelling. And I think this is maybe one of the keys that can be used in reinventing the museum. What are we telling? What is the story? What do we propose to the visitor? And you will see some elements. This is also something which is happening with our children's museum, where we have real artworks, the opposite of IKEA. When you get rid of your kids at the beginning, it's something you do with your children and something that you participate. We also interact with the artists from the region, very important to us. And we have 2 to 4 exhibitions per year, temporary exhibitions. And you will see I just go through a few elements, but our exhibitions are also coming from our DNA. Here it was the encounter between the Chinese world and the Islamic world, the encounters between the Furusiya, which is the night in the Arab world, and the Christian night. Instead of opposing them, we would see how they had common values and what did they share. Beautiful exhibition, the moment of turning in the art history, the golden age of Dutch painting, the Impressionism, that was beautiful one with Orsay. Also on the techniques, the photography as a universal techniques, of course, born in the West, but who could say that, who owns photography? It's a global and universal medium. Same thing with paper on print. It is a universal approach, so we have exhibition exploring that. We also are exploring sometimes cinema, and we had a Bollywood exhibition that was fantastic. We came back to the dialogue between religion with Letters of Light, showing the common point between the three religions, sharing Abraham as a common father, of course, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. We also explored Cartier, the luxury, but luxury as fascination for the Islamic patterns and form. That was one of our best exhibitions in numbers of visitors. And the last one was Kalila Wadimna, so storytelling in the from the Indian world up to La Fontaine in France. We also have this beautiful children museum in which we have, let's say, longer exhibition that are targeting the children, the educators, and we put masterpieces, objects, and we always try to find ways to interact with the communities and the stakeholders. You can see here, it's His Excellency Sultan Al-Nayadi, the first Arab to have been in space, with a great friend of the museum, who actually went to space with a little Tintin rocket toy, and he gave it to us, and we put it in the museum. It's beyond the gimmick of this small object. It is a connection with the community of research. It is a communication with the education boards. We also, again, very important, we are in our territory, so we always invite artists from the Arab world. This edition of Louvre Abu Dhabi Art here is gathering artists from the Arab world and from North Africa, just opened, and very soon, the chapter 2 of Impressionism exhibition, post-Impressionism, with a few masterpieces coming from the network, so we get the best of both worlds. After, we will have the first, January 25, the first large-scale exhibition on African art in the Middle East, very important for us. And again, with Branly, some historical collection there, but also with the partners that we gathered in Africa, Nigeria, Senegal, South Africa, to name a few. So we are also using the exhibition to reinvent connections with our partners all over the world. I will finish by a few key takeaways, some of the values that you can take home, dear colleagues. Some of the elements, innovation, always innovating, always identifying what can be the best practices in our team. Inclusivity, I think you mentioned it, dear Ilmar Farid, the inclusivity, it's one of the key values of the museum. A universal museum has to be receiving everyone. In our case, we have 70% tourists visiting, but 30% are resident. Resident means Emirati, so the people of the land, but also everyone calling the UAE home. And we are trying to keep this balance, and it's very important. We also, same thing, I echo exactly what you say on sustainability. It's complex because our organization are indeed a consumer of energy, of resources, but we think that the sustainability can be optimized at every step of what we do, and we also think that we have a sustainable role for the society to play. Cultural dialogue, this is our total DNA, and the sharing of information, access, the database, the fact that the collection is completely online are also completely key. Back we move on excellence. We're trying to have the best standards, international standards with local expertise. Accessibility, I was mentioning inclusivity, but accessibility is the other side of inclusivity. People of determination have to be able to discover the museum. And this for us, it's an absolute must. Voilà, and I will go quickly, give you just in the last minute some of the elements that you can pick from our experiences. The app. How can you speak so many languages? We have 3 languages, Arabic, English, and French in the museum, but with the app we speak 7 languages today and many more to come. We also have what we call art scan. You put your phone in front of an artwork and the labels is coming on your phone. You can keep that, it's your personal usher, and it's in a very seamless way. We also have a relationship with music and visits. We have the laboratory and the access to the collection, which is also the thing that you don't see, but which is absolutely key in a museum. A museum has to study and has to foster research. We also need to have a business sustainability, which means we need to be able to invent new models. We are proposing visitors to visit the architectural walk is actually by kayak from the sea. We practice yoga under the dome. Sorry, it's me trying to be flexible, but with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of India, who His Excellency visited us and joined us for a session. This is also understanding how the retail can be integrated in the cultural offering, which means books, which means objects, which is also the capacity to do partnership and to create. You saw the swatch. We have created also Louvre Abu Dhabi residence, and to invite the youth, you also need to be able to throw a party. So this is the last one that we've done, connected to Kalila Wadimna with Peggy Goo, the Korean international, the best DJ of the world. So we were dancing with masks of animals to play with the fable. So content, relevance, but also way of interacting with a young audience. And voilà, to finish, last thing is, because you're there and because we are amongst colleagues, the last thing, and I thank you so much, Ilmar Farid, for saying it, the staff, invest in the staff. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Abete, and please, we would like to invite back Dr. Goranka and as well as Mr. Hilman Farid to come back to the stage so we can continue with the discussion session.
Okay, we may start now with the interactive panel and the discussions. I would like to thank both of our presenters, Dr. Farid and Dr. Rabate, for the presentations that really give us some insight how you actually see the institutions should be run, or how the whole organization should go a kind of a transformative process. Dr. Hilmer, experts say that an experimental mindset is the key to good governance. So you have opened and have been opening the ways, the new ways how institutions should be run. So how to recharge the whole sector with new energy and to boost transformation on lower levels as well?
Well, the key thing is, you mentioned about the staff, very essential, like bringing people from different backgrounds, not only in terms of knowledge, yeah, but also representing like different sections of society is essential. Not necessarily as permanent staff, but bringing them into a dialogue discussion, like what they think about the museum in the future, how it should function, etc., etc. Because what we are trying to do right now is, I think, different things at the same time, right? You want to transform, you want to kind of deal with its colonial past, you know that technology matters a lot with the younger audience, etc., etc. So it's happening at the same time. Bringing together different people into the conversation, in my experience, is very essential. That's the key thing. You know? And then the second part is to how to institutionalize that change. You know? You want to have good policies, and the public service agency, that model, allows us to do that, to have more autonomy, so to say, you know, in determining the nature of work, like how the museum operates, etc., etc. But this is, of course, easier said than done, right? I mean, you want to allow communities from which some of the collections originate to interact with the collections in a different way, no? Not like regular museum visitors. They probably come to dance, and that happened to us 2-3 years ago when there was this celebration of the International Indigenous Peoples Day. Yeah? The indigenous communities came to the museum and they have different ways of seeing the collection, right? Different ways of interacting with that. Allowing that, the museum to become a space of interaction, I think is also a key thing. And this requires, of course, policy. Yeah? Let them people to do that. Because before it was very restrictive. Now you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do that, like very limited. But now we're opening up. But again, I think the challenges in the year ahead, like to see, because in the end you need limits, right? You need boundaries, what you can do and what you cannot do at the museum. But we are still now experimenting with that. We are reopening so in October, so we get to see the future of that experiment. Yeah.
Thank you. And Dr. Rabate, Abu Dhabi Louvre is a kind of a special museum mix, I'd say. And you have showed us different layers, how this institution is imagined, how it will develop, and actually what is it doing together with other actors in the museum field in Abu Dhabi. But how do you think, this was a policy decision, you know, to make this step. So how is it preserved by local government, and what have the expectations been met or exceeded?
I'm a little biased. I think we have exceeded the expectation in the terms that there was a strong belief in Abu Dhabi that a specific universal museum could accelerate this transformation and this investment in other museums. It was a choice to start the sequence by Louvre Abu Dhabi. You see, so we are connected to the world, but locally rooted, which is very important. But we are this sort of opening to the world. The other museum that we'll talk about identity is the Zayed National Museum. So this is a museum in which Emirati will be able to reflect on their identity, and visitors, not Emirati, will be able to understand this rich culture. And so starting the sequence by the connection to the world and then going is part of the plan. So I think we opened the way for the others, and we tested some of the governance, staff capacities. So definitely, something I wanted to add on in our case, because of the mix of the UAE. The question is, how do we create a new generation of Emirati professionals of museums? We have experts from all over the world, but the question is really the generation of Emirati that is to take over. And I think this is maybe our best success or our best progress is to have created these professionals who were there already in their industry. It could be security, it could be other jobs, and transpose into the museum world, or the full development of full curatorial practices which were existing but which have been brought forward to a next level.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the audience, dear colleagues? I'm sure some are, yes, curious. Could you please give the microphone to the... Yes, it is coming.
Hi, my name is Ricky. I would like to hear from Manuel, actually, lesson learned from the Louvre in Abu Dhabi. Since in this contemporary era, actually we are facing with how to reach out to the younger generations now that are really looking a new way how museum communicate or reach to them. in a new way, because I think in Indonesia we really facing this biggest challenge, because in terms of demography, Indonesian population now is majority is in, I think, under 40, is more than 60% of our population now, and they are very dominating the landscape of the new era, this contemporary era. So how Louvre Abu Dhabi reaches out? I don't know how the demography of young people in Abu Dhabi, but I certainly think you also have these issues, right? How to reach out to the younger generation in UAE regarding to the issue in the museum heritage and everything. Thank you.
I think the answer in how to reach to the younger generation is know your segmentation. Know it very well. Organize your program based on this understanding. I show very quickly, I will give two examples. I show very quickly the children museums. So the children museum is a dedicated space. We use it for the young, so the children and the educator and their family. So the full strategy is about not being too serious, gamification. So you have artworks and people create an avatar and they play, you play with your family, you play with schools. You win the game only if you look at the artworks, which is what we want. But we make it fun. And it works very well, and children want to come back, and they want to bring their family back after going with their school. So we know that the segment we are able to work with education, and that's why I was wondering, you're lucky to have under the same roof education and culture, and this is something you can really integrate into facilitating access. And you know that this is part of a very strong segment that can be prescribed, organized, and automatized. The other part would be the younger youth, like the millennium, the teenage, and so on. How do you reach out to them? So you need to understand what are the sources of information. We have a very strong social media team, and we know that we need to communicate with them through Instagram is already, the Facebook is finished, Instagram is the key for this segment, and TikTok is a way to reach out to them. So I'm giving you examples of social media, and there are many more. So how can you pass a message that the museum is welcoming them, that the museum can be relevant to them? And when you do something as crazy as a masquerade with Peggy Goo connected to an exhibition, how can you make it something that will talk to them? How do you reach out to them? And this one is less prescribed, so the group has different rules, but you need to find a way to talk to each of them to bring them.
Thank you. Other questions there were? Yes, there are some more questions.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. Very nice to meet you. My name is Nadia Habibi, and I'm actually I'm currently transitioning my grandfather, President B.J. Habibi's residence into a mini museum, but also twisted with a hospitality experience. We're thinking of actually still keeping it as a private museum. So I would like to ask, actually, how do private museums and governments, including the Indonesian government and also international governments, work better together? And how do they work better with international institutions, given that Habibi also had such a huge legacy abroad? I do have another question, but maybe let's stick to that for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Of course, we can cooperate on different levels. You know? For example, like developing the way we operate more on a technical level, possible. But for your information, we also have the endowment fund, Dana Indonesiana. Yeah, that's open for the public to access. And we are more than happy to work with private museums, private institutions, working in the direction that we discussed here, like how to present history in a way that it's more accessible for younger people, more inspiring and inclusive as well. So that would be the general policy for that. But yeah, we are open for programs, projects, and yeah, maybe after this we can talk to discuss this further. Yeah.
Thank you. As we are really behind the schedule, I will allow only one more question if, yes, yes, please. Can we get the mic for the colleague? Yes. Actually, there were
knowing that you can also continue, you know, informally after the panel to ask questions, right? So this is not over, even if it's the last question.
Good evening. No, sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mayes, and I am a museum ambassador for Jakarta. And I would like to ask, I suppose, a double question to both Mr. Farid and Mr. Rabat. First, in Jakarta, or I guess in Indonesia, a lot of the museums tend to focus on the narrative and the collection itself, and a lot of them are stored in protected sites, and to do that, to do something like what the Louvre Abu Dhabi did, to create a whole new museum, it would be an extremely hard thing to do, and it would be hard to do, right? So my question is to Mr. Farid, how should museums in Indonesia adapt to modernizing the museums itself? And to Mr. Rabat, my question is, should museums in Indonesia even consider modernizing the museums itself? Thank you.
Well, most definitely. We need to, and this is what we are trying to do at the National Museum, to modernize the services, etc. But I understand that your concern is that here in Indonesia we have 440 museums, private and government-owned, and many of them are actually concentrated in urban centers. No? So there are many districts without museums whatsoever. So the idea right now is not to build more buildings. The idea is to circulate the collections. And we have too many buildings right now, like government-owned, like underutilized. It doesn't belong to the Ministry of Education and Culture. Sometimes we're state-owned companies, etc. So the idea really is now to consolidate all these assets and turn them into a more cultural, for cultural purposes. So that's basically the idea. But yeah, building new museums is not on the list right now. Although we are required by law in the new capital to build a new national museum, but that's for later.
And if I may, Your Excellency, just you don't have to be clear. I gave you one example of flamboyant momentum happening where in a place where there were no museum on this island. So you can definitely use the toolbox that we shared to revisit, reimagine. And I think it's a continuity, it's not a disruption, it's what do you tell? But you can definitely revisit what's existing and to see how does it work within the narrative of each museum. How are the museums connected? We walked yesterday and we saw how some of them are even closed. And what is the adventure that you propose at Jakarta City from a museum point of view? So the narrative is not only one museum. In Paris, the room after the Louvre is a Musée d'Orsay, in a way. So you can connect the full experience of the city and the storytelling with existing elements.
Thank you. I'm sure our breaks will also be an opportunity for exchange and for questions. Thank you for your patience, and please welcome with the applause our two presenters, keynote speakers, Dr. Farid and Dr. Rabat. Thank you, and let us mingle with the audience.
Thank you, Dr. Hilman Farid, Dr. Rabat, and Dr. Horjan for helping us frame our debate and discussion of the next 2 days. But before we leave the stage, I would like to ask for Dr. Hilmar Farid, Dr. Abate, and Dr. Horjan to stay at the stage because we are going to take a picture together before we officially end the first session of today's event. We are going to take a group photo to mark this very special occasion at the Museum Forward International Best Practice Forum on Museums and Heritage. All right, thank you, Dr. Hilmar Farid, Dr. Abate, and Dr. Horjan. Please return to your seat. Excellencies, honorable officials, and distinguished guests, there will be no break for lunch, so please yourself to the buffet during our panel. Our VIP speakers and moderators are welcome to take lunch in the VIP room, and our invited guests may take lunch in the auditorium. The buffet is open until later, so we can carry on with the discussion. And there is a canteen located close to the auditorium, which is available to all other attendees. Excellencies, honorable officials, and distinguished guests, it now gives me great pleasure to introduce a special presentation, The Bold Transformation of Indonesian Museums and Heritage, by the head of the recently inaugurated Indonesian Heritage Agency, Ahmad Mahendra, and Indonesian Heritage Agency Expert Committee member, Aprina Murwanti. The session will be moderated by Museum Forward Program Chair, Farah Wardani. Farah Wardani is the Program Chair of Museum Forward. She is a founder of Indonesian Visual Art Archive in Yogyakarta. Currently, she is an Expert Committee member of the Saka Museum Bali, Expert Committee and Acquisition Committee of the National Gallery, Singapore. Please welcome the one and only Farah Wardani.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Okay, so yes, actually I like this because then we can have very chill while we eat lunch or brunch, and we can listen to while having the privilege of having a special presentation by Indonesian Heritage Agency. I would welcome Pak Ahmad Mahendra and Aprina Murwanti to join me on stage, please.
Yeah. So just to
and I do encourage.
You can. There is a break. You can go and get your lunch and come back and have lunch here while listening to the panel. But there will be a line, so feel free to go to the buffet later on as well, because it will stay open very late on purpose, because we got a bit delayed.
Okay, shall I continue? Yeah, please do, grab your lunch, grab your tea and coffee, and then we can start now with two of my distinguished colleagues here. I would like to introduce, sambil makan ya, sambil santai, Mbak Nana sama Pak Mahendra. Oh, sambil video dulu, okay. But I would like to introduce you both first. Pak Ahmad Mahendra is the head of Indonesian Heritage Agency. He plays a crucial role in the preservation and development of Indonesia's cultural heritage. The Indonesian Heritage Agency, or IHA, is responsible for the management, conservation, and utilization of heritage sites and museums across the country. Under Mahendra's leadership, the agency is committed to elevating the standards of cultural heritage management in line with international best practices. And our speaker also, representing IHA, Dr. Aprina Murwanti teaches at University of Glasgow and was a research fellow at Murdoch University. She is now the one of the expert committee of IHA. She holds a PhD in creative practice from the University of Wollongong and graduate certificate of Business Administration. Her roles including acting deputy director and head of education of public programs up to 2021 at the Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art in Nusantara, or MACAN. In 2024, she was appointed program director at Kinspace Jakarta, and now she is part of this major colossal work of our national treasures and heritage sites in our country, Indonesian Heritage Agency. Mbak Nana, you want to present a video first, maybe, while people are coming back? Okay. Udah. Thank you so much. So that's a very sneak preview of Indonesian Heritage Agency. I would welcome Pak Mahendra would give a bit of forward, a welcome forward as well. I think in bahasa Indonesia ya Pak. So I think that Pak Mahendra will speak in bahasa Indonesia. And then I think we have like the translator who can, assist our international speakers for Pak Mahendra's presentation. I give the floor to you, Pak.
Ya, terima kasih Mbak Farah. Tepuk tangan dulu untuk Mbak Farah. Jadi perkenalkan, nama saya Ahmad Mahendra. Sekali lagi di sini sebagai PLT Kepala Museum dan Cagar Budaya atau Indonesian Heritage Agency. Tapi saya punya dua jabatan. Yang satunya adalah Direktur Perfilman Musik dan Media. Jadi itu jabatan saya. Tadi di sini ada banyak speaker ya dari Indonesia. Salah satunya juga ada Indonesia Bertutur. Kebetulan itu adalah program kami yang tiap 2 tahunan gitu. Ada Mbak Melati gitu, adalah program dari Direktorat Perfilman Musik dan Media. Dan sekarang juga kami menangani oleh di Indonesian Heritage Agency. Jadi mungkin saya langsung aja perkenalkan bahwa Indonesian Heritage Agency itu dimulai, saya meneruskan dulu ya dari Pak Dirjen. Sebetulnya Pak Dirjen tadi Pak Ilmar Farid sudah menerangkan begitu banyak ya kenapa munculnya Indonesian Heritage Agency ini. Tentu munculnya itu Indonesian Heritage Agency atau Museum dan Cagar Budaya itu sejak tahun 2022. Tetapi menjadi badan layanan umum itu baru di 1 September tahun 2023. Jadi masih singkat sekali, masih balita. Jadi baru 1 tahun kita membuat reimajinasi gitu ya Bapak Ibu sekalian dan teman-teman. Tentu kalau tadi kita sudah disampaikan ada 18 museum aset kita dan 34 cagar budaya. Sebetulnya tujuan utama kita adalah yang pertama tentu bagaimana upaya ini, upaya dari terbentuknya Indonesian Heritage Agency ini adalah sebetulnya untuk upaya pelestarian kebudayaan dan pemajuan kebudayaan. Itu utama dulu. Pelestarian itu tentu terdiri dari pelindungan, pengembangan, dan pemanfaatan dan pembinaan. Di Indonesia dulu mengartikan, memahami kata pemanfaatan itu yang sulit. Kalau melindungi itu sudah biasa dengan adanya Undang-Undang Cagar Budaya nomor 11 tahun 2010 gitu ya. Nah, dengan adanya Undang-Undang nomor 5 tahun 2017 itu mulai mereformasi adanya mindset soal bagaimana upaya-upaya pemajuan, termasuk dengan adanya Indonesian Heritage Agency ini. Justru itulah tujuan utama kita selain tadi upaya pelestarian dan pemajuan kebudayaan. Tentu yang kedua, bagaimana upaya peningkatan pelayanan secara kualitas, standar, dan sebagainya. Kemudian yang ketiga adalah bagaimana mencoba, tadi sudah disampaikan Pak Dirjen, relevansi. Sebetulnya museum ini bagaimana dan cagar budaya itu relevansinya, itu yang sangat sulit sekali sekarang ini, selama ini ya, sebelum menemukan konsep gitu. Nah, alasan kenapa selama ini agak sulit mengerti soal itu, karena tentu yang pertama, mindset dari pengambil kebijakan belum sampai ke situ. Jadi kita menyadari ya, tadi ada kegalauan-kegalauan yang dari semua pihak itu kita menyadari. Bahkan fungsi dari pemerintah itu Mbak Farah, Ibu, itu adalah fungsi kita adalah fasilitator dan regulator. Tadi disampaikan oleh Pak Dirjen juga. Jadi itu utama. Kemudian untuk menjadikan, kenapa selain komitmen tentu mindset, kemudian yang kedua adalah komitmen. Karena komitmen itu bagaimana kebijakan itu dijalankan dan kemudian soal penganggaran dan sebagainya itu dijalankan. Bagaimana membentuk. Makanya saya bersyukur, kami bersyukur Dijen Kebudayaan mendapatkan Bapak Ilmar Farid. Tepuk tangan dulu untuk Pak Ilmar Farid yang begitu luar biasa memberi masukan dan inisiatif, kemudian inspirasi kepada kita semua. Nah, yang sekarang perlu kami sampaikan tadi udah ya, soal bagaimana IHA ini ada. Sekarang perlu kami laporkan untuk nindaklanjuti tadi Pak Dirjen soal bagaimana mendasari adanya konsep-konsep IHA. Jadi saya nggak perlu lagi soal konsep, karena nanti juga Mbak Abrin ada konsep soal reimajinasi yang terdiri dari 3 tadi ya, reprogramming, redesigning, dan reinvigorating. Tentu soal tadi udah soal koleksi, kuratorial, soal narasi itu ada di situ. Kemudian wajah baru secara fisik ada di nomor 2. Nomor 3, kami sedang jadi tantangan. Nah, kami butuh Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk terlibat. Bagaimana peningkatan tata kelola sekarang ini, SDM. Nah, ini tadi. Makanya saya berterima kasih atas pertemuan ini. Tepuk tangan untuk Museum Forward yang tentu ini menjadi cikal bakal kami untuk berkolaborasi untuk semua pihak. Jadi tadi sudah ketemu dengan dan tentu sebelumnya juga kita berterima kasih dengan Perancis, tentu dengan Jepang, dengan Amerika dan sebagainya. Karena banyak expert yang sebetulnya sudah kita kerjasamakan setelah adanya IHA, dan ke depan kita butuh banyak lagi, ya, butuh banyak lagi expert-expert yang tadi kita ada 3 reimajinasi tadi. Tentu kita ingin praktek-praktek baik yang jadi internasional harus ada di Indonesia, mumpung kebijakannya berpihak terhadap transformasi ini. Jadi tolong dicatat, kami membuka diri dengan adanya IHA ini, membuka diri untuk banyak pihak. Saya terbuka selebar-lebarnya untuk bekerja sama dengan semua pihak. Jadi apapun itu bentuknya, expert, kolaborasi, bahkan tidak hanya di internasional, di Indonesia tadi kan ada dari Museum B.J. Habibie, museum dan lain, kami sudah ada membentuk desain grand design soal ekosistem museum, kami sudah jadi seperti dengan, bahkan kami akan berpameran, karena gini ya, kolektor-kolektor itu juga harus dihargai. Contohnya kolektor-kolektor yang punya itu padahal itu memperkuat narasi soal Indonesia. Jadi itu yang sekarang kami juga akan kerjakan untuk membuka diri, sehingga kerjasama dengan pemerintah yang ada di koleksi kita, kami juga akan membuka diri bekerjasama dengan banyak pihak seperti kolektor. Itu baru satu contoh loh. Ekosistem museum itu tentu banyak sekali. Jadi intinya adalah kami ingin seluas-luasnya untuk berkolaborasi semua pihak. Tadi tawaran-tawaran dengan museum Louvre Abu Dhabi itu pasti kita terima. Perancis tadi juga sudah ini, Spanyol tadi sudah, dan yang lain juga sudah menawarkan, dan itu terima kasih sekali karena terbukti kemarin juga expert-expert yang waktu Museum Nasional Kebakaran juga sudah menawarkan dan sudah datang dan kemudian sudah sebagian membantu kita. Jadi ini harus diteruskan. Jadi sekali lagi kegiatan ini saya tidak cukup untuk bicara soal detailnya iya, karena nanti tugas Mbak Aprina, kami sebagai pembuat kebijakan di bawahnya Pak Hilmar Farid itu hanya ingin memfasilitasi semua pihak untuk membangun ekosistem kita, bahkan yang ada di dalam negeri. Yuk sama-sama kita berdiskusi, sama-sama kita membuka diri, karena kita juga banyak skema-skema yang ada di Dijen Kebudayaan, ada dana Indonesia, ada LPDP, peningkatan kapasiti, ada dana Indonesia yang semua komuniti untuk berpikir atau berekspresi sesuai dengan bidangnya itu dibuka seluas-luasnya. Jadi jangan ragu, pengen sekolah seperti itu dan sebagainya akan kita fasilitasi S1, S2, S3 seperti itu. Jadi itu saya hanya perlu lapor sedikit aja. Yang terakhir adalah bahwa kita yang pertama sudah membuat narasi di semua museum dan cagar budaya kita. Narasi tadi berdasarkan OUV, Mbak Farah. OUV itu adalah outstanding universal value, artinya seperti sejarahnya, nilai penting dari itu, karena itu untuk memperkuat narasi kita. Jadi itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, perwajahan baru tadi sebagian sudah ditampilkan. Saya malu ada wajah saya di Museum Nasional yang akan baru gitu ya. Oh gitu. Nah, ada di Museum ada di Songterus, Frederick, kami laporkan nanti di Museum Nasional akan dibuka tanggal 15 Oktober untuk publik, tapi pembukaan untuk undangan adalah tanggal 10 dan 11. Insya Allah moga-moga Pak Presiden hadir, Mbak Farah. Kemudian kami laporkan bahwa Frederick mengalami peningkatan yang luar biasa setelah kita launching tanggal 16 Mei 6 bulan lalu. Jadi pengunjung dengan reimajinasi itu, perwajahan baru dengan penguatan narasi dan relevansi dengan anak-anak muda yang viral, itu dari pengunjung yang biasanya berapa? 1.000, sekarang sudah 10.000 tiap hari. Jadi sebulan itu sudah 160.000, padahal kita dulu setahun itu 600.000, Mbak. Sekarang bisa kemungkinan 4 juta, bisa 1 tahun untuk Frederick. Itu artinya menandakan ada optimisme dengan adanya dengan Indonesian Heritage Agency. Jadi itu juga akan berlaku di Museum Nasional, berlaku juga sekarang kegiatannya di museum kami juga keren-keren. Berurusan dengan pendidikan. Kami sudah ada program, nanti sedikit saya bocorin halus ya. Jadi nanti di Museum Nasional itu di depannya juga akan ada flash mob seperti jaipong, pendet dan sebagainya. Jadi itu saja yang perlu kami sampaikan. Kemudian juga kita akan memanfaatkan pameran repatriasi. Kemudian juga soal set koleksi tadi sangat serius kami akan itu. Kami juga sedang melakukan digitalisasi koleksi gitu. Nah, moga-moga doakan. Itu saja, mungkin kalau menerangkan nanti Mbak Aprina nggak dapat tempat, jadi untuk itu. Sekian, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak Mahendra. Ini siapa ya? Halo. Terima kasih Bapak, Pak Mahendra. Ini jarang-jarang loh kita dapat sharing-sharing nih sama Pak Mahendra nih ya. And first of all, please give another applause for Pak Mahendra and Nana Aprina, my good friend here, for their hard work and also like their great dedication, especially of spearheading and safeguarding this very important project. Very important, like not only a project actually, this is a start of probably like maybe decades of hard work ahead of revitalizing our national treasures and heritage sites of Indonesia. So without further ado, because I think we only have like really little time, I would give the floor to Aprina Murwanti. Please, Nana, share us what you guys have been doing?
Sure, thank you so much.
Maybe you can start the slide, yeah?
Yes, okay. Switch slide. Thank you, it's here. Okay, hello everyone, please enjoy your lunch. We will share about Indonesian Heritage Agency. Firstly, we would like to say that we are very grateful to UNIC for inviting us here to speak in this extraordinary event. Thank you so much, Mbak Charlotte, Mbak Wawa, for inviting us. And also, I'm here with Pak Mahendra, also with other two colleagues. There is Mas Bram and Pak Nahar, and also Mas Riki, Mbak Dwitri in that table. We are ready to engage in discussion regarding IHA and maybe potential collaboration. So, a bit of, okay, right. Maybe we can go to next slide. So IHA is only 1 year and 20 years old. It's quite young, and we have responsibility of managing 17 museum and 1 gallery, and also 34 cultural sites spread across Indonesia, from Sumatra, Sulawesi to Maluku. So this is a great responsibility, but we already mitigate, and maybe I need to stand up. Do you mind? Yeah? Okay, sure. Okay, sure. Yeah, so we have to manage totaling like 18 plus 34, which is a lot for a new organization like us. So we go to the next slide. So here is the map of location of museum and heritage sites under Indonesian Heritage Agency. Next. So if you want to see some icon, this is some of that. 34 heritage site. Next. Museum and gallery. Next. And we have big vision. And in showing this, our vision is becoming an exploratory space for cultural and historical heritage that is, I highlight that again, collaborative and foster creativity, social change, and development of cultured character. So we prioritize transformative knowledge development through innovative education practice to create inclusive and easily accessible space for cultural expression and interaction. We can go to the next slide after this. So I would like to ask you to join us for an enriching heritage site because it's quite far from Jakarta. Some are in Maluku, some in Sumatra, so I will give some preview, very short. Next. Okay, hello Pak Mahendra. So Pak Mahendra is a good model, so I like to put him as, yeah. So this is Plaosan Temple, one of our priority. And then next, we can go to Fort Marlborough, located in Bengkulu, a relic of the British colonial period, currently often activated with performance activity. Next. This is also Fort Marlborough. And then we go to the next one. Next, we already see Fort Rotterdam, Muaro Jambi. If you see highlight about Muaro Jambi, a temple complex, it's believed to be the largest temple complex in Asia, surpassing Angkor Wat. And it's where Master Buddhist Atisas studied Mahayana Tantrayana Buddhism. The Muaro Jambi temple complex is currently undergoing revitalization and will be managed by Indonesian Heritage Agency. So you will see us everywhere. And then the next one is very famous. Next, so this is the plan of Muaro Jambi. There will be like museum there, also space for public program. There will be 4 zones there, and we will publish very soon regarding the Muaro Jambi development of revitalization. Next. Borobudur is very famous with the activity, and last year Pak Mahendra also conduct tour in Borobudur, very successful, and we try to manage to maintain the value while doing all the activation on the site. Next. Borobudur also we still keep it for religious purpose and spiritual purpose. So the temple itself is owned by Ministry of Education and Culture under IHA, but for the management we share with other stakeholders. Okay, next. This is Prambanan Temple, and we go to other places again because we need to catch up with the time. Sorry, Mas. Next. Ratu Boko Palace. Next. Many other cultural heritage assets are also under the Indonesian Heritage Agency, such as Leang-Leang Archaeological Park, one of the oldest rock painting sites in the world. And the interesting thing about what we manage in Indonesian Heritage Agency is, we can go to the next slide. We also manage the burial place. Two of them are the Talo Kings and Kiai Mojo place of burial. Next. And we also manage some temples in East Java, Singosari, Mendut, Babadut, Jago, Kidal, Panataran. These are also under IHA management. Next. So this is Kidal, Jago. Next. Next. Okay. There is also the Batu Jaya Temple Complex in Karawang, not far from here. If you have time, maybe around 2 hours, we can visit the temples. And then next. We have Dieng Temple, Gedong Songo in Central Java, 6 hours, 7 hours from here, easily by car, 2 hours by plane, I think, plus 1 hour by car. Next. Okay, Ceto Suku is all in Central Java. Next. The Gunung Padang Archaeological Site, Old Banten Archaeological Site, and then next, Fort Durstede also under IHA management, along with many other assets. Next. Orange Temple, next. And Fort Sewu Temple, Sambisari Temple is all under IHA. So you can imagine what it looks like to manage 17 plus 1 plus 34. It's quite a lot for the organization itself. Next. So this is Ijo and Pausan Temple. I actually have the plan to present what will be present and developed in Pausan, but because we only have like short time, then we move to another slide. Okay, so Pak Hilmar Farid already mentioned about BLU or Public Service Agency. We actually focusing on management and utilization, but to achieve sustainable preservation of museum and heritage. So we are not being like commercial or profit-oriented. It still goes to the program, it still goes to revitalization, and the public agency itself is maximizing the potential of assets and managed by organization under the government. Next. So this is quite interesting. I don't know what you will think about this, but this is what we offer. Some people say it's quite provocative, some people are happy with this, but we believe that the opportunity for transformation should be used to the fullest for the benefit of Indonesia. Instead of following the normative outputs typically produced by museum and cultural heritage sites in Western countries, such as scholarly work and enjoyment, we add another output that is meaningful to Indonesia and Indonesian, which is spiritual or inner output. This is done to accommodate important cultural heritage activities of the Nusantara that are still practiced today, and to honor our ancestors who passed down knowledge, wisdom, and attitude that may not have been recorded because they were erased or overshadowed by colonialism. While Western museum or cultural heritage sites are very familiar with these sites, scholarly or enjoyment, we seek to place activities such as ruatan. Maybe if you are Japanese, come from Java, you know about this ruatan. It's a ritual. traditional healing ceremonies, kirap. So we have like traditional carnival, we call it kirap, people gather, and pilgrimage carried out by local communities on equal footing with other outputs. So this is the way we try to intervene the output and try to be differentiate ourselves in the global landscape as museum and heritage organization management. The main service of Indonesian Heritage Agency, next, maybe we can go to the next slide. Okay, next. So the main service is the access. We make sure that for sustainability, this service must be enhanced and charged accordingly, both for entry ticket for the venue, ticket for special event, such as exhibition and performance. Other services are highly varied, such as the use of land, assets, studio service, expert service, library service, conservation service, and many more. For now, we still like investing and doing things that according to the plan, but in the next 5 years we have to be able to provide ourselves with sustainable funding. And if you wonder where the funding came from, this will be the circle of cash flow that we need to use to make sure that we can sustain. Next, we can talk about pillars now. So there are three management pillars of us, which is the first one is the flexibility. Pak Hilmar already mentioned about the flexibility, how it will be used, because if we see the public service agency mechanism is totally different with rigid system that used by government in the past. Another thing is sustainable utilization management. So we make sure if we use, we have to sustain. So we try to optimally utilize involving the ecosystem and stakeholder, and we believe that the ecosystem will ensure the sustainability. Another thing that we do, we will primarily direct towards supporting sustainable preservation program for museum and cultural heritage, and we do not only physically, but also through social media. Next. Okay, so what is the focus? The focus of realization is strengthening and involvement of the ecosystem. And then secondly, improvement of service. Of course, if we charge, we need to deliver the best service that the public can use, that the public can experience. So we redesign, we rethink how to put the narrative into relevant context, and making sure that it's also pleasing for the eyes, also safe and comfortable for the audience, and adhere to standard that's set by the museum and also heritage in the world. We try our best, but maybe if you see like some small thing or minor thing, let us know. We try to fix it next year. So what we call with reimagination, Pak Hilmar and also Pak Mahendra already shared about the plan and also the regulation. But what we can see from the presentation after this is the realization of that. How we reprogram, how we redesign, and how we reinvigorate two of the museums that manage under Indonesian Heritage Agency. So we can do next slide. We also offer several program, exhibition, public program, cultural festival, and national and international event. Next. Service activation plan, including something that outside the curatorial, heritage afternoon tea, tour, heritage tour, pilgrimage. We already prepare all the supporting program for this. Next. Okay, so for the collection, next. We host 250,000 plus collection, and over 70% of that collection host or by the National Museum of Indonesia. Not all in display, and nearly 12% of the collection is hosted by the Sangiran Museum. Next. And we are not stopping there. We do like education of collection through social media. Let's play the video before we finish.
Inilah salah satu koleksi unggulan di Museum Nasional Indonesia, Sang Mahadewa Dewa Siwa. Seperti yang ada di dalam kitab Silparatna, Siwa Mahadewa digambarkan bertangan 4, 8, 10, dan 16. Dalam koleksi ini, kedua tangan kanan Siwa Mahadewa dalam sikap karana mudra, sementara tangan kiri depan memegang kamandalu atau kendi berisi air kehidupan, dan tangan kiri belakang memegang camara atau rambut ekor kuda pengusir lalat. bermata tiga atau trinetra, berpakaian kulit harimau dengan tali kasta atau upawita ular, hiasan telinga atau kundala, dan tata rambut yang berbentuk jata mahkota. Koleksi yang merupakan peninggalan Mataram kuno yang ditemukan di Sungai Wadas, Tegal. Sang seniman berhasil menggabungkan pengetahuan aturan ikonografi Hindu dengan pengetahuan yoga, sehingga menghasilkan karya seni agung dan indah ini. Arca Dewa adalah wadah bagi seorang pemuja untuk mempersiapkan diri bagi persatuan dengan dewa pujaannya. Penasaran dengan koleksi ini? Doakan Museum Nasional Indonesia segera pulih supaya bisa ketemu arca ini ya.
Okay, this is one of the sample you can see in social media of National Museum of Indonesia. We have heaps, tons of this kind of education of collection, and we mean it consistently. So next, maybe we can skip this. You can see by yourself and follow us. Don't forget. Next.
Akhirnya terungkap.
Maybe we can go to next slide because we only have 2 minutes, ya Mbak Wawa? We only have 2 minutes, right? Or okay, next. Okay. I will finish. I will wrap it in like another 2 minutes. Can I have extra? Yeah, 2 minutes extra. Okay. So I will be very, very short for this. This is the museum that you will see. The same museum, different ambience, different narrative. And I need to show you this before we open on 15 because it's quite short. I already cut it back. Next. But what we try to highlight is the greatness of Nusantara as a center of diverse resource and cultural crossroads in world civilization, breaking away from narrative based on colonial knowledge system by elevating the diversity, intellectual excellence, and creative achievement of the Nusantara people. We aim to present Indonesia as a nation whose existence is forged through the awareness of identity and the collective struggle of its diverse people. So you will see totally different arrangement, but it's still the same museum. Next, we go fast. Next. Okay, so this is like short clip. We will finish before it's finished. Yeah, it's 3 minutes, but I cut it into 1 minute. Okay, play please. There will be projection mapping, digital activation, hologram, accessible device, new narrative. So the collection is only placement. If you want to see the reality, the real collection, you should come 15 October, but we stay here in Indonesia to see us. also provide hologram for some statue that cannot be seen by the audience, and we try to replace with hologram for those who cannot be restored by the conservator. Okay. Come 15th of October. Okay, last sentence, can I? Okay, so we go to next slide. We don't have to play, but the thing about this is the open laboratorium will be accessible to the public. You can do like service for your fabric, your batik, painting. You also can talk to Pak Nahar, who's leading the restoration and conservation project. Pak Nahar was here. So it will be accessible for the public, and you can see the activity of our conservator. Next. Okay, next. Next, so this is the Friday before. I would like to play, but you can see also in IHA social media, we commit with our promise, we deliver, and we can see that new phase of reimagination of cultural heritage is real. Next. Okay, next. We open collaboration and we mean it. So this is already happening in the last 1 year and 23 days. There is book collaboration with Archaeologists Association, prehistoric book, and we also collaborate with GCAF. Next. Okay, this is our social economic impact. Done. The last one. Thank you. Next. Let's collaborate.
Mas Adi, kita punya berapa lama lagi untuk sebelum 10 minutes. Oh, okay, so that's great. Yeah, again, please have a wonderful applause for Aprina and also Pak Mahendra again. This is like this is a work that has to be like be made aware of the public for me. So thank you so much for like putting like so much effort and resources for all these transformations, and I think that for us, that's why like Museum Forward also actually is one of ways to support what you are doing, or what the IHA is doing, because this is again like this is basically like our warisan, heritage means legacy, our what has come before us, and then what we think about the future. Speaking of which, I think I would only have one question, and it's very simple. Pak Mahendra atau Aprina, would you like to? I mean, how long do you think this project? I know this is long term, but how long?
Oke, kita sudah merencanakan, sebetulnya masih, karena ini ada transisi pemerintahan baru, doakan saja, tetap berkomitmen, gitu ya. Jadi targetnya berapa lama? Targetnya mungkin 3 sampai 5 tahun akan bisa terjadi perubahan di semuanya. Yang tadi reimajinasi tadi. Di 18.
So 5 years, you think you expect 5 years of significant change. Pemerintah yang baru tadi Bapak sebut, this new government, so they are supportive of this.
Okay, thank you. Ya, semoga ya. Kemungkinan kita sudah ada sounding gitu, sudah dengan pemerintah baru dan sudah merencanakan, bahkan moga-moga benar gitu, museum dan cagar budaya justru akan diperkuat. Justru akan diperkuat dari baik itu otomatis kan kebijakan maupun ya semuanya ya, anggaran dan sebagainya gitu. Doakan saja, Bang.
Yeah, because I mean like we're happy to hear that there will be there will be more support, especially with this new government that will also revive along with the museum. I mean, we will be renewed in October, along with the opening of the Museum Nasional. We also changed the government. But then, I mean, like, because I think that what always happened in Indonesia is that everything, like the political change, like there's a change in the policy change, and then major work like this
seperti kalau nggak ada Pak Ilmar atau mungkin juga kita beberapa yang sekarang lagi membangun mungkin tidak ada, nggak tahu jaga. Seperti saya tidak lagi menjabat, mungkin kan kita nggak tahu juga.
But yeah, but I mean like that's what we hope is that if this continues and there will be like we do hope that it's going to be more visible to the new government, and then there will be like greater support, especially. I open only one question from the audience. Runner, please. Any question from the audience? Runner, please decide. Ya, oke. Monggo.
Selamat siang, saya Rosita dari Museum Penerangan. Can I speak in Indonesian ya buat Bu Aprina dan Pak Mahendra. Dari tadi menyimak pengalamannya kesuksesan Indonesian Heritage Agency itu, kita kan museum-museum juga pengen ya revitalisasi bisa jadi bagus seperti itu. Nah, kami mau nanya ke Bu Aprina, what is the first thing to do? Apa sih yang harus kita lakukan pertama kali kalau kita mau revitalisasi museum itu? Kemudian next step-nya apa? Next step by step-nya apa-apa, tapi first thing to do itu apa dulu gitu. Oke, terima kasih itu.
Aku kurang dengar ininya. Kamu bisa ulang the question. What kind of steps that independent museums can do to revive their own museums? Yeah, please, Aprina.
Okay, Mbak, please allow me to answer in English so our all audience can explore the process. So first thing I do is listen. Listen to the museum user, listen to the museum previous stakeholder. Second thing that we did, actually not me, it's a lot of, like many people in IHA. We did assessment and evaluation. What's missing? What's left? Because after we check all the pieces, it's all there. The master plan is there, the narrative is there, it's all there. We need to listen and make sure that we have time to do research. Not research to go somewhere, but go to who we are. So that's one thing that's extremely important in revitalizing museum, I think. I hope that's answer. And then the rest can follow. The funding, the design, it follows the narrative, it follows the concept, it follows the soul of the museum. So find the soul.
Thank you. Turns out we still have 5 minutes, so I open another one question from the audience. Ya, ada lagi, ada di situ. Tolong runner. Ya.
Oke, terima kasih. Saya akan bertanya dalam bahasa Indonesia. Perkenalkan, nama saya Randi, saya sekarang bekerja di Ide Laju. Pertama-tama saya ingin mengapresiasi atas terbentuknya IHA karena ini menjadi harapan buat masyarakat, khususnya generasi muda, untuk mengenal budaya dan sejarahnya. Nah, pertanyaan saya mungkin ada dua. Yang pertama adalah pembelajaran apa yang didapat dari kejadian kebakaran di Museum Nasional Indonesia lalu? Apakah pemerintah atau orang-orang yang bekerja di museum membuat sebuah SOP atau regulasi yang diberlakukan pada semua museum di Indonesia agar mengantisipasi kejadian serupa? Yang kedua adalah dengan modernisasi museum yang terjadi saat ini, apakah membuat museum nantinya semakin akan berorientasi pada revenue dan semakin menjadi eksklusif, yang mana ini akan membatasi bagi kaum atau masyarakat marginal atau masyarakat menengah ke bawah. Terima kasih.
Okay, I think that the questioner was asking about like some lesson learned from the fire, and then I think like what kind of standardization. Pak Mahendra, please.
Ya, terima kasih. Kebetulan waktu kebakaran di Museum Nasional, saya baru menjabat gitu ya, jadi PLT. Terus kemudian pembelajaran apa yang dilakukan itu penting sekali. Pada saat itu saya berpikir juga bagaimana kita soal penanganan koleksi, itu menjadi yang utama dulu. Penanganan koleksi, kemudian gedung yang terdampak, kemudian berikutnya adalah mitigasi bencana. Jadi 3 hal itu yang kemudian kita langsung tangani gitu dengan bekerja sama dengan para profesional ataupun orang-orang yang memang berwenang. Seperti dengan gedung itu dengan tim ahli cagar budaya. Makanya sudah dapat rekomendasinya dan sebagainya. Dengan koleksi expert-expert dari Perancis, dari Jepang gitu ya, itu kita datangkan, kita diskusi. Ternyata kita juga punya ahli-ahli yang mumpuni gitu. Jadi itu juga diakui. Jadi akhirnya kita jadi PD juga gitu. Nah, pembelajaran berikutnya kita juga konsentrasi soal mitigasi bencana. Tadi pembelajaran untuk museum lainnya penting banget. Selama ini kita itu kurang paham soal bagaimana mitigasi bencana, soal kebakaran, banjir, kemudian gempa. Jadi itu ke depan harusnya, dan waktu itu langsung kita rapat besar gitu dengan AMI, dengan pihak-pihak yang sering melaksanakan, bahkan internasional juga kita lakukan reviewnya. Jadi Museum Nasional sebagai contoh sekarang secara mitigasi bencana yang terjadi itu kelistrikannya itu udah diganti semua. Untuk pengamanannya gitu, kemudian alat-alat pengamanannya itu sudah insya Allah aman semuanya. Itu juga bagian nanti diskusi dengan teman-teman yang museum daerah, itu jangan disepelekan. Karena itu soal mindset, sekali lagi soal mindset. Jadi bahkan kita untuk publik Mbak Farah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, teman-teman, kita sekarang nanti pas setelah buka itu justru koleksi yang terdampak selain adanya pameran, adanya perjalanan soal kebakaran tadi, koleksinya disampaikan secara transparan semuanya. Bahkan kita hanya punya waktu 3 bulan pamerannya, setelah itu Anda tidak bisa melihat hal-hal yang agak rusak. Sebentar lagi, karena ini penting, saya minta waktu sedikit, karena tadi pertanyaan itu juga nggak bisa dijawab sebentar. Jadi ini harus jadi pembelajaran betul kepada Indonesia, dan kita lakukan betul-betul secara komprehensif gitu ya. Tadi ada 3 koleksinya, kita bahkan sekarang juga akan direplika. Makanya teman-teman kalau ingin datang lihat yang terdampak dari sekitar 800-an itu, tapi tidak semuanya hangus, hanya sebagian kecil. Jadi ada yang rusak, nanti ada Pak Nahar yang paham soal remediasi dan sebagainya. Penanganan itu akan disajikan di publik. Ada Zoom, akan ada expert ahli yang cara-cara bagaimana konservasinya. Jadi itu menjadi pembelajaran semua pihak. Dan itu akan kita lakukan pada saat setelah dibuka itu. Makanya di lab tadi orang boleh melihat bagaimana cara mengkonservasi koleksi yang terdampak. Kemudian yang terakhir kita akan bikin buku cerita all terjadinya itu sampai bagaimana penanganannya, bagaimana cara-cara, kemudian bagaimana the next-nya, seperti desain berikutnya, tindak lanjut berikutnya soal penanganan dari hasil kebakaran. Dan itu bisa disajikan secara transparan, dan kami lakukan buku ya, sebuah buku yang menceritakan semua dan semua pihak yang terlibat. Kemudian bahkan sering akan dilakukan seminar-seminar juga, kemudian pembelajaran-pembelajaran seperti tadi para ahli yang bercerita bahwa koleksi perunggu itu cara penanganannya begini, waktu itu juga dilakukan begini dan sebagainya. Jadi jangan ragu, kita Museum Nasional akan sudah menjadi hubnya untuk Indonesia. 15 Oktober ya Pak? Iya, dibuka 15 Oktober, jangan lupa datanglah ke Museum Nasional, akan sudah secara resmi dibuka.
Just give 1 minute for Nana, and then also to conclude, actually there's a question is important about like lesson learned that has happened. I'm not focusing on like the fire or anything, but more actually like I think that it's important to share what the like some points from Pak Mahendra as well in 1 minute, and we conclude.
Okay, sure. So for the fire handling, we have like several things that we pay attention, which is the collection handling, building restoration, expert meeting, disaster mitigation, rechecking, and then we do like conservation after fire. We make sure we publish in video and book publication, so the whole Indonesia, not only Indonesia, for the world also learn from us.
Untuk itu saya perkenalkan untuk semua tim yang ada di sini untuk Indonesian Heritage Agency. Yang pertama tentu ada Mas Bram, silakan berdiri Mas Bram.
Oh iya, ini tim Indonesian Heritage Agency, please.
Pak Nahar, Mbak Valen, Mbak Dwitri,
Mbak Valen,
Mas Riki Persik, Mbak Amalia. Ayo berdiri Mbak Amalia. Ini adalah tim kami yang sekarang ini ikut membantu, termasuk Mbak Aprina otomatis. Terima kasih.
Applause. Dan see you October 15 ya, pembukaan Museum Nasional. And then another, we thank you so much Pak Mahendra, Mbak Aprina. And then yes, we can continue to another the next panel ya. Silakan Pak MC, terima kasih.
Thank you to all of the speakers as well as Mbak Farah as the moderator. But before we officially close our session, we would like to take a group picture together. We'll be taking the picture in 3, 2, 1. Once again, thank you to Pak Ahmad Mahendra, Ibu Aprina, and as well as Ibu Farah. Please return to your seat. Thank you so much. All right, I see that everybody, all the distinguished guests, have enjoyed your lunch. I hope that you're enjoying the lunch that we serve in the buffet. And now we may continue to our first panel session, which focuses on retelling our stories, new narratives of heritage collection. And the session will be moderated by Fajar Wijanarko of the Yogyakarta Palace Museum, who will introduce the speakers. Fajar Wijanarko is the curator of the Yogyakarta Palace Museum. Fajar is a graduate from the Department of Javanese Literature, Gajah Mada University, Yogyakarta. Fajar is also actively involved in the annual Yogyakarta Arts Festival and is a member of the Yogyakarta Municipal Culture Office team of expert advisors. Without further ado, please welcome Fajar Wijanarko.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our first session conference. I think everybody have a get lunch, but I not hear the spirit of everybody here. Can I hear your voice, please? Hello. Thank you, thank you. I would like to greeting again. Good afternoon, the honorable speakers, the honorable representative of Ministry of Cultural Department of Heritage, representative of ICOM and the museum, and also the distinguished guest and the participant. Salam Pamuji Rahayu. I hope everyone in a good health and also in a good wealth. Welcome to first discussion. In International Best Practice of Museum and Heritage Conference entitled Retelling Our Stories, New Narrative of the Heritage Collection. And I hope everyone here will understand that to describe and find the fixed narrative of the collection in the museum is never-ending project. Museum employees should work hard to do research and fix it, in order to people get the exactly point what collection we're talking about. And in the first session itself, we have three honorable speakers from the three different museums. I would like to start this session by introducing all the participants. All the speakers, I mean. The first speaker is Miss Sharmini Pereira. She is give applause to Mr. Sharmini Pereira. She is the Chief Curator at the Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art, Sri Lanka. She is the founder and director of ranking lists, and as well as the co-founder of the Sri Lanka Archive of Contemporary Art, Architecture and Design in Jaffna, Sri Lanka. As the first speaker, she would like to discuss about rewriting histories, redefining heritage and identities in the colonizing world. The second speaker is Mr. Marlo Bandem. He is an executive advisor at Saka Museum Bali, as well as heritage activist and also cultural activist based in Ubud. He is a founder of the Bali 1920 Archive, a long-term project that documents Bali history from the time and it first opened to the international visitor in early 20th century until today. He has been a member of Saka Museum Expert Committee since its inception in 2022 and has recently opened to the public. His presentation today, titled Reimagining Island Treasure, Bali New Narrative in a Cultural Heritage. And the third speaker is Mr. Victor Kageao. He is an architect and museology expert. Since 2001, he has been a curator of the Spanish State Museum. He served as a head of infrastructure area in the Sub-Directorate of State Museum at the Ministry of Culture, where he oversees architectural permanent exhibition and collection restoration activities. As the first speaker, he would like to present Making Heritage Relevant, Contemporary Narrative of Museum Exhibit at the Prado. Please give applause to the third speaker on the stage. Thank you. Well, Ms. Sharmini will present as the first speaker. So, without further ado, I would like to, Mr. Sharmini on the podium. And Mr. Sharmini, for 20 minutes, time is yours. Okay?
Thank you.
Right.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you've not eaten too much and that you're not going to fall asleep now. It's an honor to be participating in Museum Forward, and I would like to extend a note of appreciation and thanks to all of the distinguished hosts and organizations for all of the thinking in putting this very important and timely event together. My short talk today is going to be about the Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art, Sri Lanka, which is a new museum project that I am leading and which we launched in 2019. We describe ourselves as an education-led initiative that aims to establish a public museum dedicated to the display, education, research and conservation of modern and contemporary art for the benefit and enjoyment of the general public, schools and tourists. Though we are a private initiative, we're not funded by a single patron. By contrast, we receive support from local and international funders for all our activities in the form of grants, sponsorships, donations, and membership payments. We are a non-profit organization and we are managed by a 10-person organizing body, or governing body, I should say, made up of museum and other professionals based in Sri Lanka and overseas. Entrance to the MMCA is free, and that includes to tourists, and we are open every day of the year except public holidays. Until a permanent location is found, we are based in a temporary location inside Crescat Boulevard, which is a centrally accessible area of Colombo. So over the last minute, I have given you a brief background to the MMCA Sri Lanka, whilst you have been looking at this slide. When I describe the MMCA as an education-led initiative, am I not describing most, if not all, museums today? What makes us any different? What is going on in this image in particular that will help you to understand more about what distinguishes us from other museums? but especially those in Sri Lanka, which is the place in which we are located. Let me begin by drawing your attention to the bottom left-hand corner of the slide to look more closely at our name. As you can see, we use a long, perhaps over-descriptive name for our museum, and this was intentional for two reasons. There are no other museums in Sri Lanka that focus on modern and contemporary art, government or private. And secondly, because we wanted to get people talking about what is modern, what is contemporary. However, when we decided about the final name of the museum, discussion revolved around the problems of having the word Sri Lanka at the start of our name. In short, putting the word Sri Lanka at the beginning meant that we were immediately evoking or identifying with a national endeavor. The idea of representing the nation was something we saw as problematic, potentially divisive given the context in Sri Lanka of the country's 30-year civil conflict, and thus something that we felt strongly would create further division given the ethno-nationalistic politics which the conflict was fought around. We therefore moved the word Sri Lanka to the end of our name. By doing so, it denationalized us, or the endeavor, and all importantly, located us in a place, a here. This is a work by a contemporary artist, Sri Lankan artist called Lucky Senanaka, called Nowhere Is Now Here. The work is a rare example of this artist's non-figurative work, and while it captures, as you can see by reading, his humorous play on words in the circular form, that refers to attire. And it refers, in fact, to the unthinkable events, the violence that took place on the 23rd of July in Sri Lanka in 1983, when tyres were used to burn members of the Tamil community in Sinhala mobs, whilst the state looked on. Lucky's work is part document, I suppose, and part elegy. Looks back at the events of that night, of the 23rd of July, on what today in Sri Lanka we now refer to as Black July, a dark moment in our national history. These children, like the kids that you saw on the first slide, share something in common. They're learning about Sri Lanka through the country's modern and contemporary artists. The MMC Sri Lanka is the only institution, as I mentioned, in the country to look at the modern and contemporary period of art making. This is a huge period, and we have over 120 museums in the country, and we are the only one focused on this period from the 1890s to the present day. A time period that also, I note, includes the 30-year civil conflict, as well as the country's independence from colonial rule, firstly, or under the British, and prior to that, the Dutch, and prior to that, the Portuguese. Such learning activities or opportunities, like the one you see here, are few and far between in Sri Lanka. The reason being is because, as we know, when you tell a story, there are different sides, points of view, perspectives. Stories don't always align. They can also contradict one another. They play tricks with us. They lull us into believing something is true. They can also conjoin and divide us. When you write our name hence, in Tamil and Sinhala, the word Sri Lanka operates differently to the English. For the phrase to make sense in Sinhala and Tamil, syntax demands that the word Sri Lanka reasserts the nation-building aspect of what the English title seeks to resist. This tension at the linguistic level surrounds and informs the way we think about the ways we retell our stories. The adoption of our name was also synonymous, I want to add, with our adoption of a trilingual approach. We are the only museum, in fact, in Sri Lanka to practice such. The MMCA is hence a space for sharing. histories that are often contested through the nation-building project. But it is also being shaped and formed as being a space in which artworks are curated in relation to one another, where they can be seen in relationships with each other that in turn tell stories. Our curation is done with fastidious attention to inviting audiences to do close readings of artworks, as we spend lots of investment in the visitor experience. Curatorially, I guess you have to, or I remind my team, that in order to recoup that which has been seen as marginal, lost, you need to give it depth for it to be taken seriously. It is this shift in looking that we are trying to inculcate into our audience. Our first exhibition was called 100,000 Small Tales. It took to task the ways in which a story of an art history in Sri Lanka has been understood, told, written, and spoken about. It positioned each artwork as part of a larger story. The title 100,000 Small Tales intentionally alluded to the sheer volume of artworks that such a story would need to contend with. Artists from both sides of the conflict were included, that is Tamil speaking and Sinhala speaking. The exhibition was intergenerational, trans-historical, and not medium specific. As mentioned, we work with a very heightened sense of describing our research around an artwork, and that work goes into our extended captions and positioning the artwork, not necessarily the artist in an exhibition. In our exhibition labels, we therefore, with this show, invested time and research which led to the creation of these caption booklets. It brought together the exhibition 150 artworks in a first attempt to imagine the history of art through artworks instead of artists, as I mentioned. Another aspect of the storytelling, or another layer, here is a slide that's showing an artwork in front of which we would program conversations. Excuse me. So here is a conversation taking place in front of an artwork, and the conversation is being held in Sinhala. In the galleries in front of a work that was made during the violence that took place in the 90s. The gathering brought together a very important group of contemporary artists, seen sitting here, who formed an artist collective in 2001 called Theatre. I want you to just look in the background though, and you can see this portly profile figure. It's a work by an artist called Aubrey Collette, showing the modernist photographer Lionel Wendt, who was a key figure in creating one of Sri Lanka's first artist collectives of modernist artists, known as the 43 Group. Here they are, the 43 Group. 100,000 Small Tales was hence one of the first exhibitions to look broadly at our art history, juxtaposing contemporary artists with their modern predecessors. In a subsequent exhibition called Encounters, we took this a stage further. We showed these two paintings in conversation with one another. The painting on the left is by an artist called George Keats, who was a key figure in the 43 Group, and the work on the right is by a contemporary artist called Pradeep Talawalkar. The painting on the left by Keats, as you can see, I hope, shows two small heads, two figures in the midst of a loving embrace, where a male-like figure on the right of the painting tenderly touches the face of a female figure. The work, which belongs to the George Keats Foundation, was catalogued with the title, Two Friends, Two Heads. However, when we came to research this work, we discovered something interesting. It was a drawing by Keats that you see on the left, And it was made at the same time. And as you can see, there's a very similar formal resemblance between the painting and the drawing. But the drawing had a different title, the same date, and it was called Mithuna. And in Sinhala, the word Mithuna means friends, but actually lovers. So with this title in mind, if we were to look at this painting again and notice perhaps how Keat noticeably blurs the distinctions between the male and the female, softening the male forms to make them more feminized, and depicting both figures with almost identical lips, irrespective of their gender. The figures appear, therefore, to be more intimate than just friends. The exact nature, however, of their closeness in this particular story we were not privy to. But the drawing that we found does, however, allow us to inquire if these friends were, in fact, maybe lovers. And in fact, they are not from, and if in that fact they are not from different genders, but are the same gender. The fine line in Keats' work between friendship and lovers is a common thread in his practice, particularly in the early 80s. Yet this is not commonly understood in his work in Sri Lanka over and above what people mostly understand about Keats, which is how much his work sells for. As mentioned, we showed the Keat work alongside the work by Pradeep Talawalkar, a contemporary artist. It shows a group of friends, and Pradeep is in this picture. And he's showing himself or depicting himself with his friends and his roommates of the time, 3 of whom are also contemporary artists. The image is very unposed. It captures instead perhaps a moment of frivolity between 6 young men, hanging out simply. Lying slouched next to one another, the figures appear very intimate, suggesting this level of closeness and intimacy between men. The affection of the group is affirmed by the title, Ati Vishesha. Ati Vishesha in Sinhala, when you translate it, means extra special, which takes its title incidentally from a very popular brand of arak, which is an alcoholic drink that you can buy in Sri Lanka, called extra special. So this work we also discovered was two-sided. Every week when we showed it, we turned it around once in the week, and we would share this story of how these two works related to one another. And this was a very simple way of curating a small display that enabled audiences who knew the name George Keat to learn something in detail about one work by him. It was an opportunity to look at George Keat again, anew, through a contemporary lens, through a contemporary artist's work, placed simply next to it. The pairing gave content, the pairing given the content, I should say, also allowed us to program talks in the gallery that discussed issues or topics around gender and same-sex relationships. Early on in our exhibition program at the MMCA, we wanted to do an exhibition of architecture, because modern architecture in Sri Lanka, given the size of the island, we are a country of 20 million, provides valuable contributions to global architectural history. Yet, this is something that is not reflected in accounts or stories of modern architecture internationally. Our first exhibition, hence looking at architecture, took the subject of the architect Minute de Silva as its focus. Rather than looking at the entirety of her work, we chose to look at a single project, remembering what I said earlier about if you want to recoup what is lost, go deep. De Silva's book, however, which was a book that she spent the last 5 years of her life working on, shown here, provided us with the only primary information that we had to look at this one project. And it included only 6 spreads in the book, looking at a scheme called the Watapalua Housing Scheme. The Watapalua Housing Scheme was a scheme completed in Sri Lanka in 1958, and it heralded a new form of social housing in Sri Lanka, which was designed with the participation of its users. Our exhibition explored how this particular housing scheme was so ahead of its time in providing affordable accommodation for a diverse ethno-religious community, and there was who were all mainly government and civil servants. But when we set out to curate this exhibition, we only had the book. There was a noticeable absence of artifact. Drawings, models, etc. did not exist. So how then do you go about retelling?
Ms. Sharmini, sorry, time is up. So maybe you can continue the presentation 1 or 2 minutes again.
Let me go through. How do you go about telling a story when you have no artifacts? Well, we turned to 3 contemporary artists to do that, who made a documentary animation. And they introduced puppets like the one you see here, and that became our artifact. And they continued to draw, which also contributed to further items that came into our exhibition. I'm just going to gloss over here relationships that I just suppose were important to be making about the centers of knowledge production. The photograph on the far side there is in Europe, the Siam conference that took place after World War II, in juxtaposition with Marg magazine. And where we go to with the exhibition was being able to actually create, or this knowledge creation was something that was able to contribute to a larger scholarship on international Global South architecture, which incidentally was left out of a MoMA publication and exhibition that happened in 2023. So it was very important, I think, to note that. I just want to go back here, give me 30 seconds, because we started with this slide, and the person I wanted to really focus on was the person speaking to the children, which is Sundar Pandey, who's one of my curators in the team. It's one of the biggest things that we are going to contend with, and that we are contending with, is the need to train our staff. And I think one of the things I'm hearing coming out is the importance of training. And when we have started our training programs, we have created something called the Museum Intensive. And every time we do a Museum Intensive, and in this case it was with the Dutch Embassy and the Rijnwaard Academy, we extended out to other organizations in Sri Lanka. And this was working with another 18 organizations. So whilst we look forward to becoming, I suppose, the grown-up museum, we're still involved in this silent phase right now of practicing what it is like and what it means to have a museum of modern and contemporary art in Sri Lanka.
Okay, give applause to Ms. Sharmini. Well, everybody, I have to inform that Ms. Sharmini cannot join from the whole session because she has to go flight. So before she go, I would like to open session for the interactive session for Q&A only for Ms. Sharmini and his presentation. So I think I would like to call the first or second question from the audience. Please raise your hand if you want to know more about the contemporary museum, modern and contemporary museum in Sri Lanka. No? Okay. If no, I would like to ask something that how to Ms. Sharmini. Oh, okay. Any question from, okay, one and, okay.
Hello, my name is Fatima. I am a museum enthusiast from Bogor. I want to ask, what are the challenges in museum? What are the challenges to curate? Okay. To curate contemporary art in Sri Lanka, because I heard from your presentation there are many things about gender equality and sexual orientation too. So, what are the challenges in Sri Lanka about to educate them about that in contemporary arts? Thank you.
Okay, Miss Fatima, any other questions?
That's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? We will collect the question first before Miss Charmini answer the all collection answer the question. Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Over
Thank
there.
you so much. Yeah. My name is Merah. I'm working as museum educator in Museum Indonesia at Museum Indonesia. So maybe we have the same condition because we are part of the global south country. I would like to ask you about what we are facing now in our museum, that there's a lack of educations between of students in Indonesia, especially students from Jakarta and students outside Jakarta. So it's really hard to engage students coming from outside Jakarta to join our program, public programs and our activities because of the lack of educations. So I would like to ask you about your perspective. In Sri Lanka, did you face the same situations and how you handle the situation? Thank you so very much.
Okay, could you please mention your name again?
My name is Merah.
Maura.
Merah.
Merah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, have two questions from first Fatima and the second one from the Merah. It's about challenge. About challenge. From Fatima, asks about challenge to curating the contemporary art, art in a museum, and Merah asks about the challenge about to engage students.
Thank you for the questions. Let me do the first one. The challenges of working with, if I understood it, contemporary artists in a museum context. I think these are opportunities, and the opportunity I hope that I was trying to convey was that it was the contemporary artists that were able to carry out research in the absence of, let's say, value-laden artifacts when we were trying to curate our exhibition on the architect Minette de Silva. So we have to remember too that artists are absolutely phenomenal, mostly researchers as well, if they are commissioned and if they are supported in the commissioning process. And the work that they can produce is something that I think we don't always understand as perhaps research, but I would say for us it has always been a very positive experience. And in Sri Lanka, the opportunity that the modernists had to show their work in museums was not the case. So we are very keen to ensure that that does not happen to contemporary artists. And so partly also for us to help people to understand a little bit more about the connections is why we juxtapose the contemporary with the modern. And it's also questioning what do we mean by contemporary and what do we mean by modern, because at one stage those modern artists like George Keats were contemporary. So maybe that was a small way to answer this very big question. And the second question was about engaging students to come, and this is actually so important. In Sri Lanka, we don't have a ready-made audience for museums of modern and contemporary art. We go to the museum when we're children, and it's a very passive, very unmemorable experience. So people just do not have this kind of mindset in their free time as they get older to come and visit a museum. But when they go abroad, it's there. It's one of the top 2 things or 3 things they do. They will visit a museum. So we really had to create
an audience in different ways. So one of the things that we have done is we did, and again, I take it back to the curatorial. So my curatorial team, one of the first tasks that they did was for 6 months, alongside their research, they did a curatorial mapping of all the education institutions in our parish, around us, because what we needed to do was establish relationships with them. Because until we have a permanent museum, because the other way to do it is the point being that with the curatorial understanding of the schools and any educational, any institution that has a student population, we then did a curriculum mapping. And it was horrific to find, and so upsetting to see that in this national curriculum, what is taught when it comes to modern and contemporary art. So we are also trying to talk to the government. Every 7 years, they change the curriculum at the national level to try to influence how some of the other artists can get spoken about. So this is just one small thing we do. But if the ministries of education tell the students of the national schools to visit, that is how, very simply, you bring in the audiences. So our national museums have that audience, whereas we don't. So we have to do our work with outreach and bringing audiences to us in very different ways. And in the very beginning, for the first 2 years, we've had some difficulties because we came out of the pandemic. We had an economic crisis, a political crisis. And so actually trying to get people to visit us has been really challenging. But what we saw was 2 things. One was it was very event-driven. So our public programs, which I didn't even touch on, are a huge part of what we did. We do public programs in 3 languages. We do all kinds of things inside the gallery spaces. We don't have the privilege of an education space, and I'm so pleased. We do it all inside the gallery, in front of the artworks, speaking to the artworks. But what also happens is the second thing that I wanted to mention is we have now moved from people visiting us for events to just coming because there's the intent to visit. And from the beginning to now, our audience figure, daily average visitors, gone up by 300%. So that is the audience engagement at a very small level, showing us that we're doing something right. But it's, I think, a bigger discussion about how to bring audiences in, which will happen later on.
Yeah, thank you. That's enough. Okay, give applause to Miss Sharmini. Thank you, Miss Sharmini. I know you have to go, but sorry for the committee, before she has to go, can we take a picture together first? Okay. Before Miss Sharmini has to go, we can take a picture first in a complete panel.
We would like to express our deepest gratitude for Ms. Sharmini. Thank you so much for being present in today's event.
We'll move on to the second speaker, Mr. Marlo Bandem. He would like to discuss about Sakam Museum. So 20 minutes, yours, Mr. Bandem.
Thank you, Fajar. Selamat siang, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Salam budaya, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, cultural greetings to you, unity in diversity, Rahayu, well wishes to you all. My name is Marlo Bandem, and I would like to present a number of initiatives that we have experienced, that we have done in the past. And today, the title of the presentation is the new narratives of Bali in the modern era. And I will be discussing a number of initiatives that we have done. First of all, definitely the Bali 1928 archives, and then we will relate that also to a Web3 platform called Quantum Temple, and to end I will discuss about a number of narratives, not only by foreigners, scholars, historians, storytellers, and as we can see, you know, Hikman Paul, The Last Paradise, talking about this untouched utopia, the final bastions of paradise. And you know, Nehru, when he was in Sanur, he was really amazed about the sunrise that came about, and he was talking more about the religious and spiritual aspects of Bali. And we can go on, and you know, during the new regime, you know, part of the development of tourism in Indonesia, we have Bali, bersama lestari indah, clean, safe, sustainable, and definitely beautiful. And we keep continuing on. We work with a number of curators from Western Australia, Rick Spencer and Chris Hill, and the theme of the exhibition was Bali Return Economy. Doesn't have anything to do with the returns of money from Bali or Australia, you know, to each other, but it actually shows you the proximity of Bali, you know, for neighboring countries, especially Western Australia. They need, these teenagers, their first experience going abroad or holiday or vacation is actually to Bali, because you only need a return economy to come and enjoy Bali. And we have Adrian Pickers, he's taking it more seriously about how, you know, Bali is a construction, the idea of Bali has been changing as a construction, and it's been commodified, you know. That's why he's challenging the idea that Bali is not actually the best paradise, Bali is a paradise created by all of us. And, you know, when you come to Bali, you will definitely hear about bikinis, beach, and building. And also, if you're on media social, you would know about the idiots in Bali, how people, you know, mostly foreigners, are behaving badly in Bali. So these are the ever-changing narratives about Bali. And, you know, as a tribute to the great Michael Kobardias, he was also, you know, he already expressed his concern during the 1930s about, you know, the mass invasions of tourists in Bali. So, when we think about the narratives for us in Bali, you know, we are in the center of this, you know, opposite of paradigms. When we think that our culture, especially the Balinese culture, is the best, you know, and then we tend to block, you know, foreign influences that we have actually, enrich culture, then we find ourselves to become in this area of Sino-India and also Southeast, you know. And on the other spectrum, you know, when we think that the Balinese culture, you know, the Indonesian culture is not no more relevant to what's going on right now, the heritage are not important, then if we solve everything from abroad, then definitely we will find ourselves in the domain of cultural abandonment, yeah? And we are really put out of our cultural roots. So we are lucky that in Bali, you know, from past experiences, we have this resilience, this flexibility to talk about, you know, how we own our narratives, and then how we part of unity and diversity, and definitely when we are in touch with our narratives, we are able to control and make sure that we fix all of these concepts. And this picture is one of, you know, the relevant ways that we do. This is talking about the Peggyat. Peggyat is the lightning fast technique of the gamelan, rising Bali and and, you know, as a tribute to that, you know, these are the new languages, the visual languages that we present and try to communicate with the public. And this art installation is by the art project. It's called Infinity. And this is a fact, you know, when I talk about, you know, how the Balinese have this, projections of changing narratives. To your right, you know, is a relief wall statue that is found in the most sacred area of the Diharapkan temple in North Bali. When Winyan Otoyani will come, you know, the great Krishna Bali, came to Bali, and he was cast by the first thing that he did, he assembled his body, and then he went around the island, especially on Bali, and it was such a spectacular scene for the Balinese, seeing this light-skinned man with his nose, with his mustache and his blonde hair, really going about really fast on this vehicle that we never seen before. How could he become so balanced, on this bicycle? And the Balinese definitely kept their distance. They are not sure if this is the gods of the Sakti temple coming about. They're not so sure. But luckily, he has a different approach to the other. That's called the social time. The first thing, the next thing that he did was to actually slow down, and then he parked his bicycle, and then he took out from his bag sketchbook and a pencil, and he started drawing all these organized that he saw in Bali, which made the Balinese come closer and closer, being connected, communicating, and then become united in terms of the artistry and the aesthetics. What does this show? This shows that Balinese are not afraid of new people, not afraid of new ideas, not afraid of new things, as long as these foreign influences come with an artistic or artistic approach. If you come to Bali, this is witnessed also by Kami in 1906. He came to Bandung in Denpasar, witnessed great better hutan, and you can see if foreign influences do come to Bali to live under her, to live in Pertiwi, then you will be greeted, by delegates and speakers. And the story continues. In 1970, there was this big earthquake that destroyed the Buddha temple, and decades after that, the next generation were reminded and remembered that there was this great message of openness that needs to be sustained in the next generation. And what did they do? They give Yuan Kam the Balinese treatment. Yeah. So to the left, you can see how he is becoming more Balinese. The wheels are transforming into lotuses and the Trisula, and then you can see he's wearing the Balinese headdress and also the saddle. Yeah. So this is how we make relevant of our past, because we put our positions in the positions of Akitan and Kawakamana, the cycle of past, present, future that never ends. Okay? So with that, with the three initiatives that we have done, that we are continuing to do, we present a different narrative. The narrative is called the threats of Bali, which concerns that definitely the Balinese are key to the spirituality. They are defined by the spirituality, the aspects of the Bali, the Dharma and Karma, the righteousness and also the fruits of your actions, which then is revealed in terms of the aesthetic of religion, and how you present everything in such a beautiful way. Because Balinese, you would have the Siwa, the goodness of the mind, you would have the Satya, the righteousness of action, but most of that doesn't really indicate if you cannot present it in such a sudana, and which come to the idea of Bali that comes from this fusion of foreign influences, so the open-heartedness of the Balinese to accept and select and nominate and select the foreign influences that make up Bali today. And this does not only end to the 1930s, it's continuing to this day, including all of you. Okay, so when we talk about the lands of the narratives of Bali, it's one. So when we started the Balinese archives, the first thing that we did, was actually saying yes, without even understanding so much about the calculation. And with that, it started to become such an expensive calculation project way before the government of Indonesia has, released the Undang-Undang Pemajuan Kebudayaan 2017, Ordinance 2017, Cultural Advancement Law. So we worked with a number of prestigious archives from the USA, the UCLA, post-colonial archive, and then from Mexico, we worked closely with the Foundation, and also So definitely, the first one, what we term as create learn. Yes, we still don't have the facility, the capabilities or the facilities to invite, archivists to come, this and that. But however, we do go out to the public. Yeah? We present them with 20% of our collection, with things that, representation of content and stuff, and we also request the community to also showcase their history. And, the popular, the public measure, the cinema community, where we go around the island and showcase the footage, not only to but also to request identification, how to identify all the footage that we have. And then we do cross-program archives. People tend to read the archives and who we do what and definitely the community-based population is so many stories about this. However, what we mean by this is that we ask our people also give us material that are related to our archives to embrace the idea and education of it all. Archives definitely documentation, research, but the key part of it is that they are already gaining support where the youngsters can use the archival materials for new arts. Yeah? So these are the things, and definitely we are, in talks, and we already done a number of efforts to have more from other archives, including the conference. Now we move on, from 2013 to 2022, we found ourselves, in the pandemic, and suddenly the world was disconnected. And what we did was, a dear friend, Linda, she was introduced to me by a good friend, and then if Linda is the high priest, then I'm the temple priest, and we are part of the quantum temple. You cannot find quantum temple in Lalu, quantum temple only exists in the clouds, but basically quantum temple is a Web3 platform for cultural organization using technology of blockchain and cryptocurrency. So many things that we do the Web3 inclusion, and then we have the cultural heritage, and this is the new way of the narrative of culture, documentation. My favorite is the cultural artifacts and it's the physical development where we combine the whole physical artifact, and definitely we are pushing forward the temple to become part of the regular tourism. I was honored to become the director of the adalah, and we get a check to the artifacts, so you can follow and post, and when you're not interested in the money or everything, you definitely can exchange it. So now we go to the last one. This is Saka Museum. Very important to be part of this, and you can see the museum is specifically built, in the last rounds of adalah, and has been recognized as the Time Magazine's World Greatest Places. We are so proud of that, and it concerns the idea of unity. When we talk about unity or the Saka Mulia, the Balinese New Year, foreigners have to go, and then go to back home, and then all of the Balinese abroad expatriates was to pass home because unity is one of a kind, and that is the idea of unity, and this is our aspect about it. It's about the victorious body, and then the prosperous body, and definitely the peaceful body. Yeah. So currently, in addition to our own center, the state-of-the-art conservation lab, we do have the overall energy exhibition, and we are completing more and more social and about that. Because if you think about it, unity is not only about rituals, and it shows you how the Balinese do know how to party, and they also know how to really do the silence of New Year. And just to give you context in terms of the storytelling, unity considering that my average motorcycle would be consumed 4 liters of gasoline a day and 5 liters a day, and actually, just for having 1 day of science in Bali for the ecology, we say we reduce carbon dioxide emission 54,000 tons a day, which equals, the planting of 900,000 trees that would absorb the same amount of carbon dioxide emissions. That also relates to the idea of, 11.7 cars not being on the road. So there are so many messages that we can learn from the bee, and I do believe we are, among the 33 regions in Bali, one of the biggest, and we do hope that you would find the time to come, not only to enjoy the ocean and learn from it and collaborate with it, but we do, every one of you to really enjoy what we celebrate as bee. And to close, pengolahan karang sawah, karang alaki guna susun dan in the light of life to cultivate oneself with the seeds of knowledge, so we can become fruitful for others. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Wow, the exactly time, 20 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Bandem, for the captivating presentation. So we move on to the third speaker. Yeah, move on to the third speaker is Mr. Victor Kageo. Same with Mr. Bandem, you have a 20 minutes for the presentation. Time is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being here in this beautiful place, and thank you very much for listening to me. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of this event, especially the Indonesian Hidden Heritage, of course the unique project ICON and INTECOM, and of course the Spanish Embassy for inviting me to be here. During these few minutes we are going to share, I intend to explain you how a very historical institution, an institution with deep roots in history, like Prado Museum, is now opening to new narratives that the society is requiring. But first of all, permit me to introduce you Prado Museum. Prado Museum is a cultural institution with more than 200 years of history, located in Madrid, in Spain. And the first thing I want to tell you is that we have a known law. It's not a normal question between the Spanish state's institutions, but only the Queen Sofia Museum, the National Library, and the Royal Theatre have a similar law. Thanks to this law, we have our own budget and our own staff of mostly almost 500 people. Now, Prado Museum is the most visited museum in Spain, with more than 3 million visitors in 2023, and I have to say to you that in this year, in 2024, we are increasing this number in 7%, more or less. We are located in the center of the city, in the center of Madrid, near to other major tourist attractions, like, for example, Retiro Park, or the main square, or the Royal Palace. And we have a campus in the center of Madrid, composed by 5 buildings. 4 then are ancient buildings. The main one is the Villanueva building, designed by Juan de Villanueva at the end of the 18th century, but not for a fine arts museum, but for a science museum. The second building is called Jerónimo's building because it is built around the remains of the Hieronymus monastery, this cloister, this classical cloister. But this building was opened to public in 2007. And we have two more ancient buildings for Prado Museum that are the remains of the ancient Roman palace of Buen Retiro. The ballroom that is called now the Casón is the library of the museum, is this building you are looking for. Of this royal collection is at the end of the Middle Ages with the monarchs of the Trastamara. The royal collection was in the 17th century with kings like Philip IV, who ordered the construction of this ancient royal palace, the royal palace of Buen Retiro, for accumulating their collections. But at the beginning of the 18th century, King Charles II died without descendant, and a new reigning dynasty came to Spain, the French one, the Bourbons, with a new taste, and all the things changed for the royal sides. In fact, on Christmas Eve in 1734, the ancient palace, the ancient Alcázar of the Habsburg dynasty burned down, and it was necessary to build a new palace. So with the new palace, the new architects, the new taste, the royal factories of the Bourbons, a great part of the royal collection was moved to Estrage. And when at the beginning of the 19th century, the King Ferdinand VII came to Spain after the French War, he and his wife, this woman, Isabella de Braganza, they decided to create a fine art museum with part of the collection. So they chose for put this museum the building that was constructed for the science museum that was unfinished because of the war. And in this building, the museum was inaugurated in 1819. This was a museum of the king, and after a museum of the crown, and in 1869, a museum of the state, the national museum we have now in Spain. So, we are going to talk now about museography. In the beginning of the museum in 1819, only 3 rooms in the North Rotunda were occupied with only 300 paintings. Then it was, all the entire building was transformed into a museum. From the 1830s onwards, the sculptures were incorporating with painting, but I have to say to you that sculptures and paintings were always displayed separately, and you can see that in this picture of Isabel II gallery with the paintings displayed on the upper floor and the sculptures displayed on the ground floor. During the 19th century, the collections were displayed as in all the museums in Europe in an accumulated manner, with the paintings covering all the wall from the floor to the ceiling, perhaps for demonstrating the relevance of the. But at the end of the 19th century, the criteria changed completely, and the accumulation was replaced by the selection of the discourse and organizing galleries dedicated to a master or to a school or to a country. So at Prado, the first one was the gallery dedicated to Velázquez in 1899, but after Velázquez, we have other galleries dedicated. Very few furniture elements and unstandardized graphic information system. This is, I think, the main characteristics of the museography of Prado Museum, and above all, the absolute prominence of the collections, the protagonists of our museum. It's a conservative museography, but we are all the time improving the museography, improving the architectonical facilities, improving the architectonical characteristics of the galleries. And one example is this new gallery of Flemish painting opened in 2018, for example. And now we are working in a new project for replacing all the elements in the museography, like, for example, the showcases, the pedestals, or the collection supports, and in another project for update the graphic system of the museography. And I think that we are developing the two projects in 2024 and 2025. But we have now, as I said before, an opening to other narratives, and I can tell you what is the point for this change, for changing the way of working. But I want to talk about this exhibition, Reencuentro, that was opened in Prado Museum after the mandatory closure of 3 months because of the COVID pandemic. The director of the museum decided in this exhibition, Reencuentro, a meeting, I can say, to exhibit the collections that were always exhibited separately together for organizing new dialogues. And we have now at the galleries of the Prado interchronological dialogues as hearse of this exhibition. For example, for understand the influence of the old masters in modern masters. For example, the influence of El Greco in Sorolla, or Rivera in Fortuny, even using contemporary art pieces. You know that the contemporary art collection is out of Prado collections in the creation of the Queen Sofia Museum, the National Contemporary Art Museum of Spain, but sometimes we use collections of contemporary art for organizing these interchronological dialogues. And we have also a program called the Guest Work for organizing interchronological dialogues, but with collections from other institutions. The last one, this beautiful still life by Zurbarán from the Norton Simon Museum in Pasadena, California. There are several projects to improve the exhibition in the galleries that are updating the discourses, incorporating contemporary approaches, like, for example, in these new galleries of the 19th century collections. And we have several galleries with rereading. We are in this gallery rereading chronological rooms. For example, organizing themes around periods, masters, or artistic movements. For example, this about artists are being influenced by Leonardo. We are incorporating also other voices to our speech. For example, opening to voices of masters, of great artists of other lands, of the ancient overseas provinces of Spain. And one example is the exhibition at Prado Museum of this screen of the conquest of Mexico, of this irregular art, or for example the incorporation of portraits by Philippine masters, not only at the galleries of the 19th century painting, but also in temporary exhibitions, like for example this exhibition about the century of the portrait that are now on display in several cities of Spain. We are also deepening into the creative process, talking about the artists not only as a creator but also as a person, putting portraits of the artist in his or her studio, sketches, first drawings, and of course we are deepening into the inclusion of gender focus starting a new role for the women and above all for the female artists. We are including a lot of works of female artists.
And to enrich that, we rely on artworks. Yeah. So for every ritual that concerns with the celebrations of Nyepi, we represented it with artworks. And we believe the power of tradition. So we do not rely so much with audiovisual and lighting for the Ogogo experience, However, we are, establishing a number of other contemporary exhibitions that concerns the silent day itself. So that is coming, so feel free to check out our website at sakamuseum.org for updates, yeah. And that is how we build, the connection. And when you see the design itself was designed by Mitsubishi Jisho, one of the famous studios in Japan. When they did it, not only that it was specifically built for the 12-meter Ogogo, yeah, and the sloping roof is actually a tribute to the philosophies of Bali, Sagara Gunung, the mountains and the seas, the heavens and the purification. So you have that, and it's also, it has, the museum itself is 3 levels, but it's also built visually to connect with other facilities at the resort. So the top that you saw was actually ground floor. Yeah? So we have a mezzanine for the immersive, for the interactive, and then you have the Ogogo galleries, and downstairs we have the, the other facilities, the auditorium, knowledge center, the heritage gallery, everything's there. So it's also built to connection to the estate itself, because when you talk about the estate, the Ayana Bali, Ayana means sanctuary. So the idea is to make sure that every visitors that come to Bali, they have an authentic experiences, well curated, experiences about Bali before they go out. So that's it.
Well, give applause to Mr. Bandem, right? It's great. And yeah, for Mr. Victor, after you present a good presentation, I'm curious how to make sure the huge museum and the many collection and the Museum of Prado can engage with the visitor. I think like if visitor have to move from the one collection to the final collection, I think so. So how to make sure visitor engage with the narrative of the museum itself, on the collection itself?
Prado, we have, I don't know, I think it's, we are very lucky because we have a very, very ancient and important collection made by masterpieces by masters. So we have a lot of people, we have a lot of visitors that goes to the museum only for the question of seeing Las Meninas or seeing Goya or seeing, we have the names of the big painters. So a part of this visitors goes to Prado only for seeing these masters that you can see in all the books of history of art. But I can share with you a question that are now that have all the staff that are working now at Prado very surprising, because now we are having, as I told you, more visitors this year than the year before, and the year before the year before. The number of visitors of Prado are increasing, but the number of visitors of the temporary exhibitions is not increasing. We have less visitors for the temporary exhibitions and more for the permanent collection. So it's true that all the activities that Prado organizes with the collection or for the collection but dedicated to public, are working well, I think. With social media, for example, very important at Prado, with the TikTok, with the Instagram, yeah. I invite you to know the TikTok of the Prado and the Instagram of the Prado. We have all the days at 10 in the morning, Spanish time, an Instagram about a question, a situation, a news in the museum, and it's okay, but also with the website and also with the activities, the educational activities, and all the relations between Prado and other institutions and other cultural and educational institutions in Spain. We have a lot of visitors of every age and every places also.
Well, thank you. Give applause to Mr. Victor. Now we would like to move on to a Q&A session. We only have 10 minutes, so.
Question is for the two speakers.
Sorry, your speak is not clear enough.
Okay. I want to ask for the two honorable speakers, is it the visitor's perspective and also a segmented audience is important for the operations of your museums and influence and their influence to the objects that being displayed on your museums? That is the first one. And the second one is, what are the strategies to make it relatable and understandable to those segmented audience? For me, from my studies, I make a case study from the Gen Zs and also younger generations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kesia. Okay, one more question. Feel free, Mas. Monggo silahkan. Saya sudah, yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah, so I'll be speaking in English. Hello, my name is Sabila. I'm an independent researcher and a curator in training. I would like to ask the question to Pak Marlo. Terima kasih banyak untuk presentasinya sebelumnya. It's really inspiring to see how you give life to all these new archives and take a huge part in representing Bali through the eyes of local. So I have a question about a common challenge in the realm.
Sorry, Miss Sabila, I cannot clearly hear your voice.
Oh.
Because we have no monitor. Right.
Oh, okay. Right. So I have a question about a common challenge in the realm of museum education. There's always the tension whether a museum narrative is being created more for foreign visitors or for the local community. So for example, many things in your museum are still part of everyday life in Bali, like the ceremonies or the dances, and there's often the risk of presenting them in an Orientalist perspective. And as we also know that Balinese culture is also rich with complex philosophies that are maybe difficult for foreigners to understand if they don't fully understand, if they don't really spend so much time being immersed in the culture. So how do you balance these two perspectives in your exhibitions to connect with different audience? For example, from foreign tourists or people from Jakarta to Balinese people themselves. And could you maybe share an example of how do you tackle this challenge in your museum? Thank you once again, and I'd definitely love to visit your museum sometime.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sabila. I think enough from the first session, from the 3 questions first, and we can move on to the second session. But let speaker to answer first about the third question itself. From Mr. Komar to Pak Marlo.
Yes, thank you, Pak Komar. Your questions about the manuscripts or lontar, very interesting. Yes, we do have a number of collection of palm manuscripts, the lontar with various themes dengan beberapa genre yang kemudian memang bukan diserahkan langsung oleh masyarakat. So it was not donated directly to the museum by the communities. The museum acquired all of these palm manuscripts. Yeah? And however, we work closely with the communities to read, interpret, and translate all of these manuscripts so it becomes more accessible to public. So we have the best of both worlds, the traditional, the physical aspects of it, and all the new materials, yeah, is through digital medium, yeah. And then, Keisha, I'm so sorry I couldn't get your point, but I think it's important, so feel free to, we'll get together after this, and definitely I would love to, answer your question. And be reminded that if there's more questions for both of us, we're having difficulties to hear on the stage, so if the organizers can write it down, and then definitely we'll get back to all of you, to answer all of your questions. And I believe that you also have access to all the presentations, so feel free to grab the one from the organizers. Yep. There's a question for you, number 2, but I didn't get it.
We have all the time, currently, studios about the public, for knowing better the public, for knowing better the how are our visitors and how is the interest of our visitors. And so we are all the time studying that questions for organizing not only the temporary exhibition, but other activities that we are thinking that are that the visitors need or the visitors want to see at the museum. It's really that, as you know, and as I have said before, we have collections that must be all the time on the museum, must be all the time in the exhibition, like the Meninas or the Majas by Goya. But yeah, it's true that we are organizing changes and new activities in relation with that questions that we know now about the visitors. We know now a lot of things about the visitors because they related to us all the time with by several medias, like for example, as I told before, the social media.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Victor. And for Miss Sabila, actually, yeah, Sabila, right, Miss Sabila, actually, we cannot hear your voice clear in the stage. So after this moment, we can discuss, we can make a moment with Pak Marlo Bandem. Okay, so yeah.
But Fajar, as Marlo said, feel free for write us or for demanding us all your doubts, because if we can, we are going to explain you what you need.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Victor. Please give applause to the whole speaker in the stage. Yes, actually, I want to make a new session from the interactive, but the timekeeper notes us that the time for the discussion is time's up. So before we mingle again, please give the last statement about your presentation to the audience, please.
Well, for closing the panel, I wish you very luck with the new museums and the new museography here in Jakarta and Indonesia, and very luck with the new National Museum opening in next month. And I hope that this seminar, the Museum Forward, will be very interesting for you.
Thank you, and you, Mr. Bandem.
So there would not be any culture left if you guys don't go out to the archives, cultural centers, and museums. So please come to museums. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give applause, more applause for our speaker and all of you. Thank you and see you next forum. Thank you, Mr. Marlo. Thank you, Mr. Victor.
I would like to thank Pak Marlo, Mr. Victor, and Mas Fajar for the first panel session of the day. And now we would like to invite all speakers and our moderator to take a group picture together to conclude our first panel session of the day. Please, everybody, please give a round of applause for our first panel session of the day.
I also just want to ask, because I see a lot of hands that are being raised, I don't want you to be frustrated for not being able to ask your questions. Feel free to come up to the experts of the panels and ask them your questions. They are here for that as well, for interactions with you. It's not because you didn't get to ask your question during the panel that you cannot ask it afterwards. So please come forward and ask your questions after. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte, for the information. So if the audience wants to personally ask a question to our experts and also our panelists, please feel free to do so. And ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, we would like to move forward into the second panel session of the day, which focuses on Indonesian cultural heritage and representation in international museums. The session is moderated by Ibu Safitri Sastrawan of the Indonesian Institutes for the Arts, ISI Denpasar, who will introduce the speakers. Ibu Safitri Sastrawan is an arts and language professional. She is currently a rector at the Indonesian Institute of the Arts, ISI Denpasar. She is also active in the Rupa Bali and Gurat Institute collectives. Safitri has curated a number of exhibitions including Merayakan Murni with Ketemu projects on 2015 to 2016. And her writings have been published such as in the Routledge Handbook of Cultural and Creative Industries in Asia in 2019. To Ibu Safitri Sastrawan, the stage is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. Is everyone still here? All good? Yeah, there's some more tea and coffee I saw, so please do take some if you want some refreshment. So this panel is titled Indonesian Cultural Heritage and Representation in International Museums. So we will be having 3 experts coming from 3 countries that especially have specific Indonesian collections. So this panel is gonna happen differently again. So this panel is gonna have each expert coming, and then they will go down because they want to see each other's. And then after that, we'll have the discussion together. So for the first up, there is Horikawa Lisa. Horikawa Lisa is the Senior Curator and Director, Curatorial and Collections at the National Gallery, Singapore, overseeing the strategic development and enhancement of accessibility for its collections, including artwork and archives. Her current research interest is on the comparative examination of intersecting modernisms in Southeast Asia, East Asia, and beyond during the first half of the 20th century. She was the lead curator of Between Declarations and Dreams, Art of Southeast Asia since the 19th century in 2015, Recollect, The Making of Our Collection 2018, and co-curated Reframing Modernism, Painting from Southeast Asia, Europe and Beyond 2016. Prior to joining the gallery, she was curator at the Fukuoka Asian Art Museum in Japan from 2003 to 2012. To Horika Orisa, the time is yours.
Selamat siang. Thank you, Savitri, for your wonderful introduction. And I would like to also especially take a moment to thank Farah and everyone involved in organizing this wonderful gathering for us. I know it was a massive undertaking. Thank you so much for bringing us together. So National Gallery Singapore opened in November 2015 as a museum dedicated to modern and contemporary art of Southeast Asia and Singapore. Despite this heavy sort of presence of the historical monuments of the former Supreme Court and the City Hall buildings that house the museum today, giving the impression that the museum has been there since the colonial period. We are actually still a relatively young museum, celebrating our 10th anniversary only next year. With our curatorial vision, focusing on writing, rewriting, reflexively rewriting the art histories of Southeast Asia, its collection anchored in 3 key pillars: Singapore, Southeast Asia, and modern ink, has developed progressively over the last 10 years. And I'm really grateful for given this opportunity to speak today because it allowed me to sort of pause and reflect back on the last 10 years of the journey that the collection has taken. So this is the overview of the geographical composition of our collection. As you can see, of more than 8,500 works, Singapore still comprises the large majority, around 70%, followed by Malaysia, our closest neighbor, and Indonesia at approximately 5%, about 407 artworks. So it's the Indonesia collection at the National Gallery is by no means a large collection. Now, despite the relatively short history of the National Gallery Singapore as a museum, the history of the gallery's collection actually has a much longer historical trajectory that traces back its origin to the mid-20th century. Here I'm giving you a snapshot of the museological genealogy in Singapore, starting with the Raffles Library and Museum, established in the late 19th century. And later you start to see that the Visual Arts Museum gradually sort of branches out to form its own institution, starting with the National Museum Art Gallery in 1976, which was housed in the current National Museum of Singapore building, and followed by the establishment of Singapore Art Museum, established in 1996. It continues to exist, SAM continues to exist today. So lastly, coexisting with SAM, we came into our opening in 2015. So the museological genealogy in Singapore is very much inscribed and manifested in the collection, Indonesia collection of the gallery. The collection as a whole, so not just the Indonesia collection, but as a whole, begins its history in 1960 when Malayan art philanthropist and the film magnate Dato Lokuanto donated more than 100 artworks from his collection to Singapore, where at a time when there was no established art institution. So his hope was that one day, he wanted to see his collection being housed in an art institution. So of the collection that Dato Lokwanto donated, there were 3 works by Indonesian artists, the solo-born painter Sabto Hedoyo. And these 3 works, which you see on the right of the slide, sort of marks the beginning of the Indonesian collection of visual art in Singapore. Yeah. So as you can see, I also included a snapshot of some of the key selection of artworks from the Dato Lok's donation in the middle. It's really, comprising of works by a great range of Malayan artists or later Malaysian, artists, as well as Sabto Hedoyo's work. I guess the regional sort of inclination for the eventual visual art institution in Singapore was already present from the very beginning. The history of the Indonesian collection, I would divide them into 4 key phases. So as I mentioned earlier, Dato Lok's donation in the 1960s, followed by the National Museum Art Gallery, which comprised primarily of artist donations. So here you see images of Afandi's works, Li Mangfong's portrait of his friend, and the Basuki Abdullah's paintings, all of which were donated by the artists themselves between the 70s to the subsequently to the 80s. And then, following the establishment of Singapore Art Museum, of course, that was when, a clear sort of central focus on the regional modern and contemporary art was first very much sort of pronounced, announced by Sam and put to the central guiding direction for collection building. So that between from Sam's inception to the subsequent decades, that was when our collection sort of grew significantly. And 3 years prior to the opening of National Gallery, we underwent a very extensive process of reallocating what used to be in Sam's collection, at least part of it, into the gallery's collection. And it was only after 2009 when National Gallery as an entity was formally established that we started collecting also autonomously as National Gallery. So the gallery's collection, as you can see, is like a palimpsest of the different collecting histories that are ingrained. So not only did we start to collect in 2009, we also inherited the collections that were developed by our predecessors. Yeah. So one of the major tasks we started at the gallery in our early days, and it actually continues to today, is to unpack such record of the history of the different historical layers in our collection. This morning, Dr. Hilma gave a very, very inspiring presentation and speech, keynote speech, and he commented on how provenance information or the origins of where the collection came from was often scarce. That was exactly the same situation. So when I joined National Gallery in about 2012, I could see, yes, the collection metadata in our database, but there was very little information that told us about where they came from, and that translates to sort of an identity crisis for any new institution, right? Because you can't define where you come from, and its collection is like an identity of any institution. So I think the process of reclaiming our own history and writing histories that continues today is very much part of what we have been doing. And just to sort of supplement that, I mean, due to the museological transformation that I laid out earlier, the collection documentations have also been dispersed across multiple agencies. So it will take many decades to come. Yeah, so I guess so when it comes to collecting for us, it's not only about thinking about our future, thinking about what deserves to be collected, what needs to be preserved for the future, but it's also about looking back and bit by bit, filling in the vacuum, the historical vacuum we see even in our own collection. So I just wanted to share some materials we've been unearthing in recent years through our research. So the Sapto Hedoyo paintings donated by Dato Lokwanto, they may have been sourced originally from one of the several exhibitions the artist held in Singapore and Malaya in the late 1940s as he was sort of raising funds for his subsequent studies overseas, though we have very little, if not nothing at all, that catalogs exactly which artworks were exhibited in these shows except for newspapers. So we can only surmise this. The example you see on the right shows Affandi's self-portrait accession in the mid-1970s when the artist's solo exhibition was organized at the National Museum at the occasion of Affandi receiving an honorary degree from the University of Singapore. So the documentation photo of Affandi creating that self-portrait on site at the exhibition was something we just happened to find as we were looking through a deep corner of a file cabinet that is not being used in our conservation facility. So you never know what comes your way. Concurrently with the work of recording the history of our existing collection, we've also become, I think, over the years, the last 10 years, more self-aware of the key areas of gap in our collection. In terms of medium, it's still very much sort of heavily concentrated on two-dimensional works, paintings, works on paper, and there's much lower representation for sculpture, installation, moving image, etc. Photography has been better in recent years. We've developed a specific, have to see them holistically as well, and we coordinate closely with Sam, we collect. I would like to highlight the key area, aside from mediums and time periods, that we have been really investing our effort in research, works by women artists. When we did an assessment of gender representation in our collection, we realized that close to 90% of the works in our collection are all by male artists, and the figure was even higher for Indonesia collection. So these are just some of the selected key highlights of works by women artists that have joined our collection in recent years, and I would say that the majority of them really, the works are by women artists, we started to kind of see progress in that only in the last decade. I'm just showing you a key sort of snippets of how we are presenting our collection. So as you can see, those of you who haven't visited the gallery, our strength lies in writing and rewriting of art histories and presenting those histories through a regional framework. So by presenting works by Raden Saleh alongside his 19th century counterpart from the Philippines, Juan Luna, or Basuki Abdullah alongside a Filipino beautiful Indies counterpart in the Philippines, Amorisolo, or presenting Gerakan Seni Rupa Baru work by James Supangkat against other conceptual forerunners from Malaysia, such as the image you see lower right, Reza Piadasa. That's how we are presenting our works comparatively with the regional scope. And I think when we not only develop our collection and or display them, conduct research, we are quite conscious of what the other national galleries, national museums, our partners in the region are doing, and it's important for us to think about then, well, how can we contribute to that story and to that narrative making that will provide uniqueness and distinctiveness to both sides, right? So I would see the gallery's narrative that we're presenting as a good complement to those of Filipino photographer Eduardo Masfare and Singaporean painter Ye Zhiwei, all of whom were interested in representing the other and seeing how their artistic strategies differed or could converge in an effective way. So I think that kind of sort of in-depth thematic approach to curating was something that could only have been realized with the further enrichment of our collection. Our project-based exhibitions are largely collection-based. This is another example of a deepening, not only a deepening curatorial research, but also a new aspect that has been able to be made thanks to the contributions made by my colleague Anissa Rahadiningyas. So her research interest lies in modern Islamic aesthetics. So this is a range of works that she has acquired in recent years for the collection, and it's been presented and really opening up a whole new area, not only for collecting, but also making it possible to connect the practices informed by modern Islamic aesthetics in Indonesia for future, perhaps with their counterparts in Malaysia or beyond. So lastly, I would just like to touch on, as we reflect on the last decade of galleries collecting, what are the types of challenges that we are facing or things that we have been making improvements over time. So in terms of the composition of our acquisition committees, when I first joined the gallery, I must say that a large majority of the committee members were comprised of private collectors. And I think this is nothing new for those of us based in the region. Private collections and private sector, private, collectors play a significant, key role, right, in the ecosystem for the arts. They're very important. But at the same time, over the years, we've been making adjustments to the compositions. So now it's much more well-balanced in terms of we're having representations, not only regionally, so we have Farah, she's recently joined our committee. We've had Dr. Mike Susanto from Jogja previously as part of the committee. We have scholars, curators, institutions, both public but also private, academics, and private collectors. So I would say after 10 years, also, sorry, just to add, gender-wise, it's also very well balanced. So it's one aspect that we've seen a significant difference in the last 10 years. In terms of how the collection has been utilized, not only by us, but by others, external parties, we have been receiving a lot of outgoing loan requests from institutions around the world. I think the interest on Southeast Asian modern and contemporary art is definitely deepened in the last decade. But I find it quite a lost opportunity that the collection is primarily being loaned out to Euro-America or East Asia. And so I sometimes wonder, I mean, maybe it's not about the physical going and coming of a collection object, but there are also other ways in which we can facilitate exchange and co-production of knowledge. And I just wanted to share one example as such that I encountered recently, Mapping Philippine Material Culture. It's an initiative that's co-led by a group of Philippine art scholars, including Dr. Maria Pastarosis. And it basically online database of all the Philippine, well, not all, but most of the Philippine objects that they can find in overseas collections. I know it's still very much in the making, but they're hoping that over the years, those who are outside of institutions, outside of these collections, can have a way in which they can intervene and interrogate the way in which the materials are cataloged and also the collecting history, right? So I think it's a very exciting platform, and one in which maybe something similar to that can also be created for Southeast Asia.
Lisa, the time is
Yeah,
up.
I'm almost done. Yeah, and yeah, maybe just the concluding sentence. So as I look back on the last 10 years, I very much desire for and think about how can the practice of collecting be done differently over the next 10, 20 years moving forward. If our attention has been made on sort of filling in the key gaps in our collection in the last 10 years, striking a balance between our attention on canonical figures in art history, but also looking at the critical gaps in our collection. I personally would like to think further about more about the collection shared accessibility, cross-sharing, and also even about the way in which objects are collected, right? Can we imagine a day when a regional co-ownership can also be made? Even though, I mean, Singapore also was a colonized state. As a museum that was established in 21st century, and as we go through this decolonizing process, I do think that these, practices that are taken for granted does need to be critically interrogated, and I really invite you all to work with us in thinking us through these questions, and yeah, I'll leave it at that and leave it more for the discussions later on. Yeah, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Lisa. So, so we've looked at Lisa's presentation, how the past 10 years of the Indonesian collection grew, and she did also touch up on the fact that in the past, in 1890 in particular, that the museums are actually named after Raffles as well, so there is a bit of like colonization remnants, I guess, that's been, that happened as well. And she also focused how there are now around 100 artisan groups, artworks, either in NGS or in SAM. And now that there are more highlighted artworks on the woman artists of Indonesia, and she also showed several exhibition examples that have happened. And on the last note, she also touched on how she desires more cross-sharing and hoping for more discussions in the future. Okay, let's move to the second speaker. Maria, hope I don't say it wrong. Maria Szymanska-Ilnata. Maria Szymanska-Ilnata, PhD, is a curator at the Asia and Pacific Museum in Warsaw, Poland, responsible for the collection of musical instruments and artifacts from Indonesia and Oceania. She graduated in musicology, ethnology, and cultural anthropology from Warsaw University. She studied traditional Javanese dance and music at the Institute of the Indonesian Arts, ISIS, in Surakarta, Indonesia. She conducted a project entitled Musical Culture of Sumatra in the Light of Historical Sources and Contemporary Field Research from 2014 till 2017, funded by the National Science Center as part of the Prelude 5 program. She prepared the first part of the permanent exhibition of the Asia and Pacific Museum, which is devoted to musical culture and instruments from many countries in Asia and Oceania, and the biggest gallery at the permanent exhibition devoted to Indonesia. To Maria, your time is yours.
Good afternoon. At the beginning, I want to express my gratitude to the organizers for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to meet all of you here. And I would like also to thank to the Polish Embassy that gave me this opportunity to be here. So today I would like to share my experience in preparing the Indonesian gallery at the Asia and Pacific Museum in Warsaw, Poland. In 2022, the Asia and Pacific Museum opened the first part of the permanent exhibition that is entitled Journeys to the East. After a small exhibition dedicated to the musical cultures of Asia and the Pacific, which was opened in 2016, this is the museum's first permanent exhibition in its history. The concept of the exhibition is based on the idea that the resident of Warsaw explores the regions of Asia and Oceania, starting with those closest to Poland and moving towards the most distant ones. However, the first part of the exhibition features galleries that were visible to realize due to logistical reasons. Thus, we begin the tour according to the concept, starting with Southwest Asia, moving through Central Asia, and onto Mongolia. And next, we proceed to the Indonesian gallery. It is the only gallery dedicated not to a geographic region, but to a specific country. This is due to the history of our collection. The museum was founded in 1973 by Andrzej Wawrzyniak, who was a sailor and a diplomat, but above all a collector. From an early age, he traveled on ships, reaching many countries in Asia. However, a key moment in his life was when he began working at the Polish Embassy in Indonesia in 1961. It was then that he became interested in Javanese culture and started collecting Chris daggers. Soon, he became attracted to other elements of the local culture and expanded his collecting interests to include masks, textiles, and many more. During his 9-year stay in Indonesia, he accumulated nearly 4,000 objects, which he gradually sent to Poland. In his home country, due to historical and political reasons, knowledge about Indonesia and its cultures was very limited. Poland had no colonies and was itself under foreign rules for a long time. Even during the communist years of the 1960s, only a few citizens could travel. As a result, Andrzej Wawrzyniak's collections gained significant interest. Due to his diplomatic work and frequent trips outside of Poland, he couldn't properly manage his collection himself. However, from the beginning, he aimed to make it serve the Polish people and tried to present it in exhibitions. He established cooperation with the Ethnographic Museum in Krakow, to which he entrusted part of his collection on deposit. The first of the exhibitions was Art of the South Seas, mainly dedicated to Indonesia, but titled differently for political reasons. It was a period when Indonesia saw the overthrow of President Sukarno, and Polish communist authorities prohibited exhibition about the culture of a country where communists were persecuted. Therefore, several objects from other Oceania and Asian countries were added, and the exhibition was organized under the title that did not suggest the objects from Indonesia were its main part. Nevertheless, the exhibition received significant public interest. The Ethnographic Museum in Krakow wanted to purchase Andrzej Wawrzyniak's entire collection, but he did not agree to. He feared that his collection would end up in storage and not be on display, as unfortunately happened with other non-European collections in Polish ethnographic museums, a situation that still occurs today. He aimed to make the collection accessible to the public. So together with his friend, ethnograph Janusz Kamocki, they came up with the idea for Andrzej Wawrzyniak to donate his collection to the state in exchange for the establishment of a new institution and the position of its director. That's exactly what happened in 1973. The Museum of Nusantara Archipelago was established. Later, in 1976, as objects from other Asian countries were added to this collection, the museum was renamed the Asia and Pacific Museum. Andrzej Wawrzyniak became its director. The museum also received two small buildings which were destroyed after the war, and for many years all exhibitions took place in two galleries located in the center of Warsaw, while after the renovation of these two buildings, the offices and storages were located here in Solec Street, where the museum's main building, built in 2013, is also located today. According to the inventory books, in 1973, Andrzej Wawrzyniak donated almost 3,000 objects to the museum, though all of them came from Indonesia. Over the 50 years of the museum's existence, the Indonesian collection was gradually expanded, and Andrzej Wawrzyniak continued to visit Indonesia regularly almost until the end of his life. Currently, this collection comprises over 5,500 objects, of which approximately 400 are displayed in the Indonesian gallery. Here we can see some numbers. Those are numbers from the first collection made by Andrzej Wawrzyniak, so we can see that the biggest number is for masks, and then there are sculpture, kris, and other weapons, wayang or theater, puppets, textiles, and also art, I mean paintings, drawings. There are of course other types of objects like vessels, musical instruments, tools, decorative items, clothing, accessories, and also tourist souvenirs. And here we have numbers by the place of origin of objects. The Indonesian gallery. The central feature of the gallery is a wooden structure that references a traditional Javanese pendopo. Surrounding it there are zones representing selected regions of Indonesia. The islands of Java and Bali, from which a significant portion of the Asia and Pacific Museum's Indonesian collection originates, are the most prominently featured. This collection includes theatrical puppets, textile, jewelry, weapons, sculptures, and sacred objects. The exhibit also featured items created by the representatives of ethnic groups residing on the islands of Sumatra, Nias, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, and the Lesser Sunda Islands archipelago. Among these you will find a wedding costume, a baby carrier, ikat textile, and many, many more. The aim of the exhibition is to showcase the richness and cultural diversity of Indonesia, which also addressing important topics such as history, colonialism, European influences, religious diversity, the construction of national identity, and Poland's contact with Indonesia. The shape of the exhibition primarily reflects the nature of the collection, which was largely created by a single person, Andrzej Wawrzyniak. It therefore mirrors his tastes, interests, and capabilities, both financial and logistical. The period during which the collection was established is also significant. Most of the objects on display were created in the early second half of the 20th century, reflecting the cultural landscape of Indonesia at that time. There are few historical objects in the collection. The oldest and very few date back to the Majapahit period. The curatorial intent was to select exhibits that would enable discussion about cultural transformation using specific examples. The displayed objects allow for an exploration of changes in the manufacturing techniques of selected items, aesthetic shifts, and the influences of foreign cultures, among other topics. The diversity of the presented objects also allows us to discuss the wide range of natural materials available to the inhabitants of Indonesia, which were used in handicrafts and artwork. However, the exhibitions aims to emphasize that we do not categorize artifacts in this museum. We strive to present the culture as comprehensively as possible without the division that were traditionally used in European museology. In my view, separating objects into categories such as art, craft, or ethnographic items is unjustified. These objects coexisted with their respective communities, and their creators often draw inspirations from each other's work. Moreover, all of these objects served specific functions within their respective communities. They were not created solely for aesthetic purposes. When viewing or evaluating the exhibition, it is important to consider that it is also the result of choices made by its curators, as well as a consensus reached between curator and the exhibition designers. The vision of these creators often clashed during the exhibition developments. And this was also the case with the Indonesian gallery. The curator usually aims to showcase as many objects as possible and to convey as many information as possible. Meanwhile, the visual artist focuses on the aesthetic appearance of the exhibition, which can be disrupted by an abundance of text. I believe that in this case of the Indonesian gallery, a compromise was achieved that satisfied both parties. However, it is essential to consider the opinions of those for whom the exhibition is intended, the visitors. During the process of creating the Indonesian gallery, we aim to meet the needs of the widest possible audience. A significant amount of time was devoted to selecting clear typography and size of text to ensure that the labels were easy read to everyone. Efforts were made to place them in positions where they would not compete with the exhibits, but would be conveniently located for reading by people of different heights, including those using wheelchairs. As a result, most labels were placed on slanted panels and at the height on the walls that is comfortable for all visitors. When selecting the objects, we also made a point of considering children. It was important to include items that would capture their interest, particularly those associated with legends or intriguing stories, which could be used to conduct engaging museum lessons. Additionally, we aim to create guidebooks, which have become a standard feature for exhibitions in our museum. These guidebooks take a form of a thin book containing tasks or comments that actively engage children during the visit and highlight interesting points in the exhibition specifically intended for them. A special audio guide for children has also been created for the gallery. It was recorded by a child, giving the impression that the young visitor is guided through the exhibition by a colleague. At the Asia and Pacific Museum, we also strive to provide as much assistance as possible for people with disabilities. Tactile graphics and audio descriptions, which we prepare for objects selected by curators, are particularly helpful for visually impaired individuals. We aim to make the tactile graphics from materials that most closely resemble the textures of the original objects. Sometimes we purchase items currently available on the market, such as wayang golek, puppets. Other times we create them using 3D printing, collage different textures, or even sculpt them. We are also making an effort to ensure that the exhibition is accessible to Indonesians living in Poland and their descendants. For this reason, all the exhibition texts have been translated into Indonesian and are available as brochures that can be picked up in the gallery space. In contemporary times, exhibition creators often face the temptation to incorporate various technological innovations. However, when planning the journey to the East exhibition, in collaboration with curators from other galleries, we decided to use such technologies sparingly, ensuring that the museum objects remain the focal point of the exhibition. As a result, we limited ourselves to only a few multimedia stations, which feature descriptions of what we consider important topic, along with accompanying photographic or film materials. For the Indonesian gallery, these multimedia stations include archival materials from the late 19th and early 20th centuries, sourced from accessible digital archives. We also incorporated photographs from the Asia and Pacific Museums archive, contributed by Polish travelers and diplomats who spent time in Indonesia, mainly in the 60s and 70s of 20th century. Additionally, we use contemporary materials, films, and photographs from the 21st century. This mix of materials from different eras allows us to illustrate how Indonesia has changed over the years. For instance, these resources enable us to analyze processes such as the production of ikat textiles, comparing the use of natural materials in the past with the synthetic ones today. Similarly, we can examine the evolution of shadow puppet theater performances, which were once more intimate affairs and are now enhanced with jumbotrons, sound system, and multimedia elements. Although I admit that no formal consultation with representatives of the Indonesia diaspora in Poland were conducted during the creation of the Gallery of Indonesia, thanks to my numerous private contacts with the Indonesian, I had many conversations about their expectations and ideas regarding the exhibition. The Indonesian ambassador and her colleagues gave an excellent review after the first visit to the exhibition. They expressed pride that the cultural heritage of their country had been presented in a proper way, highlighting its strengths and sparking the interest of the audience. The sincerity...
Maria, your time is up,
yeah.
So maybe you want to wrap up.
Yeah, I'm finishing. Yeah, thanks. The sincerity of this opinion was proved by organizing a special event for other ASEAN representation in our museum space. Here you can see some photos of the activities made in our museum. So the exhibition is the background and some point for start to also include Indonesian people and Polish people passionate with Indonesia to organize many events and workshops. As a summary, I would like to highlight the key objectives that guided us during the preparation of the exhibition. So here you can see that for us, what was important for us in a Polish context. So because Polish people do not know much about Indonesia, the first of all was to just provide the knowledge and the opportunity to understand better Indonesian culture. The exhibition is a space where various types of guided tours take place and also in addition to the exhibition itself, the museum presents Indonesian culture by sharing its photographic resources on its website, organizing cultural events. The museums also want to promote Indonesian literature and so on. So in our case, the exhibition is of course one of the most important means of engagement for us, but we also try to activate our visitors and Indonesian diaspora in different ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. So if I can get some notes from Maria's presentation just now. So in the Asian Pacific Museum in Warsaw has an Indonesian collection that had 2,899 objects since 1973. And the Indonesia Gallery is formed in 2022. And the collections, as you see, there have been a lot of engagements that are being built either by audiovisuals or activities, and also there's accessibility that is being taken care of as well. So yeah, that's from Maria. So last but not least is Max Meyer. Max Meyer graduated in museology from the Rijnwaard Academy Leiden in 1981. He began his museum career at the Netherlands Museums Association in 1983. In 1990, he was appointed assistant to the director of the Haagse Gemeente Museum, and in 1994, he joined the management team of the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam as head of marketing and communications. Between 1997 and 2001, he was a member of the management team at the State Agency for Cultural Heritage, ICN, in Amsterdam. In 2001, he was appointed General Director of the Museum Arnhem, Museum of Modern Art Arnhem, and Historical City Museum Arnhem. In 2007, Max established Time Amsterdam, International Museums and Heritage Consultants, with co-founder Petra Timmer. For Max, the time is yours.
Good afternoon, dear all. Can you hear me? Okay, that's great. Okay. I would like to express my gratitude, of course, to the organizers of this wonderful conference, to the team of the organizing committee, to my moderator today, and to you all, of course, here. The first slide is there. So please allow me to add a few lines to the beautiful introduction the moderator made just now. And I would start with this one. Professionally, I contributed regularly to museums and heritage-related projects here in Indonesia over the past approximately 20 years. Some were assigned by Dutch and Indonesian governments, other by governmental agencies such as RCA in the Netherlands, and others by NGOs like UNESCO, ICOM Indonesia, or AMI or AMI Indonesia. But my sincere motivation is my fascination for modern Indonesia. But although I'm much interested in the current Indonesia and the future of this country, I'm also connected to our common or shared history, to say, not only as a professional, but also from my personal background. Here on the left, you see my grandmother Sarah, an indigenous lady from Pulau Roti in NTT. And on the right, you see my grandfather, a Totok from Medan, Sumatra, who was later assistant resident in colonial times. And Sarah and Opa, who was also called Max, they got a baby, and that was my mother. So I am the grandson, the proud grandson of an indigenous woman and a Dutch meneer, so to say. The this couple represents a rather stereotypical and often complicated human relationship in the colonial period and before the Dutch East Indies became the independent Republic of Indonesia. The colonial legacy still lives nowadays in the Netherlands in various ways. Here you see our fridge in Amsterdam, and we call it in Nederland koelkast, and you call it in Indonesia koelkas. That's a connection, speaking about heritage. But speaking about heritage as well, in our koelkas, in the top shelf, you'll find a lot of sambals. We love Indonesian food, and these are sambals made by small or moderate Dutch companies. So Indonesian sambal made in the Netherlands. In the colonial legacy, there are approximately 2 million people, or currently in the Netherlands, there are approximately 2 million people with a biographical link to Indonesia. This may sound moderate compared to Indonesian numbers, but for the Netherlands, with only 18 million inhabitants in total, it counts about 10% of the population. Most of them, of those 2 million people, are descendants of the 300,000 individual souls that set off for the Netherlands between 1945 and 1969. And some of this first generation is still alive. All of these people were pushed by the course of history. As a consequence of their former position and background in the colony, among those migrants, so to say, there were Indo-Europeans, former Indonesian or Indies KNIL soldiers, mostly from Maluku, and also Totoks and repatriating Dutch people who had a position in the colony. All have and had emotional, cultural and social links with the Indonesian archipelago and carry their intergenerational memories and stories as intangible heritage with them. For instance, also in the taste of the food. Oops, I have to go back. Oh. Let's see, wait, sorry. Yeah, okay. Another heritage of that shared past is represented by tangible heritage. A material memory of colonial past and coloniality can be found in many places in the Netherlands, in public spaces, museums, zoos, archives, universities, and private collections as well. Some years ago, I counted that some 50 museums, and that's about 10% of the registered museums in the Netherlands, accommodate collections related to Indonesia. The official number of individual collection items or objects is, however, unknown. In 2022, the Advisory Colonial Collections Committee estimated that there are some hundreds of thousands of objects in Dutch museums. As you know, and Pa Hilmar Farid mentioned it this morning, most museums in Europe and quite a few in the former colonized nations are a 19th century legacy. Its colonial origin and practice is reflected in presentations and collection management based on Eurocentric institutionalization of knowledge, science, and therewith of power. Thanks to many critical academics, museologists and heritage professionals worldwide, but especially from the global south, much is changing. There is in an ongoing process of decolonizing museums, Indonesia plays its own interesting and encouraging role. Personally, I hope that Indonesian museums and heritage professionals from different backgrounds will be able more and more to participate in future museum projects in the Netherlands as well. But first, let's visit a few proofs of that change. Proofs that where it all started by colonial collections in colonial settings, in museums made by missionaries, colonizers, ethnographers, etc., have been changing over the time. And just as a short introduction, I show you 4 recent exhibitions in the last 3 years which have been made on this subject. First one in the Nieuwe Kerk in Amsterdam, one in the Rijksmuseum, one in the Museum Sophiahof, and one in the Museum Brombeek. I don't have time to elaborate on that, but I take you inside these institutes. First, there was the tentoonstelling Revolutie, Indonesia Independent in the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam in 2022. At the heart of the prestigious National Museum of Art and History in Amsterdam, there was a big show from painting to pamphlet, from garment to photo album. A project explored the visual and material heritage of the Indonesian Revolution. The aim of the exhibition was to present the testimonials as a history of the Indonesian Revolution, viewed from an Indonesian different perspective. Actually, there was the Indonesian perspective, the Dutch perspective, and also the international context of what happened in 1945 and later on. In a way, the scenography was a mix of stylish fine art exhibition and a thematic historical presentation, combining works of art, documents, multimedia, video testimonials, and contemporary visual art installations, such as you see here on the right, the work by Timotheus Anggawan Kusno, named Luca dan Bisa Kubawa Berlari. Altogether, more than 200 objects. For many in the Netherlands, this is the same exhibition from different angles. For many in the Netherlands, this exhibition was an eye-opener, though there was a lot of discussion as well, since the curators from Indonesia, Amir Sidarto, who selected the art, and Boni Triana, who was the curator for the Indonesian perspective and narration, were very much discussed. Not so much because what they said, but content-wise, many in the Netherlands, especially from these old groups of migrants from Indonesia, were not really used to the modern, new perspectives brought in. So that was a bit pitiful, I felt, for Mr. Triana, that he was really attacked for that. And I felt that pity because he did so, because he was requested to do so by the Rijksmuseum. So there is still this kind of colonial pain somewhere deep inside some of those people. Then I come to a smaller exhibition where Petra and I made part of the curatorial team and the project management team. And on Thursday, I will elaborate on that a little bit more in a workshop I will give then. And this is the exhibition Ons Land, Decolonization, Generations and Stories, also opened in 2022. It is in the small museum of Sophiahof in The Hague, where the Indies Commemoration Center and the Museum Maluku in the Netherlands presented together this exhibition as a permanent installation. It is a narrative-based exhibition meant to be impactful, empathetic, and following the stories of 8 families from that group of 3,000 migrants who moved from Indonesia to the Netherlands. These are actually immersive spaces, so to say, much more about sphere and atmosphere and the feeling, representing the feeling of those people, than that it is really an object-based space. They have different, totally different scenographies and designs. There are only a few objects. As an emotional reference, there is a layer of historical context and factual information, contextualized by infographic, multimedia, a free booklet, and an audio guide. Its intimate scale and scenography support the aim of the exhibition. Actually, we hope it works, and it does, as a canvas for interaction, for conversation and discourse. So people go there, see the exhibition, and start to talk about each other, with each other. Then the third exhibition is the Great Indonesia exhibition, which was held in the Nieuwe Kerk, a former church, which is an exhibition hall for major, large exhibitions. So it's not a museum, it has no collection, but it makes exhibitions mainly based on loans from other museums and institutions. These exhibitions always aim at a broad general public. The Great Indonesia exhibition primarily addressed people with little or no knowledge of the colonial past at all. Visitors stepped into Indonesia to explore chapters of history from ancient Majapahit era to the present-day Republic. The exhibition started with an introduction, a text on contemporary Indonesia by Director General Hilmar Farid, and you met this major modern art or contemporary work of art by Kolsri Nuara Paramita, a work of art by Alfina Radini, and it is a reference to Indonesia's diversity as it is today. And Sadia Boonstra, who is among us today, added as a curator a selection of very powerful works of art, modern photography, and other contemporary visual references. However, the past is dominant in this storyline, just like Revolution in the Rijksmuseum. The curatorial selection had also some sensitive aspects. In this time of provenance of several contested documents started the discussion. The organization decided not to show the authentic revolutionary documents which were confiscated by the Dutch army during revolution, or actually during Agressie Militaire Belanda, but show copies instead, in a way to soften the atmosphere, because they see it and saw it and they are right as contested objects. There's much more to say, but I have to move on to my third exposition. And that is a museum in the Museum Brombeek. And it is called Through the Eyes of. It was just opened a month ago, and Museum Brombeek is a museum under the responsibility of the Ministry of Defense in the Netherlands. It is mainly a museum, a military museum, on the history of KNIL, the colonial army, colonial Dutch army in Indonesia. The opening of the new permanent presentation took, as I said, a month ago. 6 exhibition rooms full of memories on the entire period of Dutch military presence in the former Dutch East Indies. In non-diplomatic terms, it concerns and it shows colonial violence and war. The last 3 of the 6 rooms present the justified struggle for independence, the colonial wars and its consequences in the 2 countries, emphasizing the Dutch dynamics of remembering and current interpretation of the story of colonialism and colonial oppression.
The time is up.
Yeah. Thank you. Almost ready. But it's a huge exhibition. Actually, it's a classical, it's opposite to the Ons Land exhibition, an objects exhibition. There are 850 objects to see there. Each room has a kind of reflection zone where people from the Netherlands comment on what is shown there. Okay. I go on to the Netherlands, what the trends now are in museums. And there is a boom of expositions and attention for Indonesian subjects in the Netherlands right now. I counted in the last 3 years about 40 exhibitions in all different kinds of museums. So anytime you can visit exhibitions on the Netherlands in the Netherlands, on Indonesia in the Netherlands. From another perspective, museums are very much aware of this decolonization process, and what is happening is, and since Hilma Farid discussed it already, there has been different stages of repatriation, as they call it in the Netherlands, and I won't go much more into that. But it is interesting that in the New York Times last Friday there was an article which stated that Indonesia and the Netherlands have met each other in a long-going process and might set a standard for repatriation for the rest of the world. And I expect that there will be much more done in this field, because in all museums you see that people are thinking of it and studying it. That brings me to the second trend, and that is the, and that is the trend of the provenance research. All museums are now busy to look into their collections and see what is the pedigree of the collections, how it's obtained, and when it was especially obtained in colonial times, then they have to dig in what is the status of it, and is it, could it be a subject for further discussion on repatriation and so on. Okay. Finally, I like to mention 2 plans for major museums, which are my third trend. There is a large ongoing process in conceptualizing the National Slavery Museum, and I was part of the committee who made the concept for that museum. And in that museum, the VOC slavery will also be a part of its focus. And another museum will be in Rotterdam, and it's a museum of migration. It's very interesting. It is a private museum by a large and very rich fund, and it mainly will commemorate migration by means of works of art who reflect on the migration from different sides of the world. So, now my final remark. Western Museum cannot decolonize properly without the implementation of knowledge and involvement of museums in former colonized countries. And that also means indigenous knowledge, people knowledge, and the way you treat museums and you implement museum concepts, which can be very good examples, like the curators of Documenta did with the lumbung concept or pusaka concept, deeply rooted in Indonesian culture. It can be used to widen the scope of museums in the Netherlands as well. In the past, Dutch museums have emphasized the mental and physical distance between Indonesia and the Netherlands, and now have worked hard together with Indonesian colleagues to create a professional level playing field. And now it's up to the young generations in Indonesia and the Netherlands to develop and implement innovative and interdisciplinary museum concepts. To make museum interesting institutes for future generations and to guarantee equal rights and access to heritage for all people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Max, for your time. You may sit, and may I call the two speakers as well, Lisa and Maria, to come to the stage as well? Yeah, you can sit. Okay, if I may summarize a bit what Max just presented. He started with his Indonesian line and Indonesian heritage. Yes, anywhere. and how he mentions how Indonesian heritage that happens in Netherlands and how colonial inheritance in museums are actually around 10% from all museums that are in Netherlands, which is a lot. And he also shared about 4 exhibitions that happened throughout 2022 till 2024, which is one of the most recent one is a month ago, and how the 4 of them are very different and gives this different kind of curatorials, different kind of concepts, and how it works on each of them. And so, and as you can see, there's one slide that you compiled the whole posters, and that is a lot. there is a lot of conversations going on about Indonesia and the Netherlands at the moment. Okay, maybe that's my summary from your presentation. Maybe before we go to the audience, I have one question. So the 3 of you have been working with either Indonesian collections or looking at Indonesian curatorials and exhibition designs. I was wondering if it's either from you or anyone you work with, is there always has to be an emotional connection at all times when dealing with these collections or curatorial, or because this is part of the Indonesian heritage, while maybe some of you are not so close to Indonesia, but some are close. So yeah, I was just wondering, and how are your colleagues dealing with it as well? How are your colleagues are dealing with it as well, besides yourself?
Well, I've actually first used the term Indonesian collection for the very first time in my 12 years of working at the gallery for this presentation, because I've never really kind of looked at it in a nationally sort of inscribed manner, right, towards our collection. Although, I mean, we sometimes pay attention to how each collection is developing, but in fact, I think the value, right, that we can contribute to the region is the way in which we can build that regional perspectives and comparisons. So, in fact, we have done very little. I can't think of any large-scale exhibitions that we have done just focusing on one national narrative. And it's interesting, right? I do, speak sometimes to our stakeholders, our audiences, and there is a demand for that. And yeah, so I think, but we will not do it, I think, unless it provides something to the broader, be it regional or global, in rethinking how we think about how we approach regional and global art histories. We will not do it for the sake of just laying out a survey of a specific country, or be it Indonesia's national art history. I think our interest lies in more of shuffling those existing framing, right, of narrative. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, but yeah, yeah, okay.
Yeah, from my perspective, it is a very personal connection with Indonesia and Indonesian collections because of my studies here and then research on Indonesian culture. So, of course, there are parts of our collection which are close, very close to me and very important. It's mostly the performing arts collections. I mean, theatral or musical instruments, because my first field is musicology, so those are the closest for me. And for example, another
active in Java for several decades. His sort of history of estrangement from Indonesia during its resistance and to the colonial rule and independence period. I do find some emotional connections, and I make an extra effort in looking for hidden sort of Japanese estranged artists who left their footpaths in Java, especially during the 20s and 30s. And a couple of us in the curatorial team at the gallery, we are somehow attracted to uncategorizable, sorry, my English is, that word is not wrong, but things, objects that are impossible to categorize in the existing genres of fine art, in between objects, be it like reverse glass paintings or handmade objects from 50, 60 years ago. We are so attracted to them, and we've been kind of collating pictures and sharing them. We have a WhatsApp group that says, it might not join our collection, but we are drawn to it. And I think those indescribable, uncategorizable objects that exist in our visual culture is something that continues to excite us and be critical, actually, about the existing value systems in fine art.
Well, I think in the Netherlands it's a bit of a different situation, of course, because of this tiny connection, but I see that the interest is almost museum-wide. So especially in many modern art museums or contemporary art museums or galleries, you see also a lot of interaction between Netherlands artists and people in Indonesia, artists in Indonesia, but it is not mainly by historical connections or whatever. So there are major art museums make exhibitions on their own colonial perspectives, but it's done by all kinds of people.
All right, thank you for the answers. So I open to the audience. How many? Okay, so three, okay. Can the runners go?
Okay, hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. My name is Irene, and currently I'm working as a registrar in Museum of Modern and Contemporary Arts in Nusantara, or known as Museum Macan in Jakarta. And I have questions for Ms. Horikawa. In your slides before you were talking about the transparency about the collections of the NGS. And I just want to know more about the NGS collections. Does the NGS differentiate the confidentials and the public collections that
Where are we? Yeah, is it possible to get a sound from the monitors or maybe from...
Check. Is it clear?
Is it?
Hello. Okay, my name is Irene. currently I'm working as a registrar in Museum Macan in Jakarta. And my question is for Ms. Horikawa regarding your slides before. You stated about the publicity of the NGS collections and how to make it public to all the audience. And I want to know more regarding the NGS collections. Does NGS differentiate the quote-unquote confidentials and public collections? If yes or no, is there any specific reasons why you have to differentiate the public and this confidential collections belongs to the NGS? Thank you.
The echo is too strong. It's still echoing. Or maybe you can come here. So for the audience, they heard it. Sorry. The collection.
Yes, for those of you on the stage, so the question was if there are any information that we keep confidential to ourselves in terms of related to acquisitions and our collection, I believe. Yeah, is that okay? Yeah, and if there are, what are they, right? And why do we keep them confidential? We are part of a larger collection governing body managed by National Heritage Board in Singapore. Called the National Collection. So based on the policy, we are unable to actually reveal the acquisition price. And that might be surprising to some of you because I believe in Europe, most of the standard practice nowadays is to really be transparent to that level. I personally think it is important as we're using mostly taxpayers' money. But it is true that the museum's acquisition price can have a huge impact on the market. So I guess there are pros and cons. And acquisition sources are also something we do not reveal openly and publicly. Because there could be various reasons to that. And maybe we can use the session on Thursday to unpack more in depth about these things. But it's to sort of protect largely to protect the privacy of the sellers, and donations is different. Of course, we follow the wish of the donor. But yes, we do try our best to keep our collection-related info, aside from these things, as transparent and accessible as possible. Yeah. Please, maybe we can have a separate conversation later on. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, next one. Sure. Oh, someone up there. So I hope we can hear you.
Hello. Hello, I hope my sound is clear there. If not, we can manage on how do I ask my question. So my name is Ibam. I am based in Jakarta. I want to ask two questions in which I hope are applicable to all three panelists. So starting relatively from private collections or personal encounters in your museum, in your respective museum, how do you do acquisition now? I guess it was briefly mentioned that there is like a provenance research, but I would love to know a more elaborate, let's say, practice or method. And in relation to that, what is your evaluation in the practice of acquisition so far, right now, in curatorial or like a financial sustainability perspective, and also in the context of your, let's say, countries or museums? What is acquisition today if there are other options like long-term loan, let's say, or traveling exhibition and some other options of presentation? I hope you could hear me. So that's my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So. So if I understand correctly, if you are asking about the acquisition of new objects in our museum, we have a very small budget for that to make. So in our museum we have a very small budget for acquisition, so there are only few objects that we can buy during the year. And if there is a possibility that someone, for example, go for some research to some country, usually he just buys something, because we are also involved, we are trying to get new, we buy something on auctions.
So on acquisitions, we consider multifaceted aspects, right? Significance of artwork related to exhibition history, publication history, what kind of discourse has it produced to date. But it could also be more recent work that has the potential to produce such, discourse value in future. It could be also assessed depending on the condition. So various factors go into deciding what to acquire, but to make sure that multiple voices of judgment is informing the decision making, so that the decisions are not just made by the team of curators, but considering its long-term impact. As I mentioned during my presentation, we have a acquisition committee members of various backgrounds, quite well balanced in its composition, that discuss with us on each and every proposal above certain value. In your question about long-term loan or traveling exhibition, you're absolutely right. In our Southeast Asia Gallery, we are very much well supported by both private and institutional lenders who have agreed to loan their precious artworks for long-term loan, and we see that as a viable way in being more sustainable.
Well, as the major concern now in the Netherlands with historical collections is this provenance research, and see what to do, what will be the next steps. But many museums, if they collect, like modern art, they collect stories untold, and for instance, works of art who reflect on this colonial past. So the black spots in our narrative. And some of the acquisitions are made by assignments that, for instance, artists from the Netherlands and Indonesian artists work together and come, or community-based works. That is more what's focused now, especially community-driven outcome of creative processes. That is what is key, actually, and that will continue, I think.
All right. Okay. So the time is up. Sorry for those who still have questions. Maybe you can approach each of the experts later and mingle and do ask your questions as much as you can while they're here. Okay, so thank you so much, the three experts this afternoon, and hope that this Museum Forward will go well. So thank you, good afternoon, and thank you everyone.
Thank you, Lisa, Maria, Max, and Savitri for the panel session. And to conclude the panel session, we would like to invite all of the speakers as well as our moderator to take a group picture together. Once again, we would like to thank our speakers as well as our moderator for the third panel of today under the title of Indonesian Cultural Heritage and Representation in International Museums. To all of the speakers and our moderator, please return to your seat. And now, honorable officials and distinguished guests, please make your way as the next session is about to begin under the title of Agents of Change, Museums in Response to Current Global Issues, which will be moderated by Riksa Afiati as the head of program at the Indonesian Visual Art Archives. Let me tell you a little bit about our moderator. Riksa Afiati is an art worker living and working in Yogyakarta. She navigates the coloniality in her practice and curatorial framework. She completed a residency Jan van Eyck Academy in Maastricht in 2019 and managed art programming and exhibitions such as at the Jakarta Biennale in 2015, Europalia 2017, and the 13th Gwangju Biennale. She is currently working as the head of program at the Indonesia Visual Art Archives. To Riksa Afiati, the stage is yours.
In this panel, we invite experts from Indonesia, United Kingdom, and Germany to address the issue from various perspectives to highlight the integral practices in museum, be it in the conceptual engagement with its constituency, the ecology, and beyond. Allow me to have a short intro to each speaker. Bu Nusi Lisa Bila Estudiantin and Ajeng Araini Kasih will explore recent case studies of permanent and temporary exhibition in Indonesia Museum and art gallery that address topics such as gender equality, disability, and the representation of marginalized community. Although the Indonesian government has not implemented any official policy on inclusivity in museum, the presentation highlights that various Indonesian cultural institutions have started to work to represent a broad range of cultural, social, and historical perspectives, moving beyond a singular dominant narrative of the new order. Catherine Bergman-Smith, Head of Learning and Engagement at Young V&A, situated in East London, will share several cases on collaboration with a diverse and young community that has enabled the institution to identify new ways of engagement with issues relating to climate change, diversity, and inclusion, to extend the inclusion and identity, their passion for climate and social justice, and their preferred ways of learning and engaging in cultural spaces. Paz Guevara, hailing from Berlin, she will contextualizing archival research, artistic practices, and exhibition that have created common space for unlearning, remembering, listening, and recontextualizing histories, uncovering ways of repairing inequality, and engaging with culture as living activity. Paz will share example of exhibition in House der Kulturen de Welt, or HKW, that have invited the public to engage with artistic and intellectual genealogies outside Eurocentric knowledge. As an effort to reimagine a cultural institution as a more convivial, collective, and pluriversal house to propose new politics of welcoming. I hope today's presentation will give us enriching discussion that fostering such initiatives to consider the impact and politics of ecological thinking on fundamental museum practices. By introducing such vigorous embodiment, I will invite you to also exchange letter with the speaker to link together, influencing and being influenced by each other to discuss on how museum operates in a holistic and ecological institution as part of their larger communities and societies in ways that make museum practice shared and transformed to the communities they serve. If museum today see one of the positionalities to undoing, to unlearn, or to decolonize the obsolete ways of approach, we need to ask how do we shaping the present, with whom, and on what terms. I would like you to introduce to the first presenter. Please allow me to read the bio. It's Bu Nusi is here. Oh, Bu Nusi, okay. So, Nusili Sabila Estudiantin is appointed as Cultural Specialist Officer at the Directorate of Cultural Utilization and Development under the Ministry of Culture, Education, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. Prior to this, Bu Nusi was employed by the National Museum of Indonesia since 1999, where she has served as curator, educator, and exhibition designer. With extensive experience in conducting over 30 exhibitions both national and internationally, she has made significant contribution to the field. Ibu Nusi will present with Ajeng Araini Kasih. Halo Mbak Ajeng. Ajeng Ayu Araini Kasih is a scholar, museum consultant, and a world traveler. She is lecturer in Department of Archaeology, Universitas Indonesia, specializing in museum studies. Her academic background includes a degree in archaeology from Universitas Indonesia, further studies in history, curatorial, and museum studies at the University of Adelaide, Australia. And she is currently pursuing a PhD in colonial and global history at the Institute for History, University Leiden, the Netherlands. Ajeng is also the founder of Museum Ceria, an independent consultancy dedicated to developing children's program and exhibition in museum. Let's welcome the first presenter that I personally been looking forward to it, Ibu Nusi, Lisabila, and Mbak Ajeng. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Nusi and my colleague Ajeng. We will presenting towards inclusivity and diversity in Indonesian museums. The discourse surrounding museum inclusivity has gained significant traction over the past 8 years. In 2016, the International Council of Museums, or ICOM, initiated discussion regarding the social role of museum, particularly focusing on issues of inclusivity. ICOM has consistently advocated for inclusivity, as evidenced by the theme of International Museum Day in 2020, which emphasized the critical role of museum in reshaping and building a future grounded in equality, diversity, and inclusion. Additionally, museums serve as agents of change within society. Globally, numerous museums have begun to implement transformation in response to ICOM calls. In Indonesia, several museums are also addressing inclusivity by taking into account the needs of individuals with disabilities.
However, today we will not talking about how to make the museums more accessible for people with disabilities, but instead we want to talk from the historical perspective of Indonesian museum development, that how the Indonesian museums started to representing diversity, multi-perspective, multi-cultures from time to time, particularly post-New Order period. And as this morning discussed by Pak Hilmar, stated that Indonesian Heritage Agency is opening up not only for civil servants but also for museum professionals to run the institutions. The workforce diversity in museums is something important for museums abroad. Since I was in Australia back in 2007, placing people with the stories of people with color, it's becoming more important in working in the museums. They acknowledge us to work in the museums for the indigenous people. Of course, in Indonesia, we are not yet until that stages, but we are trying to present more diverse perspectives. It is important. We believe that it's important because by presenting different perspectives, presenting different cultures, different people, it will foster a sense of belonging towards your museums and heritage. If you're not represented in the museums, then how can you feel represented and feel belongs and wants to safeguard your heritage in the future if you're not narrated there? But as we know, our Indonesian museum's history started from the colonial era. Before the World War II, before the Japanese occupations in 1942, there were approximately 25 museums in colonial Indonesia throughout all the archipelago. There were antiquities and archaeological museums, natural history museums, ethnographic museums, and also the medical museums in medical institutions. Of course, back then, the museums are for colonial point of view, and they mapping the colonies' natural resources and culture, ethnicities, diverse ethnicities for their own colonial interests. But there are also many Indonesians, many locals who were already involved in the museums back then, as the founders, as the founder of the museums, as the museum workers, both in the higher level or even lower management, and of course also as the you give the collections to the museums as the as the donator of the collections to the museums. But we are not talking about Indonesian museums in the colonial era at the moment. We will move to after the independence.
During the New Order regime in 1989, Director General of Culture, Professor Ida Bagusman, implemented policies to develop museum and cultural parks across all provinces. In 1979, a decree from the Minister of Education and Culture was issued to establish provincial museum. Between 1979 and 1980, the Directorate of Museum issued guidelines for the standardization of provincial museum. These guidelines stipulated that exhibitions should encompass the province's natural heritage, prehistoric time, the Hindu-Buddhist period, the Islamic kingdom era, colonial times with emphasis of resistance to the colonial powers, and the ethnography of local communities. Concurrently, the Indonesian military promoted an official top-down narrative of Indonesian military history. Museums were expected to adhere to this comprehensive national narrative, which often resulted in the exclusion of certain groups, such as Chinese, from the exhibition. Even after the New Order regime in 1998, this established narrative has proven difficult to alter. Although many Indonesian museums underwent revitalization between 2010 and 2019, there have been few efforts to incorporate inclusivity and promote the diversity within their exhibition. Government policies regarding museums have not significantly contributed to this issue, as they primarily focus on technical aspects of museum management and collection care. The presentation examines recent case studies of permanent of temporary exhibition in Indonesia museum and art galleries that address topics such as gender, equality, disability, and the representation of marginalized communities, while the Indonesian government has yet to implement any official policies on museum inclusivity. This presentation highlights the initiative of various cultural institutions in Indonesia to represent a broader array of cultural, social, and historical perspective, moving beyond the singular dominant narrative of the New Order era. When President Abdurrahman Wahid issued the presidential decree number 6 of 2000, revoking the presidential instruction number 14, 1987, concerning Chinese religion, beliefs, and custom, a significant transformation occurred within the social fabric of society. The previously subdued celebrating of Chinese New Year was now embraced openly, even recognized as national holiday. Museum focused on Peranakan Chinese culture began to emerge, such as the Museum Benteng Heritage in Tangerang and the Hakka Museum in Taman. The previous storyline of the West Kalimantan only presented Dayak and Malay culture. Additionally, this museum presented narratives and collections related to Chinese custom and culture, which has been heavily suppressed during the New Order regime.
However, in some cases, there's some museums not really representing the Chinese. They are still underrepresented. For example, the Aceh Museum, they have the Cakradonya, the bell. The Aceh Museum was established in 1915 during the colonial Indonesia. And this collections is there until the opening of, from the opening of the museum. The bell was believed to belong to Chinese Islamic Laksamana Chengho, and he gave it to the Sultan of Aceh or Pasai. So the museums, the museum curator in the present day thinks that they have the Chinese Acehnese objects and they represent the Chinese Acehnese in their museums. It is known that since the colonial era, people came to this bell to ask for blessings, for having children, to get married, to ask for health and things. The practice stops in the 1980s or 1990s, but recently the curator of the Aceh Museum started to conduct research about that practice, and she found out that actually the bell is more important for the Muslim Acehnese, not the Chinese Acehnese. So the Aceh Museum is still underrepresenting the Chinese Acehnese community anyway. Similar but a little bit different case studies found in the Sonobudaya Museum in Yogyakarta. They have new exhibition building, and I saw that there is an Chinese wayang, wachinwa, wayang Cina Jawa, Chinese Japanese puppets on display. When I asked the curator whether it's supposed to be representing the Chinese communities of Yogyakarta, she said like, oh, actually it's because we just recently researched about the collections and it's never been exhibited before. We didn't think about representing the Chinese community anyway. So it's the Chinese objects, sometimes it's not really Chinese objects, or sometimes it's not thing of representing the Chinese. So that's what's happened. But a little bit different also we found in museum in Singaraja. After the new order was no longer in power, the Indonesian policy is usually the centralized Indonesian policy becoming decentralized. Museums that used to be managed by the central government were managed by the local, regional, province government, and it's started to disrepair, and then that's why the Indonesian government started to create the revitalization programs. From that programs, a lot of new museums also emerged, and one of the example is the Museum Sunda Kecil in Singaraja. It's the new museum established in 2018 in Bali, in north of Bali. In the museum, they already acknowledge that the people of Buleleng, the people of Singaraja, is already consists of not only the Balinese, but also there's the Buginese, the Chinese, the Arabs, the Europeans. But you can see from this picture, this display on the museums, where are the women? There's all displaying the male figure. But don't worry, we have female representations in the museums. Back to the Aceh Museum, in 2015, for the 100 years anniversary of the museum was just revitalized, so they have new exhibitions, and they started to decolonize the museums that the Acehnese are equal to the Dutch. So they are not conquered by the Dutch, they are equal, they have other relationships besides war. And also they want to highlight that the Acehnese woman in the past, it's also a leader, a respectful leader, also queens, well educated, so they want to highlight the gender equality in the museums. We can see that clearly in the new display of the Aceh Museum.
transitional space between body and mind, material and non-material, earthly and cosmic, as well as feminine and masculine. This notion of emptiness draws inspiration from his spiritual practices. In this exhibition, Melati also presented videos of his performing music as typical done during ceremonial ritual. And the right side, there is a musical instrument which played by the PC. Okay. Next slide. It's about in 2015, Jogja Disability Art participated the esteemed contemporary art exhibition Art Job. The artists responded to the experience of marginalized communities, especially individuals with physical disabilities, and those statement through the range of artistic expressionists, including sculpture, two-dimensional artworks, and video installation. This visit continued the profound message aimed at humanizing to restore surrounding disability, inviting exhibition attendees to reflect on historical perception of disability as means to better understanding contemporary realities.
As Nusi already told you before, that during the new order, the government proposing the top-down official military history. What about now? So back in the new order historiography, when we talk about Makassar, the Makassar War, we used to know that Sultan Hasanuddin was the hero and Arung Palaka was the villains. But when we find out in the museums, in the Lagaligo museums in Makassar, at the moment, after it's revitalized, the labels stated that Arung Palaka of Bone is the hero that liberated his kingdom from Goa's dominance. So it started to tell the local version of his story that's no longer the version of the new order. And also we can see it from the Japanese occupation period that during the new order it is very underrepresented and almost very limited museums telling the stories of the Japanese occupations. But now there's some museums have the Japanese occupations in their exhibitions, and there's also temporary exhibitions about the Japanese occupations started to appear.
Individuals associated with the Indonesian Communist Party during the New Order era were strictly prohibited from public discourse. Notable among these figures is Tan Malaka, a revolutionary leader and founding figure of nation, who served as the chairman of Indonesian Communist Party in 1921. Another prominent figure is the esteemed writer Pramudia Anantara, who is affiliation with LECRA, or People Control Institute, which maintained close ties with the Indonesian Communist Party. He was unjustly imprisoned and labeled as a PKI collaborator, leading to a ban on his literary works. Following the collapse of the New Order regime, the landscape of freedom and expression in various domains underwent significant transformation. The narratives of Tan Malaka and Pramudia Anantara can now be explored at the permanent exhibition at Multatuli Museum. In 2018, the exhibition titled Nama Kukrang, Catatan dan Arsip was inaugurated, marking a pivotal moment for dissemination of previously suspended narratives, transforming them into inspiring and educational tools. This is the exhibition of Namaku. The conclusion is, while there is no formal policy from the Indonesian government in promoting inclusivity in museum, particularly regarding multi-perspective narratives, both public and private museum and art galleries in local, regional, and national level have begun to contest the new order's viewpoint by showcasing them of equality, diversity, and inclusion. But we still have homework. The government still have homework because the dark negative self-history of Indonesia, the 1965 incident, up to the present day, it's still hard to challenge, hard to alter, and still the same like the new order. So this is our homework. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Nusi and Mbak Ajeng. Thank you for your commitment, and that was powerful, and how we as an Indonesian deals with the notion of singularity of narration that reshape the ideas of nation state through museum display and the effort to reclaim the pluriversal realm in today's society. And as you say, confronting the political marginalization. Now I will introduce you to second presenter, Catherine Ritman-Smith, is Head of Learning and Skill Young VNA London, United Kingdom. Catherine is Head of Learning and Skills at Young VNA, a museum of design and creativity for children and young people that opened in East London, UK on 1st of July 2023. Before this, Catherine was Head of Learning and Skill at Somerset House, where she oversaw a diverse program of public engagement and learning, including initiative to increase diversity and access to the creative industry for underrepresented young people. She supported the museum from 2009-2018. Catherine was a deputy then head of learning at the Design Museum, where she responsibilities included leading program for school, further education, and higher education for families and young people. Please welcome Catherine Ritman-Smith.
Thank you very much. It's such an honor to be here representing the UK. And I wanted to start by thanking everybody for the very kind hospitality I've experienced. It's my first time visiting Indonesia, and it's been very exciting to be here with you at this really significant conference. I'm learning so much, and I always find when peers in the museum and heritage sector connect, we can learn so much from each other. So thank you, Farah, for the incredible program. Thank you for all of the organizers, and to the British Council for hosting me as well. But here I am from the UK, from a museum which is called Young V&A. It is based in London in the East, and today I'm going to share some of the insights we've gained from working with our youngest museum audiences. An insight into ways to address global issues, things that our young people would like to change, issues relating to ecology, inclusivity, and diversity for the young generation. So here is where I work. I've heard a few mentions of children. It's wonderful to hear about the museum in Abu Dhabi, the Louvre, and also different examples of educational programs. Do you have memories of visiting a museum as a child? Just checking you're awake. Any nods? Hands in the air? Yes, a few of you. Very good. How did you feel? Do you remember how you felt as a child in those spaces? There's some thumbs up. Thumbs up for good. Thumbs in the middle for meh. Thumbs down for like not a good experience. There's a mix in the room. We believe at the Victoria and Albert Museum, the V&A, that you can set attitudes towards museums and culture for life, and that you can learn new things about sustaining your museum by thinking about those first encounters. A boring school tour is not going to inspire you to engage, to work, to visit a museum later in life. So our museum has evolved by listening and working with the young, by using our knowledge of pedagogy, of education, of child development for the young, to make a museum that is sustainable. The building you see here actually dates back to the 1850s. It's a Victorian building, and it existed as East London's very first public museum. And the key thing to say is that if the V&A has been running this museum in East London for 152 years, it has evolved and changed through that time. And one of my key messages today is that when we face challenges, we have problems, we have new ideas we want to implement, it doesn't always happen quickly, and the best museums evolve, listen, respond, and change. The building you see behind me was closed for about 3 years as we redeveloped it from a museum about the social history of childhood to a museum we made with and for children and young people about creativity. And it reopened on the 1st of July last year. So in some ways, we're very old. I'm feeling old today after that plane ride. And in other ways, we are very new, and we are learning a new child-centered, person-centered, collection-centered museology. Context is everything, right? So here is a map of the young V&A in its locality in East London. Has anyone ever visited East London? Well, a couple, not many. You might have been, if you've been to London, to Central London or West London, where all of our museums are. East is so different. I'm from there, so I feel very passionately positive about it. Did you know where we're based? Children speak over 100 different languages in our local schools. It's the densest, most populated part of the United Kingdom. It is fiercely resistant and has a great history of political activism and protest. But it also has the highest level of child poverty in the UK and one of the highest levels of child poverty in Europe. That's not good. It's not a tourist destination. It's a place where mostly local people come, although we've been very pleased to welcome lots of international visitors recently. Our vision was to move from being a museum of childhood, but not really for the people that we're visiting, to thinking about how to develop creative confidence and skills for Gen Alpha, Generation Alpha, children born since 2010. We wanted to inspire and use our incredible collections of art and design and performance to inspire the young and to help them relate to ideas that they want to address. We wanted to empower them and the educators that work with them to think of the museum as a social space for connection, and also to use our growing knowledge and evidence base to influence the sector. But to do this for Gen Alpha, we had to understand a bit more about them. To build the sustainability and the impact that we sought, we needed to understand our audience. And we did this in lots of ways. This is a little snapshot from some independent research we did. From your hands up just now, doesn't surprise you that 70% of 11 to 14-year-olds that we researched with told us they thought museums were boring. Yeah, no one's really surprised at that. It's such a shame, isn't it? What they did tell us was that they were young activists. We did some of this research around the time when children were going on strike from school in protest to adults' responses to the climate. They told us they were over stereotypes. They wanted to see their diversity reflected in our museum, and actually, so did their parents. They didn't need us to teach them about digital. They were perfectly happy, but they wanted social space to connect and develop new practical skills. So by asking and listening, we found out more about Generation Alpha. I'll talk a bit more about it in the workshop on Thursday, but if you have time, have a look at the data relating to Generation Alpha. It's so fascinating. The most photographed children in human existence. Due to technological and health changes, these people may live into the 22nd century. They are the most globally connected people that have ever existed. But their childhoods have been characterized by huge, rapid changes, the pandemic, climate, and so many conflicts. And they're not protected or isolated from them in ways that previous generations might have been. So understanding Gen Alpha was a challenge to us to rethink our museum. The thing about kids, right, is often they can't go places by themselves. So we also had to think about the whole intergenerational range of people that support children and young people. From tiny tots to families to educators, they all come to our museum, and we needed to build a relationship with them. So without falling into stereotypes, we needed to consider multi-generations and consider ways of working in partnership to meet the needs of our new audiences. This card in the corner is from a collaborative artistic installation we did with artists called Leap, Then Look. And it was great fun transforming a space with our young visitors. But collaboration with Gen Alpha challenged our expectations and ways of working and has helped us build our sustainable museum. So I'm just going to quickly run through a few examples of projects that helped us understand our audience and respond to some of their interests at Young V&A. Firstly, children and young people have challenged our understanding of values and community identity. They weren't impressed with local landmarks, modernist architecture, or even the domestic day-to-day homes that surrounded them. When we worked with them with, this is an architect and artist called Emily Queenie, who is also local to the museum. When we worked with them, we heard from them about the importance of shared space, social connection, cultural space, space to be free, green space. Our young people, when asked to respond to the question, how does design make things last longer? They explored our collections with conservators and curators, went behind the scenes, worked with textile artists, and we thought they would make clothing in response to this challenge because the case study in our museum is all about our clothing collection. They didn't do that. They made a textile manifesto to planet-positive textile design. They made a quilt, which caused me no end of display problems because I bought a mannequin. But they made a quilt together. They wanted to be creative and put the sum of their ideas together, challenging our expectations and assumptions. Young people weren't distracted by gimmicks and novelty, but they were interested in simple and low-cost and sustainable design that avoids waste. They gave us new perspectives on value and design. And they co-curated a display you can see in our museum, which is a collection of very low-cost objects that a designer called Sam Hecht collected as he's traveled the world. We call it under a fiver if you're from the UK. Some young people we're finding are very daunted by the big issues going on in their lives, and through collaboration we learned new ways of using our museum to address big issues through creativity and to help our audiences find a voice. So this is a project looking at design, giving us a new voice, and we made some zines with our young people that are exhibited now. I said before they didn't need us to share how to use technology and digital, but they did respond well to learning with us about the ethical, technological and sustainable issues related to consumption and AI. And this is an image of Clara Shu, who was our first designer in residence. We have designers working in the museum to reveal process to children and young people. How do designers work? What do they think about? What do they do? And what we've learned from our audiences is that design and sustainability must be hand in hand. They're not side issues, they're right at the center. So Clara's work is about taking found things and turning them into new, desirable objects. So this is a bag she's made, I think from a bath mat and some old buttons. I'm coming to the end now. Our most popular workshop for schools and our most popular object in the museum, we've got objects that span 2,000 years of human creativity. But our popular thing is something called the hero arm, which is a bionic prosthetic limb for people with limb difference. And it taught us huge things about children's attitudes towards disability and inclusion. This object is less about faking a limb when you've lost a limb, and much more about celebrating difference and using it as your unique superpower. And that has resonated with children and young people. So, just to wrap up, ultimately, we made a collections-based museum for the young that was educative, engaging, and we hope sustainable in all senses. Sustainable for people to want to come back, but also sustainable in its messages around how we respond to the environment around us and address global issues. Our work with young audiences has provoked us to think differently as a museum team. And as a professional with nearly 25 years of experience in the sector, it's the first time I've worked in a truly interdisciplinary museum team where educators, curators, interpreters, designers work together to make a museum that was people-focused and addressed the issues that they were interested in. This is how you find new ways of addressing diversity. This is how you find new ways of thinking about inclusivity. And this is about how you find new ways, new language, new ways of exhibiting, new ways of collaborating to address issues that people are concerned about. For any of you that are parents or who have children in your lives, you'll know children and young people grow so quickly. Time flashes before your eyes. But this is a good lesson for all of us. We can't sit still. We know the role of museums is to continue a dialogue. to think about the impact that we can make in people's lives, to grow with our audiences, and to help shape a world that addresses the future that we want to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. I believe that audience also feels moved on how you navigate the ideas of play and creativity and how families and groups have explored the collection and the gallery space. It's really something to be discussed further, especially that you touch upon the intergenerational of community sharing their stories as they explore different ways to shape the museum. Now, last but not least, Paz Guevara will continue the conversation. Are you still with us, Paz? Paz Guevara, born in Santiago, Chile, she is a curator, researcher, author, and educator. She is curator of exhibition practice at Haus der Kulturen der Welt, HKW in Berlin. Guevara is lecturer in MA Spatial Strategies program at Berlin Wesensi Art Academy School of Art and Design, Berlin. She was curator of the transition exhibition at the Bruck Museum Berlin from 2021 to 2022, which problematized colonial collection and the violence of archive. Let's welcome Paz Guevara.
Thank you, everyone, especially the ones that stay to debate with us until now after a very inspiring day. Thank you especially to all people involved in the Museum Forward, and also very big thanks to Goethe Institute that has co-hosting me, that visit me in HKW, Haus der Kulturen der Welt, where I worked last week. And today I will debate together with you a very contemporary and controversial question, that is how contemporary exhibitions engage with the heritage of museums, how contemporary exhibitions can contribute to rethink the way in which we experience, we preserve, and we transmit a culture, especially the arts, engaging with the questions, the debates of restitution. So, as my previous colleague, Katerina, I would like to invite you to enter in the medium in which I work. So I'm curator of exhibition practices. This is the title at Haus der Kulturen der Welt in Berlin. It's a multidisciplinary house. I'm very joyful working with around 16 curators and editors from different practices, from film, performance, publishing, literature, and oral literatures. So it's a lot of oral histories as well, among others. I will try to introduce also projects of my colleagues so you see the web in which we work. So I want to summarize certain curatorial strategies that I will share with you to rethink together how present exhibitions help us to rethink the legacy that we inherited, that we learned from modern and sometimes colonial museums. So how certain matrix, sometimes invisible rules, are still present, and how we could rethink not to imitate this modern colonial museum, but to transform. So one very important strategy that we have been working at HKW is to create spaces of hospitality and performativity. Therefore, exhibitions at HKW are part of this effort to reimagine a cultural institution as a more convivial, collective, inclusive, that is the title also of our panel, and very importantly, what we call a pluriversal house. So it's not a universal house, there is only one universe, but we believe that our title, that is cultures in plural, allow us to conceptualize this pluriversal in which many worlds can coexist together. It is not our intention to erase the Western culture that many of us had studied. Even if I come from Chile in South America, I studied Eurocentric art history that I'm unlearning or including other practices we will see. Therefore, we have been working, for example, with the concept of living culture to contest one of the main problems that we inherited from modern colonial museology and museography, and how this contests this objectification of culture. Instead of having exhibitions that are composed by objects and by this eye that goes in, through the walls, relating to objects that are far, we have been practicing what I will share with you, the concept and the practice of living culture. So instead of objects detached from the context, related. Instead of distance, proximity, even contamination, touch. Through spatial strategies, that is the third point, we have been inviting artists, you will see, to intervene and reconfigure spaces inside and outside of the building of HKW, often altering and also appropriating, and very important, enlivening spaces that would be otherwise very impersonal, while also we have created exhibitions that we conceptualize as common spaces. So not spaces for individual artworks, but very much as webs in which many elements and many beings, including the trees, the river, you will see the park, come together with the artworks, and also our bodies, the visitors. We have been thinking how to include all those bodies in a collective formats. This way, these common spaces are for learning and unlearning, for remembering stories you will see that had been forgotten or marginalized, spaces for listening, and recontextualizing histories, uncovering ways of repairing inequalities in the art history, why some art histories are more known than other ones, and also to engaging with culture as living activity through many performative programs, but also in the everyday life of the exhibition. You will see how through archival research, that is also the topic of the panel that I was invited to show how archival research also can be an agent for global diversity and artistic practices. Exhibition allow us to invite the public to engage with artistic and intellectual genealogies, art history, way beyond the Eurocentric knowledge. So I would like to invite you to enter to HKW through the Tiergarten. So in this intention to connect to, the outside with the inside, to make the building a more porous, more open, more social space, my colleague, curatorial assistant for architecture, Fernande Bodo, is developing every year a pavilion outside the house. Also here you see a panel on restitution with Namibian artist Tuli Makonyo. I will share a work that has been important for us by her, and also Papua New Guinean artist Lisa Healy in conversation with me and my colleague Rosa Castillo. And the current program that I'm sharing with you would be not possible if it's not because of my dear director that is speaking in this moment at the photo, Bonaventure Nidikung, with whom I have been working since last year, and also experiencing this transformation of the possibilities of exhibitions to research and transmit this plurality, this pluriverse of art histories from different changes, as was announced at the beginning, these energies of transformation. And one of them is the structural change that Bonaventure Nidikung did in the museum last year when he took the position as director. So instead of having previously 4 departments with 1 director each, One department was dedicated to visual arts, other to performance, other of music, another one was the director department. He invited around 16 curators and editors from different parts of the world and dissolved those categories to work together within the programs. Berlin, also the same as Catherine was telling about her location, is a city composed by more than 170 communities, many migrants that had come through history for study, for work, or for asylum. My case, for example, was to come to Germany to study from Chile, where I stay, and I'm there since 19 years. Next to Bonaventure Nidikun also is my dear colleague, Cosmin Costinas, also curator of exhibitions, and myself. This pavilion was developed by architects Raum Labor Berlin and allowed this living culture that is always available, open, with or without program, every summer since then at HKW. So this year was the second pavilion. So you see the internal structure that is building this hospitality. What I like very much of the spatial strategies, this is how we call them. Bonaventure also directs a program at Weissensee Art School in Berlin where I teach, and the program is called Spatial Strategies. So you would see how a space invites us to act and to perform. So we don't need to have a text or a print that says, please sit, please dialogue, please exchange, but you will see that our spaces evoke and invite and give hospitality, and usually for collectives, as here. So it's not done for the individual, and it's not done only for the eye that goes through the museum room in eye level, but for the whole body and many collectives experiences. This is the first exhibition that we reopened with the directorship of Bonaventure Nidikun, and I was one of the curators, together also with my colleagues of performance practices. And here we see how we have been working, especially me, the murals. And instead of working the murals on the wall as a one-to-one relation with distance, a floor mural allows us to connect in a radical way our body with the artwork, because you cannot avoid to trespass, to touch, to engage. Breaking all these distances, and you will see that other strategy is that we have been working without almost any vitrine. This mural is by Zimbabwean artist Nontsikelelo Mutiti, who was living in Berlin at that time in a residency, and allow us to open the exhibition entitled O Quilombismo, that is also a case of this pluriversal art histories, since it's a philosophy that was created by an artist, activist, politician, actor, very prolific person called Abdias Nascimento, an Afro-Brazilian, that wanted to tell the cultural and political history of former enslaved people in Brazil that escaped those oppressions, the plantations, to found a new community called Quilombo. And in this community, instead of having a relation of exploitation, of colonialism, of oppression, they built a society that was democratic, convivial, and culture was experienced as a resistance and as a symbol of freedom. The mural is the design, if you look carefully, of braids that are used in the hair, especially by female, and at that time, these braids were used also as maps, as cartographies that allowed those enslaved people to find the way out from the plantation, and later found those quilombos. So while you walk through the exhibition, you will experience those paths of liberation while engaging physically, artistically, and intellectually with that. I was very happy to visit the Museum of Fine Art and Ceramic yesterday, since we have been engaging with ceramics also as an artistic and high art practice, not seeing it as a low art. And here is the very beautiful work by Celia Vasquez from the Amazonia in the region of Peru. And this, if we enter in the exhibition, you would feel, imaginary now, how you can approach the work without any vitrine. So in this sense, we give also a trust to our public that they will respect and they will not take, steal, or break the artworks. But also these works allow us to connect with all the beings that are outside of the house, since it's a parliament of animals in which we are inviting our audiences and ourselves also to reflect on the parliament in which animals also pose their demands, and all these debates that has to take care of the environment in the context of this ecological crisis. And of course, not only taking these rules, these principles of modern museums that we sometimes automatically continue to apply. For example, in the White Cube, in Berlin is 52 museums and around 400 galleries. If you enter to the galleries, it's very probable that they are White Cube, eye-level artworks on the walls. Therefore, we are working these invisible principles, but also we are working very precisely with artists that are challenging the debates of restitution. This is the case of Namibian artist Tuli Makonjo. Here you see hanging fertility dolls. She never received a fertility doll. It was a tradition that was interrupted during the colonial times in Namibia. The last member of her family that received one was the grandmother. And the way that she reconnected with this tradition was through her research in the archive, in the collection of the Ethnological Museum in Berlin, as well as in a collection in Basel, in Switzerland. But instead of centering the debate of restitution in the restitution of the object, so in the ownership, the artist regained the knowledge and recreated it. So we were very happy to support the recreation operation through this new commission of Tuli Makonjo. Likewise, in the Oquilombismo exhibition is this important series of photographs by Gliceria Tupinambá, also an artist from the Amazonia, but in the Brazilian region. And here we see another case of recreation of those knowledges that were lost through the research in a European museum of this feather costume. So the artist was not interested in get back exactly this costume, but in the knowledges, how to recreate it. So she found out that fisher nets were used and studied the knots, how to connect the feathers and recreate it and dance and use it in the community, and with the collaboration of a photographer presented this series. I will skip some photos, but you accompany me through the exhibition to arrive to the second case. Many of the artworks, as I was introducing, connect the outside with the inside. So instead of having a parking slot for cars, we transform this garden now in a natural amphitheater, with the work of Timitayo Ogimbi from Nigeria, for example. And to end with a second example, last year also we opened the exhibition Echoes of the Brother Countries, related to forgotten histories in Germany. I think this case is important, as we have been all engaging with local histories, and not to think that the forgotten art histories are very far, not to have this exotizing view that only in the global south histories are forgotten. but very much everywhere is a work to do. In this case was the history of East German art, languages that after unification had been marginalized. And not only East German artists, but also the many migrant communities, among them many artists that came to live in East Germany. In this exhibition, this spatial strategy of having a kind of public space all the time open allow us to engage with groups of activists. For example, 50,000 Vietnamese people came to East Germany after 49 as guest workers. Here we are engaging with one of these groups. Or 17,000 people from Mozambique also moved to East Germany, many of them also artists. Or from Chile, my hometown, 2,000 people moved to East Germany, escaping the dictatorship. The language of the mural helped us to create also these public, social, collective spaces around the house. The title is Solidarity of the mural, and at that time, it was made in the 80s, was solidarity against the dictatorship, the fascism in Chile, in solidarity with people in Palestine, against Vietnam. So somehow, although it was a historical piece, allow us to connect with contingent solidarity. So it's a close-up, so you look the beauty of the mural. Unfortunately, the mural was destroyed. I dedicated one semester of my teaching to trace all murals in East Germany. When we arrived to the address, it was a supermarket, so the building itself disappeared. Fortunately, the artist is very active, still lives in Dresden. So when I met Cesar Olagaray, I said, what can we do? And he replied, Paz, what is the problem? I can recreate it, I can make it again. So this maybe is good to close this cycle, how these spatial strategies, artistic practices, research on pluriversal art genealogies, but also the languages, not to reduce artworks to the content, has been very important for us to shape a more open, collective, and pluriversal house. Thank you.
Thank you, Paz. Thank you, Paz, for walking us through the exhibition decision-making and the curatorial strategies. In light of this, I have a personal note from each of presenter that remind me of such term on radical imagination and radical pedagogy. I would like to use the term radical for us to lead the conversation, since I am keen on that term that infuse institutionality with a current global issues that constantly changes direction from time to time. But I believe the audience has something more to discuss since the beginning of the panel. There's a lot of questions, so maybe I will leave to the question to the audience. Bapak with the white t-shirt and with the glasses behind.
Yeah, thank you. I just remember. I want to ask to Catherine. Is that, yeah, Catherine, can you listen? Is it still echoing? Echoing.
If you speak slowly, we can.
Okay. Is that the young V&A building is East London near of Whitechapel? Yeah, I a bit remember that. Just 4 days ago, I just come from there. That's near Aldgate train station, right? Oh, right. Okay, I just 4 days ago, I went to Science Museum and British Museum. When I was in underpass of Tottenham train station, that's many of student groups. There is from elementary, high school. So maybe you can sharing the insight about this program to us. That's program from your government, and then maybe that's from school. Yeah, maybe you can tell about that program. That's very interesting for me.
So I think, well, I'm sorry I missed you in London.
Yeah, I didn't know you. Maybe next time.
It really is a small world. I think you're asking about what sort of school programs, educational offers that we have. And it's really interesting. You know, we have a relatively new government in the UK, and all the museum professionals are hoping for new growth, rebirth, reinvigoration of the cultural and creative sectors, and that it will be easier for schools and colleges and universities to access culture, because actually there's been a declining trend over the last 15 years. What happened 15 years ago politically in the UK? Opportunities to learn outside of school, outside of the classroom, have become harder. But connections to curriculum, relevancy in children's lives, building consensus around the skills that are needed for future life has been at the heart of educational programs in museums across the UK and beyond, and here as well, I'm sure. At Young V&A, we really believe in learning by doing, and so we know you make, again, if you look at cognitive science, you learn better, you remember better if you are doing something. So what we're looking for is not a passive school tour when children are bored. We are looking for ways for them to be involved, but constructively involved, not just playing, maybe playing seriously, playing creatively in response to our collections. We've heard a few examples of ways we've encouraged people to look at collections, and children are tiny versions of us. We need help too. We want to engage our senses, to think about how we form relationships with ideas and the narratives in our museums. So our educational programs do this. The example I shared around the object called the hero arm, that bionic arm that's been designed for people with limb difference, that's at the heart of a curriculum-based workshop for schools where they learn about user-centered design, inclusion and identity, because children in schools learn about what makes them unique, and they then learn about empathy and communication, but also about how design and objects around us can help us and extend our lives and improve quality of life. And that's what design is about as well. So it's about matching relevancy, curriculum, and your time of life to the learning that you need to do. The final point I just make is that careers are also a really important way that museums help school children by revealing how museums work. No one in my family worked in a museum, and I had to find out the hard way. But actually through educational programs, we can diversify our workforces and inspire future generations to join us in our mission around making museums sustainable and vibrant. And so showing the jobs you can have in a museum and in related areas, so for us, that's the creative industries. That's another way that we try and make our museum relevant to help make a teacher's life a bit easier, but also to inspire children. And we know our classrooms are very diverse, but the people that come to museums in families are not so diverse. And so our work with schools is critical. We inspire the children, and we've seen they pester and they come back with their families. So that's the other part of that cycle and why this work is so important.
I think there's another question from the back. Ibu yang di belakang pakai kacamata, Mas, belakang. Itu. Yes. Oh.
Thank you very much. My name is Avo. Can you hear my voice over there? No? Okay. First of all, thank you for all this wonderful presentation to us this afternoon. I have some questions. First for Ms. Nusi and Ms. Ajeng. You said that before there are some taboo topics in some exhibition, and maybe there are some, like resistance from the public. And also we know that there are many historical things that maybe the government didn't approve about these issues. So how are you dealing with that taboo issues, so you can convincing the government, especially your ministry, to have this exhibition? That's for Ms. Ajeng and Ms. Nusi. And the other one is to Ms. Guevara. I want to ask you about, is there any exhibitions by your museums that has a collaboration with the German Federal Archives about maybe your exhibition, especially if the exhibition is about the historical past about Germany? That's my questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Actually, it's related to the era. During the New Order government, the Suharto era, everything is uniformized. So does the storyline of the museums and the historiography of Indonesia. But after the New Order no longer in power, actually the Indonesian government never having guidelines on how to tell your museum's story. So it's more free to curate your point of views. Of course, it's still there's a still curating process. People accepting your works and things, your ideas, yeah. But we are more freer than 30 years ago, probably, for the museums. I think that's the question, our answers.
I would like to show an image of the PowerPoint, if possible. Because thank you for the question. I will answer you with one of the images. In the second exhibition that I show, we built a public space, and this space was very much conceived, imagined together with the East German artist, Gertrude Pohl, that I was thinking that I didn't have time to mention. But can we go further? Oh, thank you. So the way that we approach the past in our own context in Germany is first through questions. So how HKW, that is a building from 1957, it was a present from United States to West Berlin. So the building itself, I didn't include this part because it's 20 minutes, but the building itself is part of the Cold War when the city and the country was divided between the West and the East, the Soviet bloc and US and West Europe at the other side. So how to then connect with those histories that the very building intended to contest and to put aside, to not include. So therefore, this exhibition directed to East German arts and culture and history depart from our own history and how to turn the gaze. So I start with the question, and often a research starts with a provocative question. Also with knowledges that we don't know. So we are not displaying only arts and languages that we know, but in fact working with knowledges that we don't know, and then learning and unlearning. So it is a provocative, starting, and a courageous process. Then we go to archives, we talk to many people that are alive, and one of them is Gertrude Pohl, is one of the few female artists in East Germany that was doing murals in large scale, and she also designed the floor of the Palast der Republik, was one of the few female that had a public presence in the arts, but is totally forgotten. When I called her, I found her telephone in the internet. She has a studio, even if she's 80 years old, very active. And she thought I'm mistaking her, because since many years, nobody had called her. I said, I call you, I admire your work, and she couldn't believe. Then when we met, at the end, we say goodbye, and she told me, Paz, I was also teaching in the same university that I teach. So at the end, I said to her, we are in fact intergenerational colleagues, so we are equal. And this I mean when how to repair inequalities. So she thought I am an authority calling her, and it's a mistake. And at the end of the conversation, we were equal in different time. And these flags are related to a large mural that she did for the public space. She intended to give life to a factory of radios in the East Germany, in which many workers from Mozambique, Vietnam, were working. So we relocated in this space, working with architects, and built a kind of agora that activists from Mozambique, from Vietnam, also I did a talk with Gertrude Pohl, also East German artists, also came Abed Abdi, a Palestinian artist that was living in Dresden. We use in the everyday life to debate. So exhibitions not only as a space of objects, but of people, debates. So this is how we work with the history of Germany.
Maybe one more question from the audience. Okay. Yang di tengah pakai kerudung kacamata.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Introduce, my name is Fitriati. It's my sound is clear for Catherine, Mbak Nusi, Ajeng, and Guevara. I came from Sumbawa, West Nusa Tenggara Barat. I'm the head section of culture in education and culture agency in Sumbawa Agency. From this panel, we have a term Agents of Change Museums in response to current global issues. Some of, when I heard from 4 of the keynote speaker, can I forward? And azan. Can I hold it because the azan sounds? Just a few moments. Okay. Okay, it finished. My sound is clear? Apakah suara saya bisa terdengar, Mbak Nusi? Mbak Aja? Tadi katanya. Okay. Yeah. For the four of the keynote speakers, not one is current issues about inclusion. Inclusi. Jadi there is no one. Mbak Nusi, Mbak Ajeng, Mrs. Catherine, and Pak Gopal, how you think about the museum response to current global to inclusion? Because there are many artists, many people they have disabilities. I mean that need to go to a museum too. This is the first, and the second. What the Miss Nusi and Ajeng said about the equality, about the sensitive issue in Indonesia. How we can prove it too in our agency? Because there is an art too, the artist too. We have our heroes. There are different. I mean that pengetahuan, pendapat, different opinions about the figure. One of them said there are a hero, but one of them said there are a traitor. So, maybe you know about the Bahamas or in Sumbawa. One of them, like maybe Miss Andari know that why same like. Arung Palaka, before we said that she is a traitor, but now some of the people in Bugis said he is a hero. That was one of a change, perubahannya, about the response about the people about the past of our era. That's why I asked to Nusi and Ajeng, how can the government of Indonesia to our people of Indonesia to receive the different opinion about this figure. And then a few days ago, we just have a program learning together in museum. That was one of a way to us to represent the museum to our young generation. Maybe that's hanya itu saja. I hope that all of the keynote speakers know what I want, because we said in this part we are we talk about museum in response to current global issues. There are many current global issues that museum have to have to respond. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, Ibu, I want to answer about the response to inclusivity in museum. As we presented just now, there are some museum already respond for inclusivity, but some of them it's quite difficult because I visited some museum recently. In Kalimantan, in Sulawesi, and most of them, the architect is with the stair. It's quite difficult for disability, and for the blind woman, blind person. As the museum, National Museum in Indonesia, National Museum Indonesia already make a braille label since 1919, a few years ago, and when Museum Nasional has a immersive room, Pak Dirjen, Pak Hilmar Farid told us to make a immersive museum in the second floor, firstly. And then we discuss how about the disability can go upstairs. So we move the place for immersive room. That's our discussion about inclusivity in our museum. And maybe in your museum has other.
Thank you for the question. So together with my colleagues, curators of education, Daniel Neugebauer, Eva Stein, and Chidem Colline, so we collaborate, for example, in my practice, there is exhibitions that always the wheelchair is enough space so the wheelchair is able to circulate, also to have works that are lower, so we have different rhythms of display. Then my colleagues also have done something that had worked very good for kids, that is the kids' discotheque. So in the same pavilion outside that I showed at the beginning, they do the kids' discotheque, and then the kids dance with music while the parents go to the exhibition. And this has been very successful. Then for the exhibition, we produce a booklet that is like a book. We have no label. Nobody asked me about this, but we have no label in the wall. So the walls can have these colors, these interventions, and this sense of unity that is one common space. So we print short text of each artwork, and all together it's like a book. We call it a handbook. And this, our colleagues of education have told us that is a technical contrast between the color of the typography and the paper to respect, so people that have a bit difficulty can read. So we have learned many of these strategies through these collaborations, and also they have done many workshops on, for example, cooking with different communities that relate with the debates of art in the exhibition. So all the time they create with us. So different activities. For example, now 2 Spanish artists that documented messages that migrants live in the detention centers in Spain when they arrive from North Africa. And these messages were deleted by the director of the center, but with an archaeological method, they rescue those messages. And we did a radio program with the educators in order to reach those migrant communities and reflect. So every exhibition we collaborate and invent new activities for inclusion.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. I could do a whole workshop around building disability and inclusion. Maybe we'll do an impromptu one another day, because I'd love to hear everybody else's ideas about this. This work is never just finished. It's a journey. We have to go on with our audiences. You might have heard the phrase, nothing about us without us. Yeah, a few people have heard that. And this is has come from the disability movement, disability rights movement, but has influenced our work with audiences across the board. To meet needs, you need to work in partnership. So consultation and collaboration have helped us think about ways that we can adjust, adapt, but also design for. It's not always about changing what's already there. Sometimes it's about thinking afresh. So around physical access, very simple things around ramps instead of stairs, and we have something called a changing places, which is more than just an accessible toilet. It's a place for profoundly disabled people to go and be made comfortable and to preserve their dignity while they're out. And they're very rare places in the city. So physical access, I think we define at creative and intellectual access are other issues. We're becoming more understanding of neurodivergence, different ways of looking at things, but success needs to look different if we're going to be inclusive. It can't be the same experience for everyone. So that's one thing. And then around creativity, thinking about our museum as a platform for the widest range of creative people. We had a wonderful inclusive music ensemble playing as part of our festival, and a visitor came up to me and said, my family feels at home here because children and grown-ups could see creative, disabled and able-bodied people performing together equally in the museum space, and everybody saw that. So I think it's about visibility and thinking very broadly about what you are representing in your museum, as well as those physical access points.
And one sentence, also this place that I show you in the second exhibition also had allowed us this spontaneity to be more inclusive because the setup is ready. So this was very beautiful that through the exhibition we received ideas from Mozambican activists. They say, we also want to debate. No problem, let's do it, the space is ready. So this has been very rewarding. It's very humble. It's just some furniture, but with the concept of creating a collective space and to use it. And then the exhibition performed somehow, and you see it working.
Yeah, last one. My short answer is collaborate with the interior designers, the museologists, doctors, psychologists, and the people with disabilities. Create the access, the accessible content, and the facilities. And for the different perspectives, I think you can also put both perspectives. It was what happens in the Netherlands, We used to have the Dutch version, Acehese version, Dutch version, Japanese version, so it doesn't matter. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's wrap up our discussion for today. Thank you for the all speakers and panelists. Thank you for you all to attend this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Nusi, Bu Ajeng, Catherine, Pas, and Riksa. And before we officially end our session, we would like to ask and invite our moderator as well as our speakers to take a group picture together. For the last panel session of the day, under the title of Edges of Change, Museums in Response to Current Global Issues, please give a round of applause for our last session of today. Once again, we would like to express our deepest gratitude for Bu Nusi, Bu Ajeng, Catherine, Pas, and Riksa. Please return to your seat. Excellencies, honorable officials, and distinguished guests, please join me in showing your appreciation to all our speakers and staff as we close the first day of Museum Forward. And tomorrow we will begin the day 2 of Museum Forward at 9 a.m. sharp in this very auditorium. My name is Rama Sukarta and I look forward to hear you all again tomorrow. Have a safe journey back to your homes and hotels and a restful night's sleep. Good evening, everyone.
Terima kasih kepada seluruh peserta yang datang hari ini. Besok kita akan memulai lagi seminar Museum Forward pada pukul 9. Registrasi sudah dibuka pada pukul 8. Untuk besok tidak ada lagi pembagian antara tribun dan auditorium, jadi semua peserta bisa di auditorium. Jadi teman-teman monggo aja first come first serve besok boleh. Semoga bagian depannya lebih penuh lagi besok pagi. Terima kasih, sampai jumpa besok.